Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome everybody to week 2 of the 2026 summer split of the NACL. My name is 4Y4. I'm here with Hawk today. We've got 2 great matchups for you, 2 best of 3s to keep rolling here in the regular season before playoffs is coming up sneaky fast. But Hawk, we got a couple, like I said, really good games to take care of. How are you, my friend? Yeah, should be some good ones. We'll get right into those in just a little bit. But before we do that, we do have a coach interview to get to. So when Hawk is ready and when our NRG coach is ready, we will pitch it right over to that. Joey going to be joining us for an interview. So I'm going to wait on the okay to do that. But just to give everyone a preview, are we ready to go with Joey?
I think so. I think we're ready to go whenever they
Let's
are.
rock
As
and
long
roll.
as
Hawk,
I'm
take it
able to
away.
be heard. Yeah. We can bring Joey on in here. Hopefully the stream can hear me now. It's great to be here for NACL summer, even if it's hot in LA. Joey, my friend, it's been a minute since we've gotten to chat, and NRG. Well, let's start off actually. How are you today, my friend? How are you?
I'm doing pretty fantastic. Really excited. Got tickets for the regional for Riftbound in LA, which is pretty
Nice.
sick, so.
I thought you were about to say Worlds, and I was gonna be really jealous of you.
I also have tickets for Worlds, but
oh man, I never got the email. Hey guys, I heard Joey has tickets. Everyone message Joey for well, Joey, we can get down to brass tacks here. As NRG, this was stated at the start of the year to be a year-long project. Now you start your second split. We're running it back with the same starting 5 that started off the spring split. Tell me a little bit about that process and how we've gotten to where we are now.
yeah, I mean, we really wanted to make sure we held the same 5 players throughout the year and utilize them, grew with them, help them get ready to play in LCS in the future. So we've been really committed to their progress, their growth. Spring split was a lot about individual improvement. I think we did a really good job there. And now summer's really about meshing as a team. We went to Korea, did a boot camp there for about 3 weeks, just got back about 2 weeks ago. So we're really ready to hit the ground running, ready for summer, ready to show that we're a much better team for spring.
Awesome. And I mean, shoot, there's a lot of room to grow, but also a pretty damned good spring split. I want to talk a little bit more about your time in Korea and maybe some of the things that you did or did not get to work on while you were out there. Because I think a lot of times we hear about Korea boot camps, but for the fans at home, what does that entail, at least for NRG?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was like building up habits and getting ourselves ready for the split. We didn't scrim as much as some other teams do when they go to Korea as 5 team, but we played a ton of solo queue. We got the habits that we needed to do. We went over a lot of the things that we were struggling with in spring split as a team and really just decided to, figure out what we needed to improve on most. And a lot of it really, especially now with things being online, is just getting the in-person aspect, being able to see your teammates, hang out with them, build, friendship, spawns, brotherhood, all that good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen time and time again how far that can go. And speaking of wanting to get rid of some of those bad habits, build new good ones, one of the teams that did manage to find some of the cracks in NRG's armor in the spring was CCG. You're playing them today. Tell me about your expectations and what this match means to your squad.
Well, we're pretty good in regular season, so I think we'll do pretty good today. Hopefully we can show out, in dominant form again, as we did in Spring Split, and really just get our revenge for playoffs and show that we were a much better team than we were the last time we played them.
I'm excited to see it. Definitely believing in the NRG systems, at least from my end. Joey, before I let you go, anything else you want to say to the fans back home?
No, just shout out to anybody. Shout out to our sponsors. Thanks for supporting us. I know NRG coming back to the league is pretty cool, so thanks for following the journey.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure so far. Wishing you all the best for your summer split debut. I'll let you go and prep with the rest of your squad as we can bring Henrique back on in here. A lot of good nuggets there from Joey. Yeah. I love hearing about the dedicated offseason because, again, I want to reemphasize this. NRG is the only team in the league that has the same core 5 members that they started the year with. Every other team has made at least one roster change, and I think... well, I'm hoping, and the belief is from their side, that this will translate into continued growth.
Yeah, I mean, this is a year-long project, right? From the jump, they said, hey, you are in for all of 2026, right? If you are signing up, this isn't just a one-split thing. But something else about NRG, like we said, that this is one of 2 teams that are making their debut. Today, it'll be them, and then in the next match, Contingent, who came up from Tier 3. But before we get into all that, there were obviously a bunch of matches played in Week 1, so we're going to get you caught up on those with the man with the most scintillating voice in the NACL. Take it away, Mr. Video Guy.
Hello and welcome. NACL is back for the summer. Hot temperatures, high stakes, and LCS qualification on the line. Let's get into it with our recap of Week 1.
Yeah.
We start off with the Scorcher, Cupid versus Conviction. Music on Nefiri made a statement against the spring champions, paired alongside a returning Ablaze Olive sinking his fangs into a 14-kill game, and you got a 2-0 domination for Cupid. Maryville would field a sub-squad against Dorado. Adam Silas would not be fazed by MU's early pressure. He'd lead the charge, turning MU's dives upside down. The Hounds would show they got bite and close out a 2-1 victory. The Otters would test their rebuild against CCG. Unfortunately for them, there was no give in the spring finalists. Between Lezo landing a 3-man petrifying gaze and Fiji's signature Swain controlling the battlefield, CCG continue exactly where they left off. We end with the Collegiate Showdown, Winthrop versus Ole Miss. The recent addition of Bounty proved great for Ole Miss. His early roam timers on Winthrop's Raptors got the ball rolling for Bradley, and it wasn't just a snowball, it was a Bradley avalanche. Winthrop's new roster were left buried by Ole Miss in a 2-0. As we pull up the standings, keep in mind the format has teams playing 5 games in the regular season. This puts a lot of weight on every game, even more so for Dorado's underdog win and Cupid taking out the defending champions. Shout out to our friends at Phillips Norelco. Their one blade keeps me looking damn good. Be sure to follow us on our socials at WatchNACL and tune in live at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Deserux puts a smile on my face, and Phillips Norelco, shout out to them. They keep the facial hair, and
keeping that smile looking fresh. I think, yeah,
shiny head on your screen, looking good as ever. Yeah, getting into those results. I mean, there were last stream day, so I guess 6 days ago at this point, was a bunch of 2-0s. Blue Otter and Winthrop not coming out of the gate super hot, but CCG and Ole Miss, 2 teams that we will see today, looked pretty stellar. Hawk.
Yeah, they really did. And, we're saying a bunch of 2-0s, but I do think it is the expected result in the sense that CCG and Ole Miss were the favorites going into each of those series. But the dominance for which both of these sides managed to win their games was honestly, I think, above anything that we were really expecting from them coming into the split. Ole Miss against Winthrop, that is one of their, if not their biggest rival in League of Legends. Absolute beatdown in that series. And I think questions for CCG, what their new look squad would be able to look like, how quickly they would mesh together to be able to potentially replicate that second place finish that they had in spring. And they looked great against Blue Otter, and I'm hoping to see both of these teams continue to pick up the slack today as we get to cover Ole Miss and CCG against these debutantes.
Yeah, it was so far so good for them. And again, we've been on the Fiji hype train for a long, long time. That Swain of his is a treat to watch. They played really well around it. I'm feeling good about CCG. What you're seeing on your screen here is the top bans for week 1. Poppy was monstrously present. Nocturne, still a thing. Still, gonna get target banned on a couple of junglers. I think of Dardoch as an answer he had out to the Pantheon in Spring Split. But Camille, that is kind of your flavor of the month ban. We are fully in summer of 2026 ban. But Jason Lee Sin can be taken away as well. And the Lee Sin, look, it was 3 bans all against Niles, doing a bit of heavy lifting right there. But hey. If you've got that much sauce on a champion, hey, you're going to break in the top 5.
Yeah, and I believe Camille is actually the only champion with 100% presence, as it was picked by Spyrax in game 2 against Dorado. So pretty cool stuff right there, as we do have the MVP voting for week 1. Shout out to Music, man. Henrique, we got to watch a Music masterclass against Conviction. Breezy also joining him in 5th place for the MVP voting. But how about Adam, only 35, and Bradley rounding it out?
It was great. No complaints at all. I think what was cool is the only 2 that we didn't get to see were only 35 and Bradley. But Bradley, this has been the book on him for a long time. When it looks good, it looks really, really good. And he got a couple of his champions. It was the Silas and the Tristana, and he just sauced on those 2 champions, man. On the Silas, he plays melee champions so well, obviously. But the Tristana, to be able to bust that out. If we're going to have mages in the bot lane, we can have marksmen in the mid lane, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, they looked really sharp. And I think, again, bodes well for OME. We're going to get into them more in the second matchup here, as you see, right? We're going to start off with CCG, NRG, a bit of a grudge match from last split. You talked about it with Joey, but OME, man, when they are firing on all cylinders, right? Again, when this team hits, my goodness, it is a treat. It could be a bit of a rude welcome for Contingent, as this, I think, is one of the matches that you've got circled to say, hey, actually, no, we could maybe do something against this. As far as the predictions,
oh no,
you talked about expected. Yeah, I know this is.
Oh no,
everyone, get your clip champs out, get your Gyazo, whatever screenshot software you want to use, clip it and ship it right here. There are some. Again, you talk about expected results. There are some expected results. I think CCG is the one where I'm thinking, look, they could still do something here.
Yeah. So, okay, we are going to get the other half.
Rafa,
shout out to Rafa.
Yes.
He did predict CCG, but we are 8-0 on the side of Ole Miss. And I will say, we'll talk more about Ole Miss later, but I do think we are looking at this side to potentially be a contender moving forward. And Contingent, like you said, it's kind of a tough way to start your season, but we're so excited to watch that team debut nonetheless. To me, in this grudge match, it is more surprising. I think this does just speak to the belief that, at least as a talent team that we have in the systems of NRG, and while players like Dardoch and only 35, the most important talented pieces returning to CCG for this split, does mean identity-wise the team should still be similar. I do think we have some concerns about how the new pieces, Leza and Spawn, can slot into this team and continue to pick up the slack after a great spring split.
Yeah, and I think as far as Lessa is concerned anyway, and actually both of those pickups, to be fair, as we get a look at the full CCG roster for this split, not a bad debut at all. I think I don't know why I couched it that much. It was a good debut. It was a straight up very good debut. Spawn playing the Ziggs and the Varus. Lessa on the he had the Annie, and then one other one that's not coming to mind immediately, but the rest of the squad, you know him, you love him. It's Fiji up in that top lane, bringing his unique stable of picks. Dardoch leading the charge, the Mother Goose with all the little ducklings behind him, but you have a lot of experience as well with Spawn in that bottom lane. And him at only 35, you talk about, a kind of, and I think I'll say high floor because I want to kind of read that into something that I think is the big storyline for CCG coming into this next split, is only 35's floor getting so much higher, right? He was one that he always wanted that dream 5-man Rel Magnet Storm, and him being more tempered in split 1 in the spring split has been a night and day difference for this team.
Yeah, only 35 has been spectacular for CCG, and I don't think that can really be overstated, his impact with the team and how good he has looked together with Dardoch. For Lesa as well, it was the Cassio in game 1. And I do think the biggest thing for CCG, they looked great in week 1, but it was against Blue Water, who I think is a team that we don't really have at the top of the table in most power rankings. So This is going to be a big test up against NRG. Can Lesa, can Spawn, after a great start with this team, continue to look really strong? And I do think CCG, they are going to be leaning on those returning pieces to continue finding those wins against top teams.
It'll be a tough nut to crack, is NRG. And now they are, locked in, capital L, capital I. So watch out. But in all seriousness, I mean, look, they've got a little bit of a grudge match because that's sort of like Joey said. Look, in the regular season, we tend to just kind of take care of business. We stumbled when it mattered, right? CCG were the finalists. The only team they lost to in the playoffs was Conviction. 3-0-3-0. Yes, Conviction, runaway best team last year, or last split, I should say. But CCG certainly have a pedigree, and so far it looks like things have slotted in very nicely. And I think the thing for me as we move on to talk about NRG, again, bringing back all 5 members, CCG kind of still looked like it was the same 5 members. It looked like CCG. It looked like a very CCG type win. For NRG, though, this roster, like we said, bringing back everybody. Zamudo, Kizno, Faimini, Sushi, and Spica. I mean, Hawk, where do we begin? Well, I mean, actually, I'll tell you where we're beginning. In the mid lane, for me, Faimini. Again, talk about someone whose star has risen a lot. You can talk about Faimini, talk about Sushi, but Faimini now, it isn't just like, oh, okay, he's not like a cute story anymore. There are expectations that come with him now.
Yeah, MVP top laner, first team All-Pro mid laner, second team All-Pro support and AD carry. This NRG team is stacked. It is just stacked, and they may have stumbled at the higher hurdles in the playoffs, but I think you would be amiss to not expect NRG to still be one of the top teams, not just for this split, but potentially gunning for that LCS spot. I think most analysts would have NRG right alongside Cupid and Conviction as the big 3 gunning for those 2 promotion tournament spots coming into the season. NRG, we've mentioned it already, they're running back all 5. They want to believe in those systems. They want to show that they can keep growing. They already hit the ground running quite well in the spring. We just got to see how they can build on it. And for this matchup specifically, I am looking at Zamudo in the top lane, him against Fiji. Even in NRG's defeat in the playoffs of CCG, he was a massive strength for this team in this specific matchup. Regardless of what champions he gets, I'm expecting draft resources to be given his way. I'm expecting him to be a win condition. It was the bottom side of the map for CCG that was able to sort of put down NRG and create problems. And of course, masterful play from Dardoch. This again is where we bring into those questions. Can Lesa, can Spawn do the same thing against Sushi and Faimini that their predecessors were able to do?
It's $1 million question. You got big shoes to fill here. And in that support, I mean, in that top lane matchup, right, it's again, when I talk about individual kind of grudges, I mean, I feel like you couldn't paint more opposite styles of top laners. Zamudo is, give me the dang ball, give me the dang resources. I'm going to monster in lane. I'm going to be a demon in team fights. I am the mascot. I'm him. I was supposed to have an LCS spot, for crying out loud. Fiji, play tank, lose lane, doesn't matter. When he gets into the dark alley with Zamudo, he points up and says, well, scoreboard, I didn't lose to you. So, who's laughing now? But you could bet that this is going to be let's see, right? How different of a look is it going to be? And that's something we're going to answer into draft. But as we get into our face-to-face matchup presented by Philips Norelco, Hawk, we want to take a look down at the support role. We talked a bunch about only 35, but he's facing off against Spica, obviously veteran LCS former jungler, but had himself a really good split last year. Last split, I should say, in the bottom lane. And Spica, I mean, to me, the thing that he brings the most is that sixth sense, his sense for for map state, for engages. That is what he brings to this team, and you could see it on display. It wasn't a perfect split for him, but the floor, again, to use that terminology, is so high with Spica.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think both of these players exceeded expectations in their spring splits, where for only 35, we didn't really feel that great about his performance coming off of Winthrop in 2025. He has looked completely like a different player alongside Dardoch on the CCG team. And for Spica, he's a role swap jungler, man. I mean, like, what the hell are we supposed to do with that? And lo and behold, that guy is an LCS champion. He's been very, very strong. For me, though, only 35, it's about how he plays and influences the map. Really, really good and intelligent about selecting fights, especially in the early stages, to put his team on strong footing. For Spica, a little bit more about the 2v2. Him and Sushi were quite, I would say, almost too reliant on winning lane, but you know what? They did it a lot, and that's a far cry from where we thought Sushi and Spica might be as a role swap support and an AD carry that had historically struggled. in the lane. So I'm expecting NRG to come out the gate swinging in the 2v2. And I think I do want to see both these players continue to grow in the opposite forums for which I just said that their strengths lie. I would love to see Spica continue to get out on the map, continue to link up with Kizno. I do think that was one of the things that they did not do as well in spring. And while only 35, I think his 2v2 has gotten better, it is still not the boon of his game necessarily. Plenty of room to grow and continue turning potentially him and Spawn into one of the dominant bot lanes of the NACL.
And you talk about how well you can link up with your jungler. That feels like it's been the name of the game. I mean, we saw it in NACL, yes, but at MSI, how well can you get out of lane and impact the rest of the map alongside your jungler, create advantages into the mid lane, move that up to the top lane, etc. I mean, it just slingshots your mid game in a way that is really, really brutal to come back from at any level. But we've seen it in NACL so far. I think of Bounty on the Alistar and on the Leona that he played, right? That just, you see so many supports will take this archetype and just get like 80, 90, 100% KPs by 14 or 15 minutes. You go, dang, we got to deal with two junglers, man. This is brutal. And Spica, obviously, is a former jungler, not to, make the link too on the nose, but that should be good. And again, Kizno, right? He's someone who I think when the script goes a little off the rails, it can start to go a little off the rails for the rest of the team. Now, I think if Spica and him can link up, the ceiling just goes through the roof for this NRG squad. But only 35, Dardoch, they are the mascots for this team. They were the GMs this past offseason, quite literally, in terms of getting this summer split roster together. The pre-built synergy there is just as strong as it is for NRG.
Yeah. And I'll tell you too, Kizno versus Dardoch, this is a historic matchup. These guys have been going blow for blow with each other at the same level of play since 2023. I would wager that Dardoch is probably Kizno's most played adversary in his career. I don't have the stats in front of me, but that's the expectation I've had. And for a long time, Kizno had the better of Dardoch, but I do feel that I think Kizno played well in the spring split, but it felt like he lost a little bit of a step. There was a lot of moments where I just found myself scratching my head just a bit. And so I want to see that rebound from Kizno because I know that this guy can keep up with Dardoch. I know that he does have what it takes to attack Dardoch, where Dardoch excels at suffocating the map and really controlling the pace of play. Kizno's creativity and intelligence when selecting fights and when selecting angles has really caught Dardoch off at times. That carry potential has also been there. So I want to continue seeing that. I want to see so much. It's CCG, NRG. It's a big grudge match rematch.
Yeah, the early games for these two junglers are going to be fascinating. Locke banned away immediately, so Feynman not going to get his hands on that. Love that we're seeing him start to pop up. But again, there's that Camille presence. Continuing the 100% presence. No one is going to get their hands on that, least of all Spica. It'll be Feynman grabbing himself the Orianna. B1, you know what I mean? First overall pick.
Yeah, what do we call it? Like saying R1 kind of sounds wrong. I haven't really cracked that
like
one.
It is and it isn't, right? I don't know. I told myself I wasn't like one of my goals for a long time in casting.
I think if I call it B1, people know what we're talking about. You know?
Exactly. Right. And that is just like when you call it tabbies for the longest time. It's like people know. Is it wrong? Yeah, but people know. Shen going to be locked in here. Again, could go a couple of different places. So locking it in early, maintaining the flexibility, but we have seen it more in the support role than anything.
Yeah, I mean, in the NACL, we saw it in Jungle in the spring split. We got a top lane Shen in the Dorado series as well. That did not work quite as well for Dorado in that game, but I'm surprised to see it prioritized this early. This pick has been very strong in solo queue as of late, but this is quite a statement here from CCG. They answer the Ori with the Victor. Ori's been such a common B1 when it's open, even with the pairings of Jarvan and Nocturne removed. This puts Feynman in a great position, and it's going to have lane priority into the Victor pre-Hex core. So you're going to get early priority out of Feynman. It's up to Leysa to get to that Hex core as fast as possible, around 10 minutes. That's when the Victor can start to take control of the lane with a superior range and wave clear.
So yeah, Leysa, we'll see where resources are put into, again, keeping him in a stable spot. Kizno going with a bruiser, going with a fighter in the Vi early on. Level 6 obviously extremely important for that, but again, Dardoch is not going to let him kind of go quietly. He's going to be all up in his grill, making sure that he's using his time efficiently. see where he wants to pot. I mean, so many picks still available for Dardoch. I wouldn't be surprised if they just grab him a pick in this first rotation. But then again, I think the other school of thought is, look, this dude can play just about anything. And if you're throwing more jungle bans at Dardoch, that leaves our solo lanes, specifically our top lane, so much more flexibility. Gnar blind now, so a couple solo lane potentially, right? We don't know where the Shen's going. Blind picks here for NRG. Zamudo, good as anybody on this Gnar, to put it very, very mildly.
I feel like the last rotation here from NRG has just justified the Shen pick early from CCG. I'm wondering if this is good scouting coming through from them, because if the read was, okay, Jarvan and Nocturne are gone, they're gonna pair the Ori with Vi. You really like having Shen into the Vi comp, the ability to defensively ult down on that play that Kisno's going to want to go for. And also, if it is a top lane Shen, it doesn't mind the Gnar matchup. Of course, we see the Yorick, so it's not going to be a top lane Shen. And still, I think, coloring a little bit more of my surprise that I expected Zamudo to get draft resources. He was so strong against Fiji in their previous meetings, but instead it's going to be blind Gnar answered by Yorick. This is one of Fiji's signatures, a champion that one of the few carries he's looked extremely good on.
Yeah.
I like what CCG is cooking so far.
Yeah, like you mentioned the Yorick, right? This is one of the non-tank champs that you say, okay, actually, you can put him on this. Fiji can go and do his side quest. He'll do his Yorick thing, but answering him in those side lanes is in all likelihood gonna be not Gnar, but it's Zamudo. And I think that's the real thing, right? And again, you've got so much experience, so much pre-built synergy on this NRG squad. You mentioned it, Hawk, is the only squad to bring back 5 players, all 5, from their spring split. So if there is a team that could still make Fiji's life very, very difficult in the mid to late game, it is this NRG squad. So the rest of the bans are coming through here, all focused on the bottom lane. Sushi getting a couple big mages taken away from him. Spawn going to get the Ezreal taken away as well. I don't know, man. Look, if I'm NRG, okay, you took away the 2 kind of premier, mages in the bottom lane. I still got hella marksman I could play. Did you watch me play Split 1? I can still do just fine here.
I'm expecting traditional AD carry to come out here from Sushi. Something like a Varus would make a ton of sense. Jhin also could be a very strong pick. You are likely going to have access to counter pick, because I'm expecting CCG to hold support for that quote-unquote R5 counter pick that they do have. And it also helps hold the Shen flex, though I am expecting this to be a jungle Shen. I think going marksman plus either enchanter or tank support, both options are great, but no, it's the Fury. Wow, so we do just get a jungler here from Dardoch.
Well. All right. I mean, again, I'm level 6, not like as important, right? But you can still create plays. How's the setup for the Nefiri? That's kind of what I'm looking at here. You've got, I don't know, you got the gravity well, you've got not a ton, but look, you've got the ability to follow up on that pretty nicely. Galio going to be on the other side, and I guess this is going into the support role.
This is such an interesting draft, the way things are starting to shake out. Support Galio. I mean, it is a lot of go in here for CCG. It's not a true dive comp, as they do have great kite, but I think the Galio does answer a lot of that. Sivir or Zeri, I think both make a lot of sense here. NRG, they are playing a short range comp. No champion you can go for here really saves the fact that you're playing a short range comp. I think having the ability to move your pieces around the board are great. So we do get that pivot back into the Sivir. And it's just a lot of late game carry potential. I do think CCG, although they have that dive, although they do have that ability to make Sushi's life hell, at some point, the Sivir will just do enough damage to rip through all these champs.
Yes. No notes. Yeah, when that Jhin hover came through, it's not even like an anti-Jhin take. I understand what that champion does to people's mental health, but it was just like the early game is set up nicely here with kind of, the ability to skirmish, the ability to have global map presence. I think that's something else, right? Is the ability to match what Only 35 is going to do. Spica has the ability to at least kind of, punch in the same weight class with those 2 global ultimates, with the onus that is placed, like we talked about, on supports to impact the map pre-20 minutes. So you've got the ability to match that. Just give yourself that late game insurance policy. Sushi's one of the best AD carries in this league. Give him something that is going to go band for band in the late game. And CCG with Spawn said, all right, bet. We'll go Xayah. So both these teams have that late game win condition.
They definitely both have that late game win con, and that's going to, again, throw so much attention towards this bottom side 2v2. Spica and Sushi so strong throughout the year, but sometimes could struggle when they weren't able to find advantages. And I think Sushi still, he's gotten a lot better at it. It's been one of his biggest spots of improvement, but still sometimes getting caught unawares, contesting waves that he should not be. And you cannot do that against the Naafiri Shen composition. You've also got powerful side lane presence from this Yorick with a Shen that could always be there to respond to plays. But for CCG, my main concern, the composition is brittle. If Fiji is not precise in the side lane, if you are not precise in your ability to disengage, you don't really have strong ways to start fights. You don't have a lot of CC across the board at NRG. It is a very stock standard team fight composition. You've got the Ori Vi, you've got a Gnar that should be relatively strong at all stages. You've got the Sivir scaling WinCon. I think burden of execution absolutely relies on CCG taking intelligent early skirmishes, making sure their side lane can come online. I think this game can get difficult for NRG to play in terms of finding good 5v5s, but there's a lot that goes into putting that reality into practice.
Yeah, we were kind of talking off air, Hawk, as we load in for NRG versus CCG. I mean, if you had one match kind of circled as, all right, what's the one I'm looking for? Carrying narratives over from spring, these two teams, I'm not going to say they don't like each other. I don't know that, but they've certainly got beef and history with each other. This is the one you're circling. So we thank you guys for being here. We thank you for supporting NA Tier 2 League of Legends. Thank you to Philips Norelco for sponsoring us and helping us out. And shout out to the fellas down at Liga Ace for keeping us on air and looking good. Not able to flash out of the taunt. Could be a disaster start for Fiji as the Ignite comes down. First blood not going to come through. Zamudo actually had to burn his flash as well. That last auto could not land.
Still a very interesting play that comes through. A little cheese from Spica on the top side. They don't get the kill, which I think is what NRG wanted. And even though the summoner trade is, even though it is at least an advantage for Zamudo on the top side, he gets an uncontested first wave. And Sushi, not really under that much threat from the level 1 Xayah and the Shen. Obviously not able to play the wave itself, but he's got the boomerang to be able to farm from range. Gonna lose the push, but likely not going to lose out on too much overall. So I still like the idea. Level 2.
Little far forward there for our boy, only 35, but Speak able to punish him just a little bit. But Hawk, I mean, this to me it continues on what we were talking about beforehand, right? If Fiji, if CCG as a whole in the early and mid game are not intentional, clinical with their early game, NRG will probably just win the game. Again, this is just an easier to execute composition. The burden of execution, you hit the nail right on the head, is on CCG in this game, especially in that early game. And Dardoch isn't playing kind of the traditional J4, tank and spank, play for your lanes type of jungler that has found him so much success. That's not to say he can't do it. I'm just saying CCG has a formula. It's worked out well for them. Spica has to flash away from what would have been certain death with a couple more autos coming in from spawn.
Yeah, that is a large summoner spell investment to stop some backs, but he does successfully do so. So we'll see if that disruption of tempo does aid NRG, as no flash on this Yorick, he's dead.
Yeah, he might be just toast here. Kisno going to come through, doesn't have to do anything. Fiji just trying to get some CS before he meets an inevitable end. A lot of attention being paid up to that top side. First blood going over to Zamudo.
And I'll say, this is what good teams do when they are faced with a hefty skirmish composition when they're playing more of a team fight oriented comp. They don't just wait to scale, because sometimes you can lose too much pace on the game. So, NRG, how do we break the status quo? How do we make the game march to our own tempo in the windows where we can find it? You be unpredictable. Great pathing from Kisno. Skips his Krugs, at least initially, to get up to topside to gank Fiji on the bounce back. And that is a direct result of the gank from Spica at level 1. The wave forced to bounce away from Fiji after the wave 1 crash. Kisno arrives just in time. They do get their pay in the end, despite not the initial first blood in the level 1. And NRG going to be pretty happy with this initial sequence.
And then with that control, able to pop a ward down, TP right back, keep Scuttle Crab control. So it's all eyes on Fiji and making sure that Dardoch doesn't find his way up there, that Fiji doesn't get any sort of organic lead. Zamudo already with a 500 gold lead early on, taking the defensive boots, keeping that movement speed up, being able to abuse that range versus melee matchup. As the supports go roaming as well. Just another body to track, another circle to watch on that minimap on the bottom right of your screen. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Lessa, again, debutant, going to be playing from Latin America for the first couple of weeks. By week 3 is what we've heard, that hopefully he'll be back and playing on regular ping, playing for Fisher as well. So we'll be fully integrated into the NA Tier 2 ecosystem before long. Into 5 mini here. Again, not a ton to write home about in this lane. The early advantage should be going to 5 mini. But early game, going all right here for NRG.
Lesa laning well, though, getting a lot of poke down into this Orianna. 5 mini not really exercising too much control. He's down a little bit of CS, so nicely done from our LATAM mid laner. The new Wi-Fi warrior, you know, the fables of Masu from back in the day. If Lesa can do anything like Masu did on Wi-Fi, then got quite a bright future ahead, if I can say so. But something I do want to talk about for these two sides is CCG in the spring split were the slowest team that we did have here in the NACL. They were oftentimes a team that wanted to scale, that wanted to get up to team fights. So we are seeing with this new look CCG shoe slightly on the other foot. So I'm very curious how Dardoch and co can try to snowball this game. As Spica, no flash.
No flash, but does get a 2-man taunt, and all's well that ends well, I suppose. He did get out, so it's all good. Dardoch able to grab that first dragon. Ability hasten attack speed coming through from the Hextech Dragon. It'll be Infernal next up 5 minutes later. Got that pretty much on Spawnhawk.
Nicely done from Dardoch right there, understanding that he's just a step ahead in his clear because Kisno did go for that play in the top side earlier. Able to leverage that pressure that he has in bot lane to take away the dragon. And so ultimately the game going to remain pretty even, slight gold advantage to NRG at least early on, as Spica's just going to help 5 mini push out, get a base off more than likely.
And you see only 35 just waiting in the wings. Dardoch waiting there as well, but a lot of pings coming down. I think they know that something's up, if not with only 35. Then for Dardoch as well. Now both these junglers have hit level 6. No objective to fight over, but, as soon as the Raptor camps come up, maybe we'll get a skirmish. I don't know. Point is, they don't need an objective to start scrapping said jungle camps. Get just as much priority to be able to potentially throw down here. And you see the pings are going crazy. Spawn and Sushi rotating up. Sushi does not have level 6, but that's a way bigger power spike for Spawn at 6 as Dardoch exercises control over this blue buff. Only 35 going forward here just to keep things at bay. No, it looks like we're in a full-blown fist fight. Breaking out, taking advantage of a flashless Galio. That's a kill over to Dardoch. Not able to get everything onto Sushi, though.
Shen is just so strong in these early skirmishes, and that's a really nice commitment from only 35. Dardoch immediately following through with the Hound's Pursuit as soon as the blue buff does go down. They get the camp, they get the kill. I think critically Sushi survives, but he takes a base. So this wave is gone, and Spawn, despite not being the one with the kill, he is up a kill's worth of gold with a pretty hefty CS advantage. And while the investment on the top side has resulted in Zemudo having a pretty big lead of his own, this Galio counterpick into the support Shen so far has not really paid its due, and I'm sure the globals may be nice later. Speak a bit away from that, and I think the 2v2 going quite a bit better than what CCG might have been expecting.
I think so. Taunt. Speaker forced to burn the flash again on cooldown. I'd say again, you got what you came for. Look, Galio doesn't have some of the flash abuse combos that he used to have, but still do a lot with that ability.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that face check from Spica. Kisno was still clearing his topside camps. Dardoch was right there. You just don't have the information. Regardless, flash burned, but no kill. As here come the Sharks. Grubs on the map. Bot lane swap top. Zemudo's walked.
It will just be Fiji all alone in that bottom lane. There is a ward potentially for him to TP on. Zemudo, like you said, in the building, in the same zip code. And getting those grubs could be huge for either side, given the emphasis on the side lane.
They want to
if nothing
fight.
else, just a denial away from Fiji. Here comes that TP. Maiden gonna come with him. Thumbs up, grabbed by, shown I should say, by Spica. It's a two for one at the end of the day. But Hawk, I do want to point you towards the CS discrepancy up in the top lane. Zemudo having a bit of a field day.
Yeah, he really is. And using that pressure advantage that he has to take the first walk up towards the grubs.
Ooh.
Okay, flash blown, but no dice. I think I would have wanted to have seen Fiji just stay bottom and shore up some of that CS deficit, make sure he can individually be strong in the side lane as opposed to TPing. I understand that CCG values the grubs with the York composition, but it feels like you take those when Zemudo decides, hey, I'm going to stop beating down your top laner for a second and actually group with the team. Instead, they do invest that teleport. It does get them 1 grub, but I'm not really convinced that grubs are worth enough in that case.
Yeah, and I guess we'll, short of just straight up asking them, we'll never really know who made that call, right? Was it Fiji? Did Dardoch say, hey, no, we want to fight for this? But either way, like you said, feels like a bit of a missed opportunity to shore up that CS deficit, like you were saying. This composition, I mean, Yorick's not going to make that difference, right? I mean, I suppose he could, but with the brawling power that is present in this NRG composition, that's not a fight that I think I'm taking. I think, look, grubs, they're not what they were. Right, and unless you can clean house after that fight, unless you've got a guaranteed way to get those 3 grubs and come out on top, I don't think that's one we're taking. But either way, look, the gold lead's only 600 gold for NRG.
Dragon spawning in 20. It is looking like, too, just a better executed swap from NRG, as Sushi got about a wave back onto spawn. Now only down about 13 CS after being down nearly 20. So that is pretty good. Still, it is CCG first onto the bottom side of the map for this Drake. It looks to be NRG not interested in contesting this one. Again, they do have more of that stock standard 5v5 composition. I think more content to just try to play for item spikes, of which they have not hit any at this point in the game. Sushi, though, is in a 1 versus 2, has both summoners, does need to be a bit aware. Not going to give anything over.
And that's Sivir, baby. Right? You press W, you approach a wave from a safe distance, and you do your job. It's incredibly frustrating to lane into. One of the reasons you can leave her alone. And then on the other side, like you said, Spawn's still up about that 15 CS. Spica, look, he's been in the right place at the right time, I suppose, having a bit of an impact. But those item spikes, like you were talking about, Hawk, those are going to be what these teams fight around. Kizdo's the first one to grab that, get that Sundered Sky, incredibly big, incredibly nice spike. But on the other side, Lesa's going to start stacking up that Rod of Ages. Spawn on the Essence Reaver now. If I'm CCG, I need to find a window to fight. Like you said, NRG will just outscale you.
And interestingly, Dardoch did not do the Dragon on spawn. They felt the pressure on the top side and that they needed to defend Fiji. Otherwise, the gold might have gotten a little out of control this game. So Dragon does survive, which is still, in and of itself, a win for NRG, slowing down that stack to give them more time to hit the item spikes before they are forced to fight for those Drakes. Ultimately, the play is going to be called off, but I think you've already gotten your win, which is just saying, hey, this Dragon is going to be alive for 90 seconds, 2 minutes longer than you initially wanted.
Lesa, just throwing out the ultimate to keep 5-Mini honest. Potentially looking himself to get a base off or just rotate down towards that aforementioned Dragon, like you said, Hawk. Yeah, Dardoch didn't feel like he had the great window to go for it initially, but now, with a couple of lanes pushed in, you've got a window. Let's see what they can do. Yeah, no contest again from NRG. Dardoch and company finding these windows and taking advantage of them.
But again, that Dragon was always going to go the way of CCG. The way NRG was playing, they didn't want to contest it. So they've just delayed the Dragon take by about a minute and a half. And it's just pressure onto CCG. It's high-level stuff here from both sides, as I think Dardoch properly recognizing, hey, we have the Dragon stack, but if Fiji gets dove and dies and we lose our top lane tier 1, the game might just be too out of control at that point. So they have to go defend it. I think really nice stuff from both sides. Regardless, though, despite the cover, Zamudo is still up 2 levels. And this is exactly what Zamudo versus Fiji looked like in that playoff match between these two sides, even with CCG taking the win. This was a pain point for them. And this was the biggest area in which we needed to see Fiji improve if he's going to establish himself as a top laner here in the NACL.
Yeah, 2,000 gold lead at 13 minutes is, I mean, that's
a lot of money.
That is an alarming number to look at this early in the game. But like you said, scoreboard, it didn't end up mattering at the end of the day. Now, that being said, Yorick presents a unique challenge, obviously. And Zamudo, with all the experience that he has, with the Gnar, a veritable side lane threat in his own right. It is going to come down more to the calls, more to the puppet masters on either team being able to coach these, coach the leads and coach these mid games to be able to expand on those leads. In the team fights, obviously you favor Zamudo and what a Gnar can do. It's not about Fiji, it's about the champion that he's piloting. But NRG still not kind of breaking this one open. Haven't seen too much here, Hawk. It's been a slower early game than I anticipated. Did you share that thought?
It is a little slower than I was anticipating as well, and I think it's just intelligent macro from both sides. NRG really just slingshotting around the map, always looking for the cross map, always looking for the way they can play the waves as opposed to the fight or the objective. And they've been quick to getting to some of these plays, especially on the top side of the map, and it comes back to their early planning. However, I don't think CCG is panicking because I'm talking about this team fight here for NRG, but it's not like CCG has a comp that doesn't scale. They have the Nefiri, they have the Victor, they have the Xayah. The biggest thing is the team fights are delicate. If they can isolate out individual targets and attack them, the fights will be good. But it's more easier said than done when you are against what is just a very stock standard team fight composition. You've got the Peel of the Galio, you've got the Orianna, the Gnar, the Sivir that like to fight, and the Vi that can set the plays up for the squad.
With the Orianna over the top, that's one thing we're waiting for, right? We haven't seen a Shockwave used yet. It's 0-0-0 for both of these mid laners as the Herald does spawn. The gold, about 1,500 in NRG's favor. Again, keep it on swinging. Even more gold into the pocket of Zamudo. And now Sushi, he's found himself in a much better spot, farmed a bunch of plates, and hasn't even cashed in that cull yet. He's in a good spot to be able to slingshot his lead here. Spirit's Refuge goes down, Spawn able to get a little bit of damage out on the back end. But Dardoch, that's his third neutral objective that he's taken now with the cover. So NRG going to sack this one too.
And this is actually interesting because you have item spikes on the side of NRG, and this Victor's not really that strong. So, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, now you're getting the fight you're looking for here. The shield down, the shadow dash forward, but not going to be able to do much. Into the back line, onto Spawn, has the ultimate to buy time, but Kizno will be able to close the gap eventually, you'd like to think. Kill goes over to NRG, onto only 35. There's the second one. Blew the flash of Spawn as well. A much valuable win for NRG.
Yeah, and that's exactly, he took the words out of my mouth. I was surprised that NRG didn't seem to want to contest the Herald, especially because they blew on the hunt to try to get mid-priority, but I think they were just reorganizing their battle lines. Even though Dardoch does get the objective, it's great fight selection, as NRG recognizing, hey, this Victor's not that strong right now. And our Orianna doesn't need to be here. In this 4v4, we think we can win it because we've got the Gnar. So they pull the trigger on the fight. It's a critical kill going the way of Sushi. They get some big cooldowns, and it means that NRG is starting to open up a pretty substantial gold lead here. 16 minutes in, 3,000.
Yeah, after all that, the gold lead just straight up doubled. It was at 1,400, and now they're rocking 3K. And again, more gold going into the pocket of Zamudo. By himself, it's 2,000 gold. And
Sushi's up 1,000 gold now. He's completely caught up in farm, and he gets that kill. He's been mining turret plates in mid lane too, all off of that play. So that's a really consequential play for putting your AD carry in a position where he can carry, because we talked about in the draft, Sushi is the biggest late game insurance. He is going to shred through this frontline list composition here for CCG if given the opportunity.
It's just going to absolutely melt. You're absolutely right. And Kizno, 100% KP so far, right? It hasn't been either jungler really kind of trying to be overly aggressive on the invades. We saw a couple, right? We saw that one skirmish in the Eastern Quadrant over the blue buff. And, you know, it all went CCG's way, but Kizno has held his own. He's been efficient. Both these junglers have played pretty good games so far, but NRG, that fight selection you were alluding to earlier, Hawk, just been that little bit better. It is Herald time. Taunt popped immediately, but actually didn't go off because he got knocked up into the air, did speak. A mid tower goes down. So CCG answer the top lane tower a little while ago with the breaking open the mid lane for themselves. Dragon is up. Do CCG want to take this fight? Maybe the better question is, do NRG
wants to go.
want to take this fight? You see it, like you said, Zamudo wants to go. He has the flash up and available. Does not have his ultimate, though. He does go Mega on the hunt down as well, but you still could get a big hero's entrance. You've got the cease and desist. You've got the shockwave. Ultimate's available on both sides. Dragon started up. Zamudo looking for a way in, taking a creative angle, or at least trying to. Kizno standing on a ward. He has no idea, but he's looking for a big play on the way in. Less land decent damage down as well. Dardoch and Kizno will do battle on the top side of your screen. In with the Stand United, excuse me. Popped onto Dardoch. Not the most valued one. It looks like Kizno failed on that fight, but there goes the Arcane Storm into the back line. Big Hero's entrance in. Shockwave finds a couple and sets it up for NRG. They take 3 kills off the rip. It's a double for Kizno. The Dragon goes over, but at what cost? 4 members of CCG bite the dust.
Incredibly patient team fighting from NRG as Sushi gets a double. Fiji, the only member left alive, certain to drop in the end. 5 minis, Oomers. He's got to be a little careful here.
Yeah. Just buy a little bit of time, use that spacing. In comes Kizno. Empowered auto, Airy, thank you very much.
and it ends up being a delayed ace. CCG, they do get the Drake, so it's not a complete loss, but a 6,500 gold lead has opened up here for NRG. The team fight composition well and truly online, as I'd be very curious to see that fight again. So many little interactions that happened in that fight. Incredibly tense, but ultimately NRG coming out on top and leading this game definitively.
Well, and I love what you pointed out, that word patience, because into this composition with CCG, you can drop a gravity field down. You can go untargetable. You can drop the Dark Procession down. You have the Feather Storm. You have the Stand United. You've got so many abilities to be able to absorb all this dive from NRG, and baiting one of those out, right? One after the other, buying enough time for a big Gnar ultimate as well. Actually, no, didn't use that. My apologies. But used for the big Shockwave. But all those abilities, like you said, they waited for their time and they pounced. And that is what these top NACL teams do. I think of your Maryvilles, your Convictions, right? At their best, they bided their time. But when they take an inch, they take a mile.
Yeah, and I'd be so curious to see that fight again, because there was just some small things that didn't quite go CCG's way. And I do think, okay, here we go. The lack of, okay, we were going to get the chase down onto Fiji, but the lack of engage tools from CCG were quite a hindrance to them there. And ultimately, there was two small interactions that were before this replay started that I like, which one of them being Dardoch Stand United trying to attack Kizno on the side, and Kizno just backing away after getting that critical cooldown. And then Lesa feeling like he has to make a play because CCG was slowly getting bled out of the engagement. And although he does get a lot of damage down, ultimately
it did decent damage, right? You got a couple in the pit with the Arcane Storm, but
but there just wasn't enough left. And it was what opened up the crack in the battle lines that I think Kizno and Spica exploited so well with that Hero's Entrance combo. So it was just a nice team fight from NRG all around. Regardless, Baron, now the next target, as that's NRG just controlling space.
Yep, controlling space, keeping the battle lines forward, right? It's one thing to get the pressure, it's another thing to maintain it with that vision. That's what they're trying to do, are able to do. Yeah, it's been neutral objective central for Dardoch and company. They've done a lot of things right, but NRG have been so clinical with how they've taken their fights, right? Their fight selection, going back a few minutes to the one on around the Herald, knowing their spikes, knowing when they're strong, and being on the same page. Again, this is the only team that brought back all 5 members. There is going to be an advantage on top of the skill level that all these players have showed. You got 4 of these 5 players that are first or second team All-Pro. This is a team that is absolutely a force to be reckoned with. CCG, look, it's not over for them yet. They are as good a team fighting team as anybody. But again, integrating a couple new pieces, and you've got a couple of monstrous advantages to climb back from, Hawk. I mean, Sushi is up essentially a full item on your opposite number, and on a Sivir, that is a death sentence.
It's going to be tough because, again, just execution-wise, this composition's so difficult for CCG. If they can isolate out targets and take them down one by one, it can be good, but it's just so difficult to do, and it doesn't feel like the style of composition that CCG has played to success so far this year, as mentioned previously. So, it's only game 1. I think NRG really showing us their mettle. I think on a macro perspective, this has been a high-level game from both sides, and I don't feel that CCG has played poorly from a game plan perspective. It's just been that little bit more difficult to execute, and I think NRG, having not opened up those windows so far, we do at least get a little bit of a cross map from CCG, but they need to be careful from a potential collapse. NRG is being cautious of face checking into a Shannon or in a Fury, but you can see that they want to bear down on this play.
Yeah, 3 members coming up. It will be a 3-on-3, but now the AD carries are coming up. The top players are coming up. Hawk, this feels like the one that could decide the game here. Big TP, it's right in. Fiji gets absolutely ragdolled in the back line. Meanwhile, on the other side, rest of CCG actually laying down decent damage, and goodbye Spawn. He goes down. The Sivir is dead. Only 35 will pay for it with his life, but that's not a bad trade, all things considered.
Not a bad trade. It means that the Baron can't go down Dardoch. You could kill him.
He just might. Let's see. Goes untargetable. Big damage. Now Spawn. Did he bite off more than he could chew? I think he might be toast here. He's going to flash out of the pit. He will go down. 5 Mini. Going to grab that kill. So just overstate their welcome, did CCG.
Little awkward all around. 5 Mini. I see the angle tries to put the shockwave onto Spica, but Spica's like, I'm going to die. I got to get out of here. And he flashes away. But then Spawn chases a little too deep into it. Ultimately, it's going to be the dragon. So NRG is going to stop the stack. They do trade up in kills despite losing the shutdown onto Sushi. It was a nice taunt flash from Thardock that finds him. However, it's not the game-winning play. CCG still theoretically, they're down 8,000 gold, but theoretically in this.
Yeah, theoretically. 8,000 gold.
Big emphasis on theoretically.
Yeah, I mean, the borrowed power from the neutral objectives is doing really not a ton. I mean, you saw, I mean, in NRG, they have exerted pretty much all of the control here as far as the macro and the map decisions and the map movements. And even when, like you said, CCG, you get a little bit of a cross map and get a little bit of something, NRG are there to shut it right down and just smack you over the head with your wallet, right? They can collapse. They can do really, really good stuff, and yeah, expect them to continue to. If NRG continue to dictate the pace of this game, this is going to be nigh impossible for CCG to win. Kisno looking for a way in. Dardock goes untargetable again. Buff coughed up. But that is the least of their concerns. Setting up for that Baron, trying to be that battering ram to shut this game down and get it to game number 2 here, Hawk.
Off screen, Fiji did take a tier 1 tower in bottom, so it's not all bad. I'm imagining that's an objective bounty for CCG is okay.
Two-man taunt on the hunt popped here. Spawn getting free damage down. He was ripping it from that brush. Absolutely nobody on him. Now Dardock, did he go a little bit too deep? Getting onto Sushi. Special to help him out a little bit, but you know what helps even more is Kisno laying down CC. Spawn gets knocked up. Make that twice. Featherstorm does absolutely nothing. Only 35 trying to get in there to help out his AD carry, but it is a moot point. Zamudo gonna grab himself a kill. Fiji and Lessa, all they can do is watch and turn tail and run. I mean, it might not be done just yet. Proto belting forward. Fiji bonks him over the head with a shovel. He gets trapped in the dark procession. Zamudo gonna auto attack Lessa to death. Gonna go big mega. Gets the ultimate off. Burns the flash as well. It is all NRG late here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of desperation. It's a big force from CCG, but it just doesn't land as Dardock goes so deep onto Sushi. He just doesn't have the damage to one-shot this Sivir, and Kisno was there to support. The rest of the squad rallies. It's an easy cleanup. NRG, they get the Baron, and they're definitely cruising their way to a probable Game 1 victory.
And hey, I mean, really cool if they did come back. It would be another pretty epic chapter in the 2026 CCG handbook. But not looking like that is going to be the case.
Catch? It would have been a 1v1, and that Shen is down 7 levels on the Orianna.
You know, when you put it that way, it's yeah, and he's literally getting doubled up in terms of levels by Gnar on by Zamudo on Gnar. It is an absolute dumpstering right now from NRG. They have played this game nigh perfectly, and I want to bring it back to something you said, Hawk. It's not that CCG, I think, even played all that poorly. There were a couple of poor team fight decisions. Lessa's positioning and his, his willingness to, I mean, the way he played the fight around the dragon kind of 10 minutes ago wasn't the best, but there wasn't anything egregious. NRG were just surgical
and there was
with how they executed their team
fights. Was not a lot
fights.
you could do, right? So, yeah. I think CCG, I think they've played fine. It's just, at least from what we saw, again, from Spring Split with 3/5 of this roster, it was much more about the team fight. And I do think we are seeing that CCG, in their heart of hearts, is still a slower team. And really, NRG, they did such a great job disrupting the game plan as well with their early focus onto Fiji to just put Zamudo in a position to be a menace.
Yeah, it's sort of like you're alluding to. Hold up, Zamudo.
That guy DC.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen anyone just straight up stand still like that. But
he just like wanted the aura farm in mid lane real quick.
Yeah.
Like,
I wonder how many of them I can get to just make their way over to me. And the answer was a couple. Yeah, Sushi left alone in that bottom
he's
lane.
up 10 levels. Have you ever seen that?
No, I have not. Yeah, 10 levels. It's it's pretty remarkable. I mean, there's not much you could say. Zamudo, like you said, the intention was as much to keep Fiji out of the game, just not have to deal with the Yorick problem, but it was to get Zamudo rolling and be not only a side lane threat, but I mean they didn't have to play through side lanes. It was just team fight, right? Gnar, he is such an elegant team fighter. But Zamudo, man, I mean, he plays it just as well as anybody in this league. A pretty flawless game here from NRG, you have to say, Hawk.
Yeah, it really... I think the only criticism that I can levy towards them is Spica, some questionable positioning at times. in the early game, outside of that, I'm in agreement. It has really been good stuff from them across the board and a well-executed game plan. Man, Zamudo is too good for this level of play. Like, it's actually ridiculous.
And we've known this, right?
Yeah.
No,
he blinded Gnar, and then, you know, you get some help, and then just, like, completely took over the game. I mean, like, it is just, he's run away with it.
That's what the great players do. They take that advantage, they can snowball it just incredibly well. And Kisno, man, I mean, a great game from him. His early games were pretty clinical. His team fighting, very, very good. Again, just patient team fighting, right? Being able to knowing when to re-engage and knowing when to burn your ultimates, burn your abilities. Really good stuff here from NRG as they look forward to Game 2. Just trying to dot some I's and cross some T's. CCG and company got to go back to the drawing board just that little bit. I'm curious to see what the changes, if any, will be around the top side of the map for as far as draft talk.
Yeah, I'd be curious as well. You know, we are accustomed to seeing Fiji on a tank, but again, it's so difficult when you're against Zamudo because if you pick a champion that doesn't really have ability to fight, it can be such a challenge. Okay, we got to scrap over the blue. TP.
Kisno locked up, charging up the Vault Breaker. Zamudo, he is a bit of a raid boss right now. Dardoch going forward, he gets smashed into the wall, into the back line, goes Kisno, gets onto Lessa, he is toast. The Arcane Storm goes down and does pretty much nothing. Kisno going forward, the rest of NRG pile on through. CCG, can they hold the line here, extend the game? The answer is no, especially not when Sushi shows up. Fighting backwards was Spawn, did his darndest, but got nothing. It's an ace, 5-0, we go Game 2.
Yeah, it's NRG just looking strong in this first one. Nexus Tower set to fall, 20-4 in the kill score. It's not a perfect game, but it's about as close as you can get.
Not bad. Not bad for a season debut, a split debut, I should say, for NRG. Look, they said they were going to come in locked in for summer split. Hawk, tough to say they have done anything but that. A really sharp game. Like you said, a couple of oopsies in the early game. The neutral objective control wasn't quite there, but like you said, is that really them? Are these conscious choices where they're going to make something else happen? The answer was yes. They got that gold lead extended, just that little by little, and played the mid and late game out pretty perfectly, man. If they can team fight like this, if they can keep agency like this is going to be a really, really tough team to take down, but we knew all that.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a well-executed game from start to finish. I got to razz him a little bit. Joey, regular season merchants back at it again. Remember, this is what CCG versus NRG looked like in spring in the regular season. But no, I mean, they look great. Like, look, when you're playing a team fight composition against more of a skirmish snowball composition, you become an engineer. You are trying to figure out how to build a bridge such that you can get to a position where you can team fight from equal or ahead footing. And NRG, they built a beautiful bridge. They built it through Zamudo, and they understood the support beams that you need to put in place to make sure that bridge can be constructed and not collapse in on itself. They did so perfectly. They knew what objectives they were allowed to fight, what objectives they weren't allowed to fight. I mean, really, I'm very impressed by the game planning of NRG. Just from start to finish, it looked extremely cohesive. It looked practiced. And CCG, they did not have the answers, at least in game one.
So we move on to game two after that gorgeous extended metaphor from Hawk. We'll take it to a quick break. And when we come back, see what else NRG can construct, or if CCG are going to play Demolitionist when we come back.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back to the NACL 2026 Summer Split. It is Week 2, Day 1. You got CCG versus NRG Game 2 coming at you in just a second. I'm 4x4. That's Hawk. Hawk, NRG just kind of tonked CCG. That game was over around the 20-minute mark, and I think that might even be being generous. But point is, look, these two teams are more evenly matched than that game might have you think, especially when you compare regular season results from last split to playoff results from last split. But CCG, they're integrating a couple new members. NRG, they're running it back as 5. They're locked in for summer. This team is kicking it into high gear, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, NRG, they looked so good, and I really want to reemphasize CCG. I don't feel that they played badly. I just think NRG played extremely well, and CCG is a team fight team at heart, and that was a composition that I think was just very difficult to execute on. It did not have a clear enough identity for what it does want to do for me, and I definitely think that did not do them any favors. So plenty of room to potentially bounce back here for CCG, but it is great to see an NRG coming into the split looking as well practiced as this previous game made them look.
Yeah, you see the gold lead just get bigger and bigger and bigger over time for NRG.
I want to go back to something right there.
a little bit. I do want to go back to something you said, though. As we look towards Game 2, this CCG composition, it's not that it was like super out of character for them, but it did feel a little bit, a little bit out of character. So I guess I'm between two minds here, right? Because CCG, like you said, they like to play slow. They play a little bit more for the team fight, for the late game. Is that something that you can do against an NRG team that kind of likes to do the same thing? Or at least that's the hand they showed in Game 1. Or do you double down on something that is more disruptive in the early?
I mean, I don't think you have to just throw it all out and go pure scaling if you're CCG. The biggest thing for me is you've got this like Yorick, Nefiri, Shen that really wants to play side lanes and really wants to be strong. But then you've got the Xayah Victor. They've got good wave clear and their defensive kite-oriented picks that theoretically make sense with this the skirmish comp. But then you kind of leave yourself vulnerable to not having any engage and sort of being able to be picked apart and not having good target selection. So it's just a difficult question all around. Regardless, we do get the side swap. We also get the pick swap. So CCG, they're going to have the quote-unquote B1 from the red side, the exact same that NRG did last time. This does open up Zamudo for that R5 counter pick, should he want to take it. But of course, it was a blind pick Gnar that ended up taking over in Game 1.
Whoa, we get him. Hold up, we get Lock now. Interesting. All right, I mean, that was banned in Game 1, actually, by CCG, if I'm not mistaken, because the sides were flipped. But now we will get Lock's NACL debut in the hands of, I'm assuming, Lessa here. Yeah, going back to your first point, I mean, you could put Zamudo on just about anything. You could put him on this freaking Cassiopeia for all I care. It'll probably go to 5 mini. But, you know. But yeah, you could pick him that something blind initially. You could pick him that R5. Bless you, Sushi. Yeah, but into the Lock. I mean, all right, let's... Any insights on Lock going into what'll probably be a Cassiopeia matchup?
Look, Lock does a lot of damage, and he's really slippery to deal with. I'm really interested to see if this is an instant slam-worthy champion here in the NACL, because the damage is ridiculous, and it sometimes feels like you can dodge half of his abilities, and he kills you anyway. But at the same time, it is still an assassin in pro play, which can be very difficult to pull off. And you're into this Cassiopeia that is going to have a favorable lane matchup and is just one of the strongest mid laners on the patch. Not only that, you're also giving up the Ziggs, so that's even more opportunity cost going over to make this pick happen. All I can say, this is absolutely putting the ball into Lace's hands. He wanted to make big plays on the Victor, couldn't quite do it, so give him the Lock.
And this is a champ that can make plays. You've got crowd control. Like you said, you're incredibly slippery. Able to get onto that back line will be interesting. I mean, yeah, there is some self-peel, right? There is the Petrifying Gaze as well, but pairing it with even more dive and even more damage over the top, I'm liking what I'm seeing here from CCG. This is very high octane, and it definitely can be in the early game. In NRG, it feels like a little bit more of the same. Again, creating with broad brushstrokes early in the draft, yes, but that's certainly what it feels like. You've got two monstrous scaling threats for NRG.
Something I do want to point out, there are only 5 champions in solo queue right now in Emerald Plus that have above a 50% win rate against Lock, and Cassiopeia is not one of them. Now, Cassiopeia is still a good pick into the Lock, make no mistake, but I do think that is a bit of an interesting stat. Now, as you do go up in the ranks, it gets a little bit more... Lock doesn't win quite as much, but still, very strong champion in solo queue. So I'm really curious to see what 5 Many could do. Regardless, looking at the rest of the comp, you've got the safe Ezreal, you've got the Wukong that can skirmish alongside this Lock, very strong mid jungle 2v2. The Trundle, I think, is interesting here for NRG, because a lot of times when you are playing the double mages, you want setup for them. Now, Trundle does provide the other piece of the equation, which is consistent physical damage, but it's not the setup aspect. So where do Spica and Zamudo go in order to find that setup for the squad?
I think with this much damage, like you were saying, yeah, it should be indexed pretty much exclusively into that. Do you go something like a Cassante where you could rip someone out of the back line and just 1v1 them? Do you take something like an Ornn and just play full late game scaling, taking away one of the premier tanks as well for Fiji? That's the other part of this equation, right? Whatever Zamudo picks, is if he does go something that is a little more teamfight oriented, you do take things away from Fiji. Now, there are fair criticisms about CCG not playing a ton of carries, but this dude's got tanks out the wazoo that he can bust out.
I will say, Nautilus, Alistar, and Renekton are all open here, and they look like great champions to round out NRG's comp. So I'm expecting one of those 3 to get picked here. You can't ban all 3 with this last one from CCG, but I think my question is what CCG wants to pair everything with. I would not be too surprised to see tank for Fiji and then enchanter support coming back for only 35. I know they've fallen a bit out of favor, but I feel like something like a Karma, you just play the Ezreal Karma, makes a lot of sense, especially when you've got the Wukong, you've got the Lock, just something that can really facilitate that. And then you can get that frontliner from Fiji to really round out your team fight.
I think the Lulu could go bug mode, honestly. I think it could be absolutely awesome with Lock diving into the back line, just being able to polymorph the Trundle if he gets too close, throw the Wild Growth on Wukong as well. It will not be the Karmas. That was banned away. But that is Spica Pyke. So, talk about playmaking. But again, Spica just going to be kind of roaming around, getting just... going to say something that I can't say on broadcast. He's going to be messing things up all around the Rift. You can leave Sushi down there on the Ziggs and be a menace on other parts of the map.
I'm playing the fun game of imagining what you were going to say. Perhaps we can leave it up to the audience's imagination as well. But first, game of Pyke for the year for Spica, man. This is a spicy pick, and it really discourages the enchanter support that we did talk about, as Pyke can really get aggressive. He can get down and dirty and messy and sloppy all over Summoner's Rift. So it's going to be Maokai instead, double front line to round things out for CCG. They've got a lot of champions that want to go in. This Pyke will not do a damn thing against them. All you can hope for is to get advantages of your own and run over the game.
I think that's what you're thinking, right? That's the recipe. If you are Spica, you are creating advantages elsewhere. And again, the NRG, what the playbook from game one, show up to the team fights with that little extra advantage. You keep doing that a couple more times. Eventually, we're going to look up, Hawk. It's going to be 25 minutes, and they're going to be up 7,000 gold. That's the recipe for success for NRG. It will be the Olaf on the other side of things. A double front line as well for Kisno to hoover up some resistances from the Gragas. Thank you, Brain. That Fiji's going to be playing. Again, we'll see how he wants to play it. Are you playing more for the big Bomba, or do you have enough damage from Locke and Ezreal? I think you're playing more for the setup. Fiji's tank play is immaculate. He can lay down CC. His vision for team fights and how to play them out is really, really good. But again, there are just a couple. I mean, for NRG, right? If any one of this three-headed monster gets rolling, watch out.
And this game's going to be explosive one way or another. I mean, the benefit for NRG is they do have 4 very self-sufficient champions, regardless of this Pyke. So it does open up Spica to really roam around and make plays. I will say, Spica, he was the one member I would really criticize for game 1. There were multiple moments in the first 10 minutes where I just didn't quite feel like he was respecting CCG's capability enough. He's going to have to clean that up here on the Pyke. Slippery as his champion may be. You've also got this Olaf into 4 melee champions. I mean, Zamudo into the Gragas. Gragas can't do a damn thing to move this Olaf from the lane, especially once he hits level 6. So it's going to be very scary. But for CCG, there is so much playmaking, a lot of CC, and they've got Lack, the menace of solo queue, first debut in the NACL against the debuting NRG. Could you ask for anything more to start this summer split?
And for Lessa as well. I mean, gotta come in here and make a statement. Not only are you trying to fill in big shoes for Aojun, and then that duo with Dardoch was so deadly in getting advantages all over the map, in roaming around and setting up great early and mid games for his squad. Spica immediately showing face here in the mid lane, but guess what? Only 35 is not far behind as well. Playing a 1v1 lane on the bottom side, our Sushi and Spawn, at least for now. See how that goes. Yeah, Lessa, man. I mean, what an opportunity to make a statement on this champion. And 5-mini on this Casio. That's absolutely primed to take over the game as well. We'll see where these junglers pay their attention. Again, in the early game, there's going to be everything pretty surgical about these two teams. Getting an advantage early, right? Do we see a similar sort of script where NRG kind of pick a lane, probably the top lane, and just bully it relentlessly to get Zamudo going?
Second game in a row that we have seen a level 1 move from Spica, and it gets Kisno a red buff. And I don't really see recourse to come here for Dardoch as it's pushing bottom here. Flash in, Spawn.
Holy moly, Flash, the Ignite as well. Spica waiting it out. Spawn flashed for absolutely nothing. First blood NRG.
That was absolutely wonderfully played by Spica, holding the Bone Skewer for as long as possible as Sushi, he's just peppering Spawn with autos, getting him so low that even by the time he flashes out, there's not a damn thing you can do. Only 35, he was not present. Spica, he gets Kisno a red buff, and somehow he's still first to the bot wave, and that is a massive play.
That's huge. That's exactly what you draft the Pyke for, is to be a menace, create those early plays. And now, where is he going to head, right? Is it going to be only 35 matching him, or Spica matching wherever only 35 goes? Spica not really given a toss at all about where the rest of the team is going to go. Just making things happen on his own. He's going to link up with Kisno. All eyes on the Pyke as far as I'm concerned. Udo up in the top lane. It's a melee matchup now, so not quite as much room for a crazy advantage to be played as it would have in the range melee matchup last time.
I don't know. Olaf into tanks.
But just
Olaf into tanks is pretty.
In the lane, it is not this like, oh, you are just going to be absolutely toasted. There is some recourse. But as the game gets going,
I think once Zamudo hits level 6, I think Fiji might be toasted. We'll see. We shall see which one ends up coming true.
Let's see. And again, with the pedigree of the player on the other side of him, Zamudo, going Flash Ghost here. It's not the Ignite, thank goodness, for Fiji. It's not just an utter, no, I'm here to just make your life miserable sort of lane, but Zamudo already forcing him back out of Fiji.
Kisno wants Raptor respawn here.
Yes, you see, the on my way pings are coming.
And they're pinging this Raptor respawn. They have the timer on it.
And everybody else coming up here as well. Most importantly, Spica is up there. He lands one good Bone Skewer, disrupted initially by the pillar. Bone going to be pulled out. Yeah, Kisno will have purchase on those Raptors. And now Dardoch, he's got to make his way to a bottom side that is pretty much empty. Or does he? Will he loop back around? Lessa not looking fantastic as far as the health department is concerned. Only 35 going to flash forward and flash match by 5-minute. He does get the W off. Now Lessa going in with the W. To get that little bit of extra gray health, going forward with the flash, gets the damage down. It's 2 kills on either side here. Kisno going to try to get another one. The pillar will do absolutely nothing. The flash might buy him space and time. It will. Lessa, if he can get the ritual nails down, maybe he can get something going. Able to flash forward with the E. Lessa with a couple of great plays for CCG on the lock.
All right, it's a skirmish win. That's 2 kills over to the lock, and he's gonna be up a blasting wand or something equivalent when he comes back to lane, as only 35 does arrive at the play. A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to, immediately flashing onto 5Mini's head, and the skirmish power of the Pyke is high when he's able to isolate out a single target, but when he himself becomes a target, the Maokai provides so much CC, so much lockdown, and it's excellently played by CCG.
Very nicely done. And again, Lessa, let's see what he can do to keep this ball rolling. The mid jungle for CCG was such a theme of their success in last split. Now with a 750 gold lead, 5Mini.
It's quite a time investment.
Yeah, and then with the Dark Seal as well. We're going to scale up and be that monster that can just take over games as if this was solo queue. What can Dardoch and Lessa do? Both 100% kill participation. That's where my eyes are here. But Spica, you saw it, man. This dude is everywhere. He wants to be a menace on this Pyke. 1-1-1 so far. We have not seen the last of him, especially around this dragon. CCG, first one's there. They've got enough vision. Once that Scuttle Crab spawns, going to add to it a little bit more.
Yeah, that was a lot of time invested by Spica. I think very good respect being paid by Fiji, understanding that his wave is horrible and there's just not much he can do about it, knowing that the Pyke is fogged. Spica just going to buy his mid laner a base now, really getting active around the map. I think he's been not bot lane more than he has been bot lane, and Sushi's on the Zig, so he's more than happy to just hoover up these waves against the Ezreal and not really pay much mind.
Yeah, I think Sushi and Spawn, like you said there, I think both those champions are pretty happy to do it. And only 35 is just trying to match Spica, be where he can. Just try to put out little fires, link up with Dardoch, Spica, and Kisno. Again, they find the Raptor spawn. I mean, it's like a it's like a joke, but it's not. The Raptors have been public enemy #1 for NACL junglers in 2026 summer split so far. Another Raptor respawn taken. Dardoch falls now 2 or 3 camps behind.
Hank, if someone held a bucket of chicken in your face and said, you can have this, but you just have to punch me in the face, you would at least consider it.
I'd consider it. it. Yeah, depending who it is, but I'd think about it. Absolutely.
Dude, like some nice like Colonel Sanders right there. Like I'm just saying, like I understand where these junglers are coming from.
When the Colonel calls, you answered, and the Colonel
answer.
have been pulling out calls all over, and the men of the NACL have been answering the call. CCG will walk away with Dragon #1. Drake coming up in 5 minutes at the minimum. Checking in on any first item spikes. Nothing really here on either side. Lessa, the richest man on the Rift. I think maybe Zabuto has something to say about that with his CS, but nothing wild so far. But again, on the top side, it's a 26 CS lead. No ultimate pop just yet, but Hawk, I think you were much more right than I was, or at least that's how it's shaping up to be. Zamudo, again, just dominating this lane.
Yeah, I want to give some credit to Fiji. He's given up some CS while he's getting hovered by NRG and playing very respectfully and not dying. So, like, I want to give him that credit, but yeah, I mean, like, Gragas just can't really do anything against Olaf once Olaf gets Ragnarok. Early on, you can kind of try to trade, but you have to take really quick trades, as regardless, we got to fight here.
Miller goes down. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to clip Dardoch. 35 bounced out by the W from the Ziggs. #1, #2, grub #3 going to be taken here by NRG. Do CCG want to pull the trigger? No, they decide not to. It's so tough. I mean, once you have that zone control and Sushi's just throwing out bomb after bomb, it just makes that decision so much tougher.
And initially, it was a 5v4 in favor of NRG because of the priority that Zamudo does have on that top side of the map. So second game in a row where we've seen both teams try to 5v5 for these grubs, and NRG just comes out on top. This time they get all 3. I think CCG pretty lucky not to lose anyone there, as only 35, being a level 4 Maokai, was quite an enticing target with a nice pillar from Kisno.
Disrupted it just enough. Yeah, like you're alluding to. Make sure that wasn't even a question. The first neutral objective secured here by NRG. The gold pretty much dead even. Lessa's advantage almost equaled by, on the other side, Zamudo, just 100, well, now 200 gold down. Able to get a plate, I think, off that mid lane tower was Lessa. It's been a pretty good first kind of week and a half. I mean, look, game 1 in this series, everyone just writing that off for CCG.
Here we go.
Let's pop the Ragnarok. Ghostwater dive. Spica approaches. Couple levels down, but all he's got to do is land one Bone Skewer. Then you potentially got to weigh into this one. Fiji, deked right. Spica, shot left.
Yeah, Zamudo shorthanding the axe a little bit on the body slam from Fiji. I think if that one connects, you get the flash off of Gragas. I don't think they ever kill him. Regardless, it's Ragnarok popped and he gets a base. I don't think Zamudo's going to be too upset with that. As actually, he does cancel it, so he does decide to stay. Dardoch is pathing up this way. We do have only 35, matching the roam from Spica. I think it's really just NRG wanting to control the river more than anything.
Yeah, in all likelihood. And you see that all these blue wards, right? Again, getting pressure is one thing. Maintaining that line of vision, that line of scrimmage, at least somewhat, into Dardoch's jungle is the next piece of the puzzle. Gizdo does get to that Triforce first. You talked about it, not kind of, you know, as important now that you've got the Maokai, or the the Olaf going as far as physical damage and true damage. Able to rip through the rest of the team. Hold on a second here. CCG almost a solo bolo on Zamudo. Flashes over the pillar. He's low health as well. Zamudo survives. And now Spawn has to flash away out of a Mega Inferno bomb. Sushi throws a bouncing bomb just past the tower, but Spawn survives. Spica, does he have anything to say about it? One more Bone Skewer, doesn't even need it. Goes in with the Phantom Undertow to clear that gap.
Spawn caught shopping.
Yep.
Don't think we're going to see much of a 1v1 in mid. Sushi, he played it really well up until the moment where he went for the flash bouncing bomb, and then it was a little upsetting. But regardless, Spica said, don't worry, I got you, buddy. Sushi will take the assist. Wave denied from Spawn. As Fiji showing us some nice Gragas mechanics, nearly killing Zamudo. You asked the question in the draft, are we going to see Big Bomba Gragas? And that's a Hextech alternator in his inventory. He's got the Lost Chapter already. So it is at least some damage to come through, not wanting to give over too many resistances just to be stolen by Kisno.
This will be interesting how this kind of plays out. Lessa has to get away. Yeah, Fiji, I mean, he's going to be a big disruptor, obviously, and there's a lot of damage coming through from this CCG composition. And this team fight, I mean, it is easier to execute, right? You've got a Bruiser in Dardoch that can lay down easy crowd control. Only 35. With one good Nature's Grasp, you can turn the tide of a fight. Hang on a second here. We're going to get one in the bottom lane. Only 35. Gets hooked into certain doom. Speaking with another great Bone Skewer.
And it's just a nice three-man play. Only 35, had no flash from the Grubs. And NRG gets another one, first one of the game for Sushi. And we are right back into the place where we were last game. 12 and a half minutes. It's a 2,000 gold lead. Far from insurmountable, but definitely a comfortable lead with only really Lessa having the resources. And while he won that skirmish and got 2 kills like 7 minutes ago, the gold lead has stagnated for him entirely. NRG, meanwhile, has not.
No, not at all. And crucially, in that bottom lane, I mean, talk about right back where we were in game 1. Sushi with a big old gold lead over Spawn. And it was about this much at about this point. Sushi and Spawn went at it with the 1v1. He's up a level, up that little bit. He's got that completed item. Spawn still working on that Triforce. Set about 400 gold back with the purchase of the tier. But Sushi just farming really, really well. Yeah, but he's gotten a lot of help from Spica, obviously. 1-0-2. Spica with an early MVP shot for me. Undertow will not find its mark. Zamudo was looking for the all in there. Game pause. As Lessa hurriedly hops out of his chair. Looks like he's got to deal with something.
All right, new practice regimen for NRG, hitting skill shots when you have lethal under the opponent's tower. Because
yeah, man.
Zamudo, I think that axe was lethal. If not, it would have been quite close. Obviously, it's a little tough. Ends up missing it, but I think we're getting a taste of why this matchup is just unplayable for Gragas. You're a champion that relies on CC for your trade pattern, and Olaf just does not care, and he destroys you in the long trade. And he's got the Ravenous Lifesteal, so it's just tough, you know?
Yeah, and that Hydra did come through, right? We didn't really talk about that, but yeah, that is going to make these trades so much rougher, right? These extended fights, even if Fiji can get every single one of his abilities down damage-wise, just going to heal it right back up. If not off the wave, then off of just Fiji, and what's going to be a pretty big health bar. You see, it is on the CCG side of the delay, so we'll see what they can do about it and come back pretty soon here. So, okay, might be a couple of minutes here. But, Hawk, Let's talk about it, man. I mean, look, NRG, it's been a similar sort of start to this game too, but not quite as much neutral objective control for CCG. Are we worried about that at all? I mean, or is it just, look, these advantages in kind of the same places, right in the top and the bottom lane, might be, again, too much to overcome?
Yeah, it's just tough. You know, I just feel like NRG has been more effectively proactive in the series than CCG has been. You know, we've seen already in this game so many plays from NRG. They've ganked bot, they've ganked top, they've attacked the Raptors. That one didn't work. CCG defended well. But like, they're going for so many things, and the whole team looks like they understand that these plays are happening and what the intention behind the plays is. That is really difficult for a lot of teams to do consistently, and that to me is the mark of a really, really strong team. So I just worry for CCG because we talked in the draft about how explosive this game is going to be.
Yep.
They got those kills for Lock, but they've not been able to do anything. Spica and Kisno have dominated river control. It's something I asked for Spica in this game. So it's just hard, you know. And when does CCG pick their moment to take a really big fight? Because you got to do it before NRG makes 3 more plays and is up 5,000 gold.
Yeah, because we've seen that once before, and like you said, there's a lot of damage that's going to come through, a lot of good scaling on this side of NRG as well. In the meanwhile, we're going to take it to a quick break as we wait on the pause to come back. We'll see if CCG can stem the bleeding, get less on the map out a little bit more to wreak havoc on the Lock. All that when we come back.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to I interrupted you a couple times, Enrique. I didn't mean to.
I
didn't mean to step on you.
I was yeah, but that's on me. I got it.
No, you're fine, dude. That's my bad. But I think we sound pretty good so far.
I have to tighten it up a little bit.
You're good, man.
I gotta use my time while you're talking. That's always the challenge for me, right? You listen to your podcast, so you don't overlap, and listening is just the best thing to do as a person, as a friend, as a professional. And then I feel like, yeah, wow, that was a really good point. Fun.
Man.
All right, we are back immediately. He didn't hit the first axe, but he did hit the second one. Kisno will go down on the other side, so Fiji will get kill number 1 in a bit of an unorthodox way, but it's a 1-for-1 trade on the top lane. Hi, Hawk, we're back. How are you?
Yeah, we're back. I think Fiji maybe wishing weren't back, but he does trade one, so that's pretty cool. I do think our scoreboard at the bottom is not updating at the moment, so hopefully we're able to get that one fixed as soon as possible for you. There we go.
There we go.
But, oh gosh, it's 1,000 gold lead for Zamudo. What the?
Yeah, stop me if you've heard this one before.
Yeah. You're not wrong about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what he does, man. And now just a 2,000 gold lead off essentially just those 2 lanes, right? And everything else equalized. Lessa, you pointed out, Hawk, and I can't stop looking at it. I feel like it's been stuck in the high 700s for Lessa, that gold lead, for the entire game.
Yeah.
Right? They just, whether it's only 35 being up there, helping push out waves, as Spica did, as Spica has done, get him and Dardoch loosened up to make plays or just, I don't know, shadow things on the top side of the map. Nice little lane swap starting to come through. So it actually will be 5-minute against Fiji down on the bot side. Lessa being sent up to Zamudo jail for now.
And look at the river. This perfectly illustrates what I've been talking about this game, where NRG is just so proactive in their control of the map. There are a couple of red wards, but they're all very defensive, and CCG, they're not able to walk through the river. See, Lissa is walking to top lane right now, taking the safe path. Yeah. Only 35, contesting vision with Dardoch, only now able to enter the river on the weak side for NRG because the Herald is getting worked on by Kisno. It's been NRG that is just controlling that Summoner's Rift Highway, and it's made it very difficult for CCG to find the plays that I've been talking about that I would love to be able to see them make more.
Trying to get something done here. Getting a few more camps for Dardoch. You could always do a lot worse than that. But the imbalance on the top side means an imbalance on the bottom side. What can CCG get out of it? That's the big question. They don't have a weight, or they have a tiny weight pushing in on the bot side. But again, it doesn't feel like CCG are getting as much as NRG are in these kind of micro plays. And while I've been yapping, it's another 1,000 gold that has gone to the pocket of NRG.
This is rough because NRG just took a top lane tier 1 and a Herald for some camps. I mean, that's really not
when you put it that way.
Good. Yeah. And it's exactly what I'm saying for CCG, where, okay, I get it. You're trying to take good fights, but when? Leisa's strong. Fiji is falling further behind. Spawn is falling further behind.
Oh, double flash. Nardoc mashed it. Spica goes down. All right, you got a little something there.
All right. That is something, but what's the one opposite reaction on the top side?
Yeah, Zamuno and Kizno just bonk, 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 bonk. I mean, look at these two. Look how fast this tower disappears, dog. Fiji's like, what am I supposed to do? That's another tower taken. 2 towers taken in the span of like 2 minutes for NRG. They are running over the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, I will say I want to give CCG credit. They are trying to fight back. You know, we did see some proactivity on the bottom side of the map, but I mean, losing a tier 2 tower in top lane this early is so rough, so hard to come back from. We've got Dragon now in a minute. I think this is where you look if you're CCG, right? Because you've got double Rocket Belt, double Trinity Force. That is some really good first item spikes. Cassio is not that strong yet. Just ignore the fact that Ziggs has 2 completed items already.
Yeah, if you don't look at that, all of a sudden, it doesn't look so bad. Just don't fight where Zamuno is. He doesn't have TP after all. Again, that's like, I'm half joking, but that's not nothing, right? There are things that you can play around, but I think your point about 5 mini is correct, right? I mean, when you think Cassio, your brain just goes, well, you can't fight it, right? The longer the game goes, don't fight the Cassio, don't fight the Cassio. Lesa's up 1,000 gold, right? It's a 2-stack Roa and a tier. That is, so it's effectively just a 2-stack Roa. NRG get another tower in the mid lane, though. It is 3 towers to 0. Their map movements are just so crisp, though, right? I mean,
they're going to get bot lane tier 1 here, too.
Yeah, like you said, CCG, they are trying something, and then it's like whack-a-mole. You can't kill this NRG squad. They are everywhere, man. Just like that, you wipe away
I want to
300
reiterate, you know, I'm disappointed with some of the lack of proactivity from CCG, and they are looking just a little bit uncomfortable when it comes to their early to mid-game game planning, but I think NRG is playing a very clean series so far. They look so in sync with each other, really on the same page, and they've not made too many big mistakes. Sure, they've given over a few extra kills this game compared to last, but I just don't see it really disrupting the train that they've established for themselves.
No, and it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse, man, as you got more viable lanes to play through. 5 mini's going to start keeping those up. They're keeping those stacks up. Once a Seraph comes in, right, and again, we've said all this kind of ignoring the fact that, like you said, Sushi's got 2 big items. And in a 5-on-5, you like what NRG are able to do. Like you said, it's been kind of 2 sides of the same coin, right? CCG not able to be as proactive as they would like, but they're just kind of putting out fires as well, because NRG, the pressure they can exert on the map is phenomenal. Ultimate goes down from Lessa, 2 ultimates blown to get Spica again. But this is just kind of the only wins that they were able to get.
It is a mistake from Spica, though, and it's another kill to Lesa. So it's not bad. It is something. I think Spica just a little bit too far forward on his weak side of the map, does get rightfully punished, but ultimately, as you say, like it's just a kill, and it's not going to really change the status quo of the game yet. A few more of those, maybe we can revisit this conversation.
Maybe get something on, I mean, someone with a bounty, right? I mean, Sushi, you can self-peel just that little bit, but keeping himself so safe. I mean, you know, this is one of the premier AD carry players in the NACL, doing all right on his Ziggs game as well, adapting to the meta pretty nicely. But it does help when the rest of your squad is really, really good. Now NRG have 2 items on 5 minis. Zamuno took a bit of a detour into Maw of Malmortius / Wit's End land, and then it goes right back into what looks like a Death Stance. Now Kizno has 2 items. There's the DD. Zamuno's on 2.5 items. Any fight that NRG wants to take, They absolutely can. No real objectives. I mean, yes, you could just rip the Baron right now. Honestly, if I'm NRG and I think I've got that much sauce, I wouldn't be like super opposed to it. But you've got advantages pretty much across the board. Les is the only one that has been able to accrue an advantage for himself. But Hawk, I mean, it's tough. I mean, CCG in the vision.
Well, Mini's on vision.
Well, has been lacking for them. Mini might be caught here. Gets around, gets the petrifying gaze down, but is it enough? It will not be. Just barely. Spica can't get anything down with the Bone Skewer. Only 35 might be in trouble here. Sushi from the opposite zip code throws a Mega Inferno Bomb down to avenge his mid laner. Only 35 will find himself in the gray screen. One more hook. Potentially the Bone Skewer barely lands, but it forces a flash out of spawn. You'll take that.
I didn't see what last hit only 35 there. It looked like he was stuck on something and gets direct hit by the Mega Inferno Bomb. Death from below went wide, but Sushi still got kill credit. I might have to see that one again. That was interesting. Regardless, that was a great pick, I think, from CCG, as Mini was standing on vision, and it was a great flash commit from only 35, just trying to get something back. Mini, though, with completed Seraphs, lived so much longer than he should have. Like, the fact that he's even alive and able to get to his tower is insane. So only 35 gets kill credit. I think it was just a visual bug with Spectator. I think he got hit by that Bone Skewer, and the Maokai slowly walking backwards was the Bone Skewer plus slow, and it just looked weird. So that's what I'm going with.
Very well could have been. Yeah. Hold up. Lessa looking for the solo bolo here onto Sushi.
Oh, no.
That would be a big shutdown if they could get it, but Spica is everywhere, man. Throws the Ignite down on the CCG mid laner. Rude Awakening gets another Bone Skewer off the pillar. Almost a death sentence for Spawn. Flashless from the prior fight. Burned the Arcane Shift there. But that will be all she wrote. And now, again, you blow a couple summoners, you blow a couple actives, and you got set up for Vision, for Dragon on this bottom side of the map again, as NRG look to keep stacking these Mountain Dragons.
I'm not immediately familiar with the cooldown on Locke's ultimate. I'm not sure if that one will be up. It looks like it should be for the Drake, and he got Sushi's flash. So I like this. CCG is, taking this pause and saying, okay, guys, it's time. Let's start fighting over some mid waves, because, I mean, I literally said, are you going to fight before NRG's up 5,000 gold? And they're not quite. Okay, don't look now. But they weren't there for a second. And so, like, it's kind of right at that moment where it's like 5,000 gold down, we can still fight. More than that, it's pretty Jover.
Spica looking for another Bone Skewer as they continue to be suffocating CCG into their own base. I mean, the line of scrimmage just pushed up so high. Lessa does have that Purgatory back indeed for the upcoming fight. But NRG looks like they're just going to rip this on spawn. Kisno is in the pit waiting to meet the dragon. Sushi and Kisno, or Sushi and Zamudo. I thought Zamudo was going to come down there, but this dragon's going to be taken entirely uncontested. Lessa gets a little bit of turret plating up on the top side, but that is all she wrote. It's more of the same, man. It's NRG just getting incremental advantage after incremental advantage.
Man, playing Locke against possible quadruple Mountain Drake.
Yeah,
sounds rough.
Sick champ, bro.
Still only 2 so far, though. Still only 2. So, we're a long way from that Doomsday scenario. CCG, they opted to look maybe for a cross-map dive onto Mini, maybe look for a Baron start, although their Baron's very slow. Ultimately, don't really end up getting anything, but I think I don't dislike the idea of let's look for a cross-map, see if we can get some gold back in this game. Kisno might be caught.
Might be. We got another fight on the other side of the map. Sushi will not get hit by the Nature's Grasp. Twisted advance forward. Only 35 trying to lock someone down. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. Only 35 taking about a third HP. They just can't kill him. Like you said, Hawk, there's nothing for them to do. Spica, he's low, but with one Bone Skewer, could change the temper of the fight. Dardoch had burned the initial Cyclone. Gonna rip that second one. Not much to do here for CCG. A lot of these fights have been going like this. Only 35 is probably toast here. The Phantom Undertow gets him. Mini doesn't land the W, but Spica gonna yoink that kill. Fiji, hold on a second here. Double flash. They trade spots, essentially. Does he have enough? Has a little bit of MR. Does Zamudo, but with that Ravenous Lifesteal, it's just too much. EG might not be long for this world. He does have an Oblivion Orb, but with Spawn showing up, it is no longer a fair fight. Zamudo's on the wrong side of the train tracks. Does he just sack it? It looks like he will.
Yeah, he wanted to try to go for the execute, maybe the wave, get some of it. But Spawn, that's a pretty big shutdown right there. as his Mystic Shot comes through. There's a fight in top. What is going on?
Lessa in some trouble. Gets back. Pops the Purgatory a while ago, excuse me. 5 mini. Grabs himself another kill as Lessa just a little too overextended. NRG, right place, right time.
There's a lot of things happening right now. Okay.
Yes.
First of all, CCG, it took 3 champions to deal 25% of Kizno's HP. That's rough. 2, only 35 dies for it. 3, I don't know how Fiji got Zamudo that low, but shout out Fiji if he just like super big bomba outplayed him. And 4, Lesa just got caught. I think it was Miasma on his TP out, and so ends up being a positive play for NRG, but CCG, I think a pretty big shutdown to get back for Spawn. Really gets this Ezreal back into the game.
Yeah, and you need that to come back. I mean, Lessa, he is going to have that Void Staff in a couple of items here. That will be nice. You don't have a big front line to get a ton of value out of, but Kizno, going to get the spike down. Dardoch does have to burn the ultimate. Again, you burn that Wukong ultimate. You burn it twice now, pretty much for nothing, and that's such a huge ultimate to be able to disrupt this NRG squad. And CCG just run out of resources again. I mean, this is, I hate to keep saying this, but it's NRG, find little advantage, get out, get more gold, and set up for their next encounter.
Cyclone will be back up for the Dragon, so CCG will have their ability to fight by the time the next fight, probable fight, does come down. Something that we've not really seen this game is NRG does have pretty substantial Baron threat. I know a lot of times the Ziggs comp's not the fastest, but you've got Cassio, Trundle, Olaf that can really rip through this. So CCG, they've invested a lot of resources on this top side of the map to make sure that NRG can't just rush that one down. However, it has meant they've had to give a lot up elsewhere, right? So, you know, with Kizno walking in, just 1v1ing Dardoch on the blue with 0 regard for his life because he knows that CCG can't be there to defend.
Zamudo on 3 items now. Completed that Maw. Just so tough to kill again. Fiji does have the anti-heal down. That'll help out against a couple. You're going to get some value out of that with Kizno as well. See, the Executioner's coming through from Spawn, actually, now that I'm looking at it. They've invested into the anti-Zamudo strat. Again, you get value from Kizno as well. But do NRG just have too good of setup? Or is their setup good enough here? Yeah, kind of jockeying around this Baron Hawk. It makes me think that the Dragon might be where the line of scrimmage is drawn. There's been a lot of emphasis placed by CCG on this Baron. They say, we will happily sacrifice Soul Point. It's what it seems like anyway. But they're not going to let this Baron go, because that might be the death sentence.
Yeah, it was kind of the call around the last Dragon as well. But it's tough, because you can only do that for so long, and I think your window to fight is dwindling. The Ziggs is just going to be such a problem in the late game. This Cassio as well. And NRG, they are just playing clinical. I mean, I think a great story for this game. It's 8 taking kills right now. It is even. CCG so clearly has the ability to keep up with NRG in the fights. It's just NRG is so clinical around the map. And week
Macro's
1 of the
crazy.
split, I mean, that's a good sign.
Yeah. I mean, look, they Korean boot camped, right? This was a project that was signed on for the whole year for NRG. But they look like certainly that time in Korea has paid off well. Regular season merchants are back at it again, Hawk. Let's see how they continue as the split goes on. They are in what is considered the...
Oh, wait, they're hitting... No, they're not.
Hold on a second here.
Never mind. I thought they were hitting the Baron. I take it back.
All right. Yeah, it kind of looked like it, right? Dardoch was there. I mean, look, you gotta try to flip it potentially. Let's see. Getting a little bit of vision down. Sushi now on 3 items. 5 mini on that. All important. Rylai's as well. So deadly on the Cassiopeia. Only 35. Gets hooked into a compromising position. He's able to walk out. He's got his ultimate. Everybody's got their ultimates for what could be a game-shifting fight. You get out of there with the Blast Cone as NRG set up that line of pressure.
Oh, they're
Line of
flanking.
scrimmage a little further up. Yeah, they just want picks. They want kills. They know they've got the purchase. They've got the momentum. Mega Inferno Bomb finds one. Doesn't do a ton to only 35 to be fair. Spawn gets decent damage down onto Spica. Only 35 trying to provide some CC. Petrifying Gaze doesn't find anything. Lessa gets decent damage down. Hold on a second here. Do CCG have a way back? Lessa onto 5 mini. Fuji buys time with the stopwatch. And the team fight for CCG is keeping them in this one, Hawk. Zamudo, though, if you don't kill him, he will haunt you in your nightmares. It's a double kill for Kizno as he chases down the rest of CCG. Spawn gets out alive. As the execute comes through, not able to be taken advantage of. Spica was down, but Zamudo lands the undertow to finish off Dardoch. A crazy fight. You saw at CCG. They can hang there for a bit, but it'll be the Baron over to NRG.
It's just gold at work. NRG is so strong, and they ultimately do get the 4-for-2. They will get the Baron, and they will get full control of the series deciding match. A very close team fight, one that I would love to see again, because I have a lot of respect for only 35 for that find on the 5 mini to keep things somewhat competitive.
Only 35, man. He whether it was on the Shen last game or on the Maokai this game, and it's gonna look worse and worse as the game goes on and as the enemy gold lead keeps on growing. Because, like you said, it's just a gold diff. The fight itself can be fine. Only 35 might be toast here. Lessa shows up. Is it too little, too late? Mega Inferno Bomb down. Good night, Sweet Prince. Holy moly. 5 mini finishes it off, but what a bomb from Sushi. 10-stack Medjais for the boy.
So, by the way, they knew only 35 was there because he put a ward in the lane and the minions saw it. So they knew someone had to have been there to put the ward down. That is such high-level map awareness from NRG, and the speed at which they collapsed. I mean, this is really high-level stuff from NRG, and they're going to break open the base for it.
Yeah, and they might be able to end the game if Spica can land a hook. Takes a little bit of that gray health back. Kizno and Sushi. I mean, Sushi just throwing bombs. These bouncing bombs are doing so much work. They're not making it a fair fight, Hawk. They get 2 inhibs off this. They're going to get a 3rd.
Yeah, it feels like that fight ahead of the Baron was CCG shot. You know, they went for it.
Yeah.
They're going to go for it again.
You got it here. Maokai ult out. No follow-up. The 4-man sleep.
Killer.
Got absolutely nothing. Good yoink, like you said. Spawn trying to get decent damage down, but it's not as effective as Sushi. Sushi just keeping everybody at bay with the bouncing bombs. Kizno will rip open inhibitor number 3. Now you got Baroned up minions flooding into every lane. NRG looking to seal the game and seal the series 2-0. Lone Skewer doesn't land. Explosive Cask again finds its mark. Dardoch into the backline with the Cyclone. Trying to buy time for the rest of his squad, but Fiji taken low. Petrifying Gaze doesn't find anybody. Sushi taken low. The GA coming up. Dardoch going to get a second crack at this, but gets taken down by Spica. The death from below comes in hot. Spawn gets a kill, but that is all she wrote. Game, set, match.
NRG! Wow! I mean, they just destroyed CCG back-to-back games. And you gotta give CCG credit for their individual ability, how they almost kept up in some of those fights, but it just didn't matter. It just didn't matter. NRG, the game planning, clinical.
Yeah, the macro was absolutely awesome. The macro was nigh perfect. Just did not allow CCG to play the game. Again, it wasn't like CCG were making horrendous decisions. They weren't allowed to make any sort of proactive decisions. That's what it felt like. We are going to get into a interview here shortly with our MVP. Hawk, want to hear your takes. I mean, you could write this, I mean, a couple different ways from the squad. I think Zamudo, Kizno, and Sushi are the ones I'm kind of thinking of.
Yeah, I'm in 100% agreement. You know, like, for Spica, it's just, okay, there were a couple of mistakes. Those are easy to clean up. Mini, I think it just wasn't the series that he had to carry. And I really, for myself, am looking at that top side of the map where it feels like Kizno and Zamudo were the engine in both games this series. Zamudo for his individual play in the lane and ability to just create pressure on the map. But I think you've got to give it to Kizno. It felt like the just level of play was so clean and clinical. The way he controlled the map and just did not allow Dardoch to ever enter that series, even when a play went wrong, like the play around the Raptors, right? You give over some kills to Lock. They got right back out on the map. They went and controlled the river immediately once again, and they kept looking for plays with the Pike and the Trundle. The Vi in game 1 was spectacular, and I really think this was the Kisno that I've come to expect over the course of his career, and I'm really happy we got to see it today.
I think that Kisno MVP shout is great. I think it ties in really well to our overarching thoughts on this series that was like, damn, well, it's not like CCG got their pants pulled down or anything. It was just NRG playing really, really well. And it's not like Dardoch is a passive jungler. Yeah, okay, he's not like Griffin, for lack of a better term, right? Where he's gonna get all up in your jungle and just disrupt you and just put you in the ground. But Dardoch is an active, efficient jungler. When he is at his best, when CCG is at their best, it is when Dardoch is at his best and allowed to puppet master the game. And it's like, okay, well, you could give it to Spica as well, right? But it's who are the guys that are not allowing him to play the game, right? That are assisting on those early camp steals and stuff. And Kisno was able to do that with aplomb. So I think, I will throw my vote behind that for MVP.
And it's really easy to sit here and say we would have liked to have seen CCG be more proactive, right? They weren't able to find the angles, and I wish they did this, that, and the other thing. But there are steps to these things. There are layers. There's a manual that you have to build your play with, right? And NRG understood the manual just so damned well. And I don't think it's on Dardoch or on Only35 or on anyone for not having been able to get into the series, because NRG just so thoroughly shut them down. And there are, things systematically that CCG could do to improve it, but just YOLO sending it. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it can be great. A lot of the time it's not.
Well, and I think that would kind of be the one. I mean, I would feel even better about it, because I think the one thing that kind of throws maybe a wrench in that is say, like, okay, it wasn't like you played bad, right? But like, you saw that fight where you said it was just a gold diff, right? CCG played that fight really, really well. Again, Only35, his game sense keeps on improving. He's not going for these sort of, these very reckless engages on the Shen, on the Maokai. He was making plays happen. Lessa played the fight pretty well on the lock, finally got to use his advantage. So I think that's where, to build off that, that's where you go, dang, like, you can team fight really, really well. Like we talked about in game 1, that is the core of this team. That is the identity of this team, is fighting as a cohesive unit. Yes, you're integrating a couple of new members, but one of them is an AD carry where you could just kind of sit back and pew, pew, pew. Would have liked to see them take a couple more fights, even if they weren't quote unquote optimal. But again, you got to give credit to our MVP in the jungle, Kisno. He and Spica were all over the map at all times.
Yeah, it was just awesome how in the pre-show, I'm like, I would love to see Spica and Kisno link up more in the summer split. And then in Series 1, we get 2 games where they're just freaking everywhere. It was incredible to watch from these 2 guys. And I think the proactivity, it started with Kisno. It started with Spica. You got to give the nod to Kisno. I don't feel that he made a major mistake in the entire series. He only died twice. And it was just very, very well played. And I think absolutely deserved. But for NRG across the board, it was a very well played series, and this team is looking like they are the only team that ran it back with 5. This team is looking like they are the ones that are continuing to build on the same project, and this team is looking like they're probably going to still be a contender in the summer split.
They got one over on their old Split 1 rivals, and we've got our MVP here for an interview, so we're going to flip it over to that screen. Welcome Kisno onto the broadcast and get his thoughts on the series. Oh, it is Fimity, excuse me, that is going to be on the screen with us. But congrats to our MVP Kisno as well. But Fimity, thank you so much for being here, man. Congrats on the win. How we feeling? That was pretty dominant front to back. Did that go kind of how you thought it would, or not?
I think it's expected, to be honest. I do think that game 2 was a little bit some more errors, or like slower, but for me at least. But I think it was pretty exactly how I expected the game should go every game.
You got back from Korea. This has been a long project, year long, right? How do you feel like you have improved? I mean, from Korea, right? Like Joey said in our pregame interview, he said you guys didn't get as many scrims as you might have wanted. Do you feel like you would have wanted more of that, or do you feel like you got enough from just kind of playing solo queue? And Joey talked about a lot of like habits that you guys have been drilling. He said habits. What are some of those things that you did get from the Korean boot camp?
I think we learned a lot actually in the Korea just from playing solo queue. The players over there are just extremely good mechanically, so when you're playing every day 10 hours a day against the best players in the world, obviously your mechanics are going to improve at the same speed. But personally, for my habits, I think that like I got much better at team play when I was in Korea. I think that if you do not help your teammates when you're in Korea, they will get very upset at you. And I learned that the hard way. So I started helping my jungle and support some more. And so I think those habits have started to show more in our scrims and in our match today, that I'm more willing to like drop ego, but like drop some CS, drop some gold to go help my teammates in order just to win the map, even if I'm going to like individually look a little bit worse stat-wise.
It certainly feels like, if nothing else, that's how the game is going, right? I mean, jungle support kind of roaming as one, right? Spica, obviously being a former jungler, certainly can help out with that. He was all over the place. Talk to me about, I think, him, right? And kind of how he's evolved, and especially as the game, again, has allowed supports to be roamed up, freed up much more over the map. What sort of impact has that had on kind of shot calling, the voices in the room, and the game plan in general for NRG?
I think that this meta was very helpful for like, I guess our team overall, and just like how Spica likes to play the game. I think Spica, when he was like last split forced to play these enchanters, it kind of limits his strengths. I think that his map play is extremely powerful, so that fact that he's just gonna run around the map playing like Pyke and like, I don't know, like Camille if it's ever open and shit like that, like I think that it's very good for him, and it allows me and Kizno to help him, I feel like, because like in game 2, I know he was very adamant on what he wanted to do. He was just calling that he wants to invade this, he wants to do that. And then with him on these champions, it makes me more comfortable to call for resources, because like last split, I'm like, oh, he's playing Seraphine, bro. I call this guy to mid lane and then he's just going to be sad. Like, but when he's just playing Pyke or any roaming champ, I'm much more willing to say, hey, can you come help me? Can we go do this? Can we do that? That makes it a lot easier for us.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you get to be more than the sum of your parts, right? With Spica just being all over the place. And Kizno, a great game for him. We gave him our MVP. But looking ahead, some have said that NRG are regular season merchants. Some have said that despite beating CCG, you didn't beat them when it counted. What would you say to those people? And maybe more seriously, what is different about NRG in Split 1 that is going to make those problems be less of an issue in Split 2?
I mean, I think that we're just getting better. Even like, I think the last split, you know, like you can say that we're merchants in the regular season. I do think unfortunate things did happen in playoffs. You know, we kind of hit a stump at like probably the worst time possible, and then in playoffs, like, yeah, some more stuff happened. But I think that the new team that we like are now has definitely been upgraded, and we literally like the last week or two have been perma sick, and I don't think any of us are like performing like at the level that we normally would. So I think today's performance wasn't even like our best, and that we will definitely show better performance in the playoffs later.
Well, it certainly looked it. It was a pretty epic dismantling of CCG in this series. Hopefully, I'm glad you got the sickness out of the way early. I hope it wasn't the cursed lettuce that got any of you guys, but with that, any shower outs. Hey, that's your information to divulge, man. But I hope that's over, if nothing else. Any shout outs you want to give before we send you on your way?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the team. I feel like everyone has been putting in effort. You know, we used to be like a very individual specific team, but the split, we're definitely like becoming more of a team. And then the coaching staff obviously is a big reason to that. And then another shout out is to our manager. I feel like our manager is like the saving grace of our team. That guy is goated, Mr. James.
That's awesome. 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your time. Congrats on the dub. We will see you back here next week. Take care, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get Hawk back in the virtual studio here as we get ready for game 2. Much more individually focused, much more team focused. And I'll tell you what, man, again, 5 minutes kind of talked about it as the meta shifts that way. If, like, I mean, again, I'd say, you know, floor being raised, more than the sum of your parts, whatever cliche you want to use, if that hits for NRG, man, oh man, this team could be something to watch out for. But as we get into Series 2, this one should be very interesting as well. OME coming back for the second time in as many stream days, coming up against Contingent, coming up from game 3. This should be a slapper of a series, if nothing else, because we get to get introduced to some new faces, Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, Contingent, they promoted in. It's going to be so exciting getting to see this team make their NACL debut, and they're up against OME that is looking damned powerful. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we got an interview ready to go, perhaps, with the head coach of OME, Colomer. We can bring him on in here when he is ready. As here we go. Oh, and into the Game Face interview presented by Phillips Norelco. Brandon, it's been a minute since we've gotten to speak with each other. Start with some business. We got to ask about the roster. Bounty, he's come in. You guys look great in week 1. How's the, you know, outside of extenuating circumstances, how is the team faring in their performance you feel so far?
Doing pretty good. I mean, Winthrop beat us like 8 games in a row last split, so it was nice to have a really clean series against them. I think the team's vibes are pretty good. I think we have a really clear like culture and identity that all the players are kind of buying into, which I think having Ariana and Bounty really help with that. So things are going pretty good. It's hard to be really upset after you win the first series, right? So.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it looked really one-sided to boot, which is awesome to see. And looking ahead a little bit too, you know, you got contingent here today. And with this new look Ole Miss, what should we be expecting to come out from you all, both in this series and also moving forward?
I think the team is really trying to focusing on slowing down the pace. I think for the most part, people really saw that when we were fighting a ton and basically just skirmishing over everything last split, we looked really, really bad. And I think that's what we have kind of agreed on as a team, that whenever we're able to play controlled, I think my players just are a lot smarter than most teams. I think that they have a lot more experience, and that really helps. So ideally, we'll be able to control the pace of the game, you know, still be aggressive, kind of like how we were against Winthrop, but do it in a way that makes sense and not have so many moments where we're just kind of fighting over nothing. So.
Awesome. I love it. Slowing down the pace. Definitely a good way to help keep things in your control. But I think the most important question, the one on everyone's minds, is obviously Stray not currently with the team. For those that don't know out there, you know, an accident currently in, I'm not sure if he's still in critical condition. Brandon, I'll kind of open it up to you. How is Roberto in your team's thoughts today? And I'll just leave the floor open to you to say whatever you want to say about the situation, because I think the entire NACL community is with you.
Yeah, there's not really any updates. He's still in critical condition. He had another surgery, I think, the other day. But he's doing best we can. You know, I've been in contact with his mom and his cousins and whatnot, so they're giving us updates. Team is doing okay with it. We're just really trying to use it as motivation. When I was talking with Roberto before the split, he was really excited for us to, you know, really perform and stuff like that. And I think what our kind of mantra has been is that we want to make sure that he has a good team to come back to. And if, you know, he can go through like surgeries and all that other stuff, then the least we could do is reward him with a playoff spot when he gets back. So team's working hard. I mean, we're working basically double the amount of hours that we were last split. And hopefully, you know, it really shows in our gameplay today and for the rest of the split.
Well, that's great to hear. And yeah, I mean, I'm hoping you all will have that performance for him to come back to. It's looked good, certainly so far. For anyone that does not know, there is a GoFundMe for Roberto's recovery. If you do want to check that out, you can find that through various social media channels. But yeah, definitely someone that is going to be with your team throughout the split, I'm sure. Obviously, Ariana stepping in to fill those shoes. What's it been like having Ariana be with the squad? And if I'm not mistaken, is he with Ole Miss, or is he just stepping in temporarily given the situation?
He's filling in for NACL. We'll kind of see. I mean, everything's kind of up in the air right now, but you know, we're really excited to have him. I think that he's a really good player. I feel really bad for him that he didn't get to show a lot on Blue Water. I think that team kind of ended up, like, the way that team performed and structured really limited him, and I thought that, you know, he would be able to come in. Obviously, he already has synergy with Bounty. And, you know, our whole team is really fond of him. Griffin was his coach back on Dorado too. So, you know, he's been able to step in. He's really adaptable. Culture-wise, he fits great. And, you know, we've been able to kind of find spots for him to really shine. And, you know, I hope he gets to continue to do that, because I think people need to put some more respect on him as a player. And, you know, if he just keeps performing like he did, then maybe gets a couple more MVPs. I'm sure that'll happen for him. So it's been great.
I like it. I look forward to seeing it, man. Before I let you go, anything else you want to say to the fans? Any shout outs?
I honestly, thanks for all the community support with Roberto's situation. It's been crazy to see. I think the GoFundMe's at like $15,000 in like less than 2 days, which is pretty crazy to think about. And honestly, shout out to my players. I know that myself and Alec and the rest of the coaching staff, and, you know, John and all the staff in general, are like really hard on them this split more than ever. Like we're taking it a lot more seriously, and very, very, like, the work ethic has been insane from all of them. So shout out to them for tolerating me, and shout out to Asila, who is making his first tier 2 start, not you know, not as my player. So I hope he has a great split, and I hope it starts after he gets his butt kicked today. Fingers crossed.
I love it. I love it so much. Brandon, it's always a pleasure getting to chat with you, man. I'll let you go back and prepare with your team for a big series. We can bring Enrique back on in here. Thank you so much again. And I love it. A little bit of a grudge match in the mid lane, but of course, a very important moment. I mean, this entire season, I loved that Brandon said, the least we can do is come back with a playoff team for Stray, because what more can you do?
Yeah. I mean, what more can you say about it, right? I think giving Collimer the floor to say what needs to be said, right? For one of the also just good dudes in the league. That was another thing about Roberto that you always heard, is this dude is he's a pleasure to be around. I think there are so few people in this world, Hawk, that when they walk into a room, it's just better. And he's one of those people. And I think you really saw that come through in the outpouring of support for him. Getting into the game, though, let's take a look at your rosters. Like we said, Ole Miss, this is not their debut, but contingent. It is Ole Miss's roster. Contingent's roster. Again, coming up from Tier 3, Johnny Rockets, Kaido, formerly City Witty, Asila, Daption, and Tub. A lot of these names you might know, Hawk. Let's start out with the big one, though. Johnny Rockets. This kid has been all over my feed. Shout out to Slayer, nonstop yapping about this kid. What's there to like about him?
Yeah, I mean, man, J-Rockets, he is coming up as the anti-Fiji in the top lane, where Fiji, he's a rock, he's a weak side king, he's going to pull out the tanks, he's going to do his job. J-Rockets, the way I've described him, is a Denethor light. He likes to play Camille, he likes to play Gwen, he likes to be big on a side lane, but he also likes to team fight. He's got a really diverse pool of champions that I do think he brings to the table, and J-Rockets have hands. The things I watched this guy do in CLOL, single-handedly nearly, it was a full team effort, but really being a big part of UHSP, pushing forward and really upsetting people in 2025 CLOL. He's a grad student, by the way, while he's doing all of this, and I am so excited to see this player come up. For me personally, this is my most exciting promotion that I have seen in a long time. This guy absolutely came out of nowhere, sort of in this, in many ways, post Tier 3 world that we live in. This is a name that I'm very excited I got to know through collegiate, and to see what he can bring to the table on a team that is otherwise 3.5 veterans, as I'm sure some of the old heads in the space are also looking at Daption bottom lane, and they have some thoughts and feelings about that. I'm here to tell you, he's actually been pretty good as an AD carry, but of course pretty good in Tier 3. The question is always, can it translate to the next level?
Yeah, and going up against a bot lane on the other side of Array and Bounty, a lot of experience there. Bounty, maybe not as much experience in American Tier 2, but in Brazilian Tier 2. That dude has been a champion a couple of times, got a brief cup of coffee in the CB LOL, and of course, the guy won the whole dang thing last year with conviction, came in a few weeks into the split and got a title. So now, one of few players to win Tier 2 on both sides of the equator. Ariana, Griffin, Bradley, Array, and Bounty round out the roster for the Land Sharks. Griffin and Bradley, they've been around this scene, I should say, a long time. Array, similar sort of thing. And I think for me, Hawk, I mean, look, Ariana, Collimer gassed him up a lot. He's got something to bring here. And again, kind of pre-existing synergy with Griffin. But I think he's looking for a bit of a redemption as well, and just being like, look, I've got the sauce. Don't let the results of some previous teams fool you. I can contribute to this hot start for the Land Sharks.
Yeah, I mean, man, Ariana, I'm excited to see him against J-Rockets. I think this is a good initial matchup, because at least what we've seen so far in the NACL is that he has been a good but not great top laner in this league. So it's going to be a really great benchmark, I think, for Johnny Rockets. But you heard it from Collimer, and I've heard it from a few other coaches of Ariana's as well, that this guy does have the sauce. He does have the hands, and maybe he's just not been on the team to unlock that. So I really liked hearing the gas that he was getting. But I want to focus on the bottom side of the map. Array and Bounty. This is a massive acquisition for this Ole Miss side, as I think support was the biggest question mark for them in the spring. And really, even though Keel, I think, actually played a lot better than people expected in his limited time in that role, it just didn't all come together. Bounty's an NACL champion. As you said, he's a multiple-time CB LOL Academy champion as well. And I think this is a really, really big pickup, one that potentially turns Ole Miss's bottom lane into one of the best bottom lanes that we have here in the NACL. Array, we've already talked at length about how consistently good he is. And with Bounty alongside him, this is a scary prospect.
Yeah, could be a bit of a Thanos acquisition. Bounty could be that Infinity Stone to really set this team up for a deep playoff run. But we're going to talk a little bit more about them a little after we talk about our Phillips Norelco face-to-face matchup, brought to you, of course, by Phillips Norelco. It is our top lane matchup. Hawk, I want blood in the top lane. I want these two. I want one of these guys to be 4-1 and the other one to be 1-4. I want them to start throwing sharp objects and heavy blunt objects at each other.
Yeah, expectation for me is carry versus carry matchups. That's what I've come to know both these players for. I do think their flexibility does lend towards whatever their team could need from them. I will say, though, you know, Johnny Rockets, I think a lot of times you hear like, oh, new carry top laner coming up into the space, but I called him Denethor Light for a reason. He's actually very, very stable. I don't see his lane really explode that much. I think he's very intelligent and intentional about the pressure he's creating for his team. I'm sure there will be mistakes. I'm sure there might be a head scratcher here or there. That's what your rookie year is for. But this is a guy that I'm expecting to play carries, but play carries with intention. How can I create pressure for my team and not just try to 1v9 the game entirely on my own?
And then it becomes an interesting question for the rest of the squad, right? I mean, you're especially in the top lane, sometimes you are only as good as the rest of your team as far as translating that lead. What are we going to see from Kaido? What are we going to see from Tub as well, right? Tub, former Pulse, looking for a redemption shot for himself as well, right? Like you said, Daption, former CLOL champion. This team is such an interesting mishmash of players that we have seen in kind of bits and pieces all over Tier 2 and Tier 3. But it's hard to deny that the guy that's in the spotlight is Mr. Johnny Rockets himself. Into draft we go, as solo lanes banned out all over the place. Or not all, that's actually just literally untrue in every sense of the word. Solo lane's going to be a big priority, is what I meant to say. But right now, we're seeing more bans that are more of the same.
Yeah, and I do think that top side of the map is where we could potentially see an advantage come through for Contingent, because you've also got Kaido, NACL experience. I think he's had his ups and his downs at the tier 2 level rather, but I don't think anyone would argue that he can't keep up. And I think against Griffin and Ariana, it could be argued that that is where you do have the ability to make plays, because Bradley versus Asila, a little bit of a grudge match. I love that Collimer brought that up. I do expect Bradley to have the upper hand in this 1v1, and I really am afraid for Daption and Tub in the bottom lane. Tub's debut on Pulse was rough, and although, you know, it's a new team, it's a new year, there's a lot you can do alongside Daption. I think Array and Bounty, I already set the expectation for them, and I just don't see Daption and Tub, at least initially, being quite at that level.
Love getting that the Nautilus immediately for Bounty in Series 1 or in Series number 1 last week against Blue Otter. Bounty was all over the place on the Leona. They pilot very similarly. Again, getting out of lane and allowing him and Griffin to link up and cause havoc all over the map. Bard locked in here for Tub. And speaking of a roam enabler, it's built into his kit. Go get those meeps. Go and fly, young man. So he's going to be paired up with somebody for Kaido. But meanwhile, you get Daption on the Ezreal, something that could be left alone like that. So far, so good. Nothing too crazy for either one of these teams. But Bradley on the Cassiopeia, this is a Bradley champion, TM.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bradley on the Cass is great. We're just seeing a lot of power picks traded across the board.
Exactly.
Bard, Nautilus, really common handshake. The Ezreal, so strong in the AD carry role. Also a great denial from Array, as it is, in my opinion, one of Array's best champs. Another power pick. This is super comfort for Ariana against the Mbessa. Yeah. You already played it last week to devastating effect. So far, a lot of mismatches in the draft. It's jungle, presumably for the Pantheon, and AD carry for Contingent against top and mid solos for Ole Miss. Does give the ability potentially for Contingent to find a counter pick, though, for Mr. Johnny Rockets, as the Renekton is banned away.
Renekton taken away. That's the first attention that's been paid up towards the top lane. Depends how you feel about Poppy, I suppose, in that role. Speaking of counter picks, Nocturne going to be taken away as a soft answer to that Pantheon. Kaido not going to have to deal with that. Talia taken away as well. That is a mid lane ban for additional global pressure. And I mean, fair enough, right? I mean, between Bard, Pantheon, and Talia, you can play 2026 Summer League of Legends to its peak.
Expectation for me is Syndra in the mid lane for Syla. It's a comfort pick for him. I could also see Victor coming out, has a relatively comfortable matchup into the Cassio, but I think you're a bit more vulnerable to the at least pseudo dive that we do see for Ole Miss, where Syndra has that scatter the weak pressure, can link up really well with the Pantheon. You get a lot of single target damage, a lot of pick potential with the Bard Ezreal. So I think I'm really anticipating that to be where we go. As far as AD carries for Array, you've got a lot of choices. Jhin is sticking out to me. Varus has fallen in priority, but still exceptionally strong. Or maybe you just hold it for R5 and go for a pick for Griffin.
So they're going to get for him. Trundle, love that for him. We'll see how much value he's going to get into a tank potentially. I think it's not going to be that much because J Rockets, I don't think is going to grab himself that. You've got decent enough setup. We'll see what wants to get put in the mid lane, right? Like you called out the Sylas Syndra. Wouldn't be surprised if it was that again for good CC and good setup. Hovering kind of between the Ahri and the Syndra. It will be the Ahri to be able to isolate any sort of targets. You'll have I think you'll have the advantage early on, right, in the lane, but and the ability to roam and move around. But Bradley going to be able to match that pretty quick.
Yeah, the Ahri is signaling to me that Contingent is more interested in playing in the mid stages of the game as opposed to going to team fights. So they are really going to try to play through this Pantheon Ahri. They want to play through a Syla and try to move from mid to sides. Blind, oh no, excuse me, not blind. It's Zahen into the Ambessa. Wow, so immediately, this is J Rockets making his statement. I am going to play the Juggernaut. My team wants to play mid to sides. I need to be big as an individual, but I will be honest, up against Cassiopeia, Nautilus, Trundle, I think it is very difficult to maneuver in some of these fights. And with Caitlyn still being on the board, although Nautilus is not the most typical pairing to dominate the lane, you are outranging everything that Contingent's brought to the table. Jhin, same idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's exactly it, right? I mean, you're not going to get hit by a charm if things go wrong, right? Assuming things don't go wrong. You do have a couple of gap clearers, right? You do have some good dashes and ways to get onto and surpass that range. But like you said, you literally just right click on somebody if you're bounty. You say, no, actually, you don't get to play. You're going to go into someone with a lot of gap closing themselves. In Orianna's Ambessa, one deadly flourish, you're toast. Put up the pillar, put up the miasma, the petrifying gaze. So I think there are more answers than questions to do a mediocre metaphor there. For the Contingent side, Johnny Rocket's going to be on the Zahen this time around. How do you see that synergizing with the rest of this composition for Contingent? Take the Ole Miss part out of it.
I mean, it's big, right? It's very big. It's going to be strong in the side lane, and it is just a menace to deal with. If it gets going, it can be a massive problem. But also Zahen, like a lot of Juggernauts, can be one-dimensional, right? He can be exploited. So it's already, we're going to get to see a little bit of that hands check. Can he try to generate a lead over Orianna? Remember, he got the counter pick. This is the champion that he wants in his NACL debut. But at the same time, how is he able, like I said, to intelligently generate pressure for his team? Taking a step back and looking at the compositions as a whole, to me, this is the perfect test of Colomer's thesis. Can we slow the game down? I think in the team fights, Ole Miss has so many tools to deal with what Contingent wants to bring to the table. This Cassiopeia is an absolute Thanos pick. You've got a lot of individual playmaking and damage, and it's just going to be really difficult to get in past, I think, some of the CC that Ole Miss is bringing. But you've got the strong side laner. You've got the pick potential for Contingent. If you can find isolated members, accelerate the pace of the game, and make Ole Miss march to the beat of their drum and make mistakes, Contingent has a lot of ability to try and take over this game and have a bit of a party.
Yeah, the pick in this Contingent comp is pretty saucy, it has to be said. With between the Ahri Pantheon, that's a deadly combo. One good Tempered Fate, one good Cosmic Binding. It just sets things up so well for Daption and Johnny Rockets to run the rest of the show in these fights. But Ole Miss, a pretty solid team fighting composition here. You've got Engage, you've got Setup, you've got CC, you've got good frontline, and you've got Griffin and Bradley. Man, this mid-jungle core looked so good against Blue Otter. Just ran them out of the building, quite frankly. Can they do the same against Contingent? Contingent kind of playing with house money, though. It should be said. Yeah, Ole Miss, one of the more beatable teams in that really demonically loaded Group A in the NACL 2026 summer split. But starts here and starts with that mid jungle, in my opinion. Kaido and Asila, they've got to figure things out and how to get ahead of Griffin and Bradley, because they're going to take over that game really quick. On the bottom lane, though, I do want to look out there, actually. I don't think I paid enough attention to that. Both Tub and Bounty with the ability to impact the map.
Yeah, I mean, both these are the premier roaming supports with great playmaking setup. I think the pick potential on both sides is outrageous, but I really do want to echo your sentiment that I think it starts with the mid jungle in this game. If you lose control of mid as either side, either Contingent can start opening up the map and looking for those aggressive picks on Vision, or OME, they can shut it down entirely, and all of a sudden that roaming potential and self-sufficiency of the Ezreal goes down in value. Your Zahen's not able to play the way he wants, and the game gets really hard. So I am looking at the double range bot lane, to your point, for Contingent to be a bit of an advantage, at least early on, to try and generate some pressure for themselves. If they can control that bottom side, can control mid, start stacking Drakes, I do think there's a lot of win conditions for Contingent to be able to play through. But the burden of execution, to me, is just that little bit higher.
Is Jin that bridge into that late game, to go back to your engineering metaphor?
I don't think you actually need a bridge. I think you need just the pace to be controlled, if that makes sense. Because OME, their scaling is good, but I don't think it is obviously that much better than Contingents. It's just in straight 5 versus 5s, you have more ability to shape the team fights the way that you want, if that makes sense. So I think Jin in some ways is a bridge, but in many more ways, he is the stabilizing factor, in that you've picked Jin so that you can keep the game slow. You've picked Cassiopeia so you can try to keep the game slow. You don't need to go late game. You just need the game to be structured.
Onto the Rift we go. Tier 2 debut for Contingent Esports. Came up through the NACL OQs, took down AMI and a couple of the spots that we saw filled up by Tier 2 teams in Blue Otter, in Apex Mission Impossible, have come up and are trying to cement their spot as a Tier 2 mainstay up against the Land Sharks of OME, themselves coming off a swift demolition-like 2-0 of Blue Otter, fellow relegation participants. Going back to what you're saying about the Jin Hawk, also, the composition that he's going into is a very Jin-friendly composition.
It is. Yeah, I definitely think, I'm not a huge fan of Jin, especially R5 Jin, but I think this is an ethical Jin pick here from Array. I really do think it's just a great neutralizing pick, and you do have good carry potential later on. I think it synergizes well with the pick setup that OME has in their own right. So definitely, I subscribe.
Adaption, getting decent damage out on the back end, weaving those autos in with the Doran's bow. The mid jungle, we highlighted it earlier for Kaido and Asila. If they can dictate the pace, right? Old Colomar talked about it. You talked about it. You can keep the pace of the game slow, keep it stable around the Jin, and allow then Bradley and Ariana to get things really rolling here. That's a recipe for success for OME. For Contingent, though, like we said, it's going to come down to Kaido. You hit level 6, you start making stuff happen. Asila, a great skirmisher on the Ahri as well. And wave clear pretty well. Meanwhile here, Ariana kind of giving Johnny Rockets the business early here.
Yeah, nice trading by Ariana, really keeping the Zahen low, taking control of the wave. And I do think, again, this is a great matchup for J Rockets to really show us what he is capable of. I do think Ariana, a really solid top laner here in the NACL, but it's no Zamudo or anything like that to completely demoralize you in your NACL debut. So Ariana, of course, he's going to try to do that all the same, I'm sure. But, you know, giving a little friendly dance to J Rockets. And how cool is it that we got Johnny Rockets in the NACL, man? I mean, if you told me even a year ago that this guy would be in NACL by this time, I don't know if I would have believed you, but seeing what he's been able to do on U Tactics really has made me believe this guy, and I'm very happy that he is here, and seeing that up-and-coming talent is still getting an opportunity.
Yeah, and he certainly feels like the kind of guy who, not to kind of get ahead of ourselves, who, if he has himself even a half-decent showing here in Tier 2, he feels like the kind of guy who will be looked at again, if not for like one of those really loaded Tier 3 rosters, then for a middle-of-the-pack Tier 2 roster. Right now, he's going to have to contend with this dive, though. Griffin coming in hot. Ariana forces the flash out of Johnny Rockets, gets the knock up first blood with the shield. Really enough to survive the tower shot.
Yeah, J-Rocket's just too low to be able to survive it. The trade's not going well enough for him, and it's a really nice find from Griffin as Kaido had already crossed to go for the bot crab. Easy first blood pickup, and that's going to put the Zahen quite behind.
Yeah, down pretty much being doubled up right now. Ariana gotten his lead through the assist and the CS, yes, but Griffin up 500 gold early on this Trundle. Still no kind of big support roams one way or the other. It feels like we haven't seen them be as active now. Again, it is still early, yes, but I feel like almost at level 3, level 4, we saw Spica and company be roaming out of that. Tub instead just going to provide a way in via the magical journey for the rest of his squad. Kaido in, Bounty going to bail himself out with a nice hook onto the terrain. He's looking for a re-engage here with Griffin waiting in the wings. But the second you step forward, contingent Spidey sensors go off. They say, wait a minute, where is that Trundle actually?
I like that look. Ooh, nice
hook.
Oh!
Max range hook, followed up by the deadly flourish. It's gorgeous. Bounty sets it up. Array knocks it down.
And Daption dies with both summoners. I don't think he expected that hook to land, nor do I think he expected the burst. So that's a mistake for Daption, but great find from Bounty as well as the initial play from Contingent. I like the idea, but I mean, just mechanical outplays from OME to first kite it out with Bounty not even using any of his summoner spells, and then to be able to find the follow-through hook. That is some quality stuff from an NACL champion and his new AD carry.
Nautilus Gaming, baby. Just throw out the hooks, see what happens. You might hit it. In fact, it is more likely than not that you find a very generous hitbox on your way to a kill. Tub, I saw the vision there, right? I mean, you disappear for a little bit, come in with Kaido. The early upfront damage of the Pantheon is extremely powerful. But it wasn't quite enough, and Griffin showed up right place, right time. And they kept the pressure on, right? Like you said, it's partially on Daption, but Bounty didn't quit either, right? He kept looking for, knowing that Griffin was waiting in the wings. Actually, if we get this, we could make it happen. Might be happening again. Barrier out, flash out. He used the summoners that time, Hawk, but man, oh man, that's a lot of damage coming through.
And the wave state is horrendous for Daption. It's going to get frozen on him. And we saw, too, J-Rockets had a base on a freeze, so he's down 30 CS to Ariana in barely 6 minutes. I mean, this game is already looking impossible for Contingent with such a pick-oriented comp. You've got to have the damage to be able to one-shot individual members, and OME is completely dictating the pace of the game, which is exactly what the win condition was for them. Oh, they're going to dive him again. Oh my gosh, he's only level 5. Ariana 7.
No Grim Deliverance. Griffin does have the pillar. Ariana.
He gets 6.
He can hit the public execution. Yeah, he could just hit 6 here. One of them could anyway. Johnny Rockets able to get it very nicely. Public execution not quite going to find its mark. Man, that nerf feels like it made just a world of difference on the public execution. They might try a redive here. Hang on a second. Never mind. Ariana just dashes in, swipes him with the glaives, and gets himself another kill.
Ooh, welcome to the NACL, J-Rockets, Ariana! Holy. Nice flash follow. I thought J-Rockets might look to turn with the Grim Deliverance once he hit 6, as the dive was a bit haphazard initially from OME, but I mean, that's just well played by Ariana. J-Rockets in his NACL debut, I mean, gets a fastball middle, and he struck out twice.
Yeah, and now, to extend the baseball metaphor, after a couple of fastballs middle, that's what you're sitting on. Curveball, it's going to break your ankles. That backdoor slider, it's going to devastate you. It's like seeing 90 miles an hour as a high school baseball player, which was the highest I ever got. 90 miles an hour scared the dickens out of me. You get up one level, you see 90 middle, you go, oh, never mind, this is eminently hittable. It's just a different ball game up here, man. Ariana putting him on skates right now, it's safe to be said. Meanwhile, while we were yapping about that, Daption did die again in the bottom lane. I think we are going to see that here. Oh, hold on a second. No, we aren't. All right. Well, either way, Ariana gonna be back at it against J-Rockets up on the top side. Yeah, that CS discrepancy, Hawk. It is getting worse and worse.
Look, I don't want to be everyone's promos solo queue teammates and say it's over at 8 minutes, but it's not looking great for Contingent at the moment. I mean, 3,000 nearly gold lead, pressure down in mid. Asylum has no idea.
Nope, and he will be punished for his ignorance, maybe. Does burn one of the Spirit Rush.
Don't die, but it's grubs.
Yep, that is Grubs going over to Ole Miss. Very good on either side, really. Just powerful solo laners. They're going to be able to keep the good vibes rolling. 2 kills early for Array as well. I mean, we just kind of mentioned it and then came on back. Okay, I see the effort there from Daption throwing out the True Shot Barrage. Not going to find anything, though. Tub just kind of keeping tabs on what's going on Grubs. And, yeah, safe to say the report back is not going to be an optimistic one.
Yeah, I mean, this game's just hard, you know, for Contingent. And this does go to show, we set it up a little bit. We were so excited to talk about all these players, and I'm very happy to see so many of them in the NACL, but I do think expectation-wise, it is important to manage for Contingent. Realistically, I think this team is happy to be here. And they've done incredible work to promote into the NACL, and I want to see how they improve. Because I think this team can be competitive, but we are at least seeing through one game a little bit of that where it is an uphill battle when you are one of those teams that promotes into the NACL, when you do have a true rookie in your top lane. And so, I mean, it's very well played to Ole Miss, but it's definitely, I think we're getting that welcome to the NACL moment, right? And it's going to be about how can Contingent continue to improve? How can Contingent show us something up against this Ole Miss team? Because right now, this game is very difficult to play. Ole Miss has controlled everything.
It's been rough, man. Like you said, Ole Miss in complete control, and that was the game plan. I mean, I guess the game plan was slow the game down, but the other side of that, well, if the game plan is quick, if it is faster, but you're in complete control, who cares? And now you see the item spike starting to come through with the gold leads that have come through as well. Ariana, he is up a monstrous amount of CS. Bradley's got himself on that Roa. Tier's already a third of the way stacked. Skin glowing, pockets heavy. Vibes are good, man.
Vibes are definitely good, especially with the amount of red wards. Look at the vision line that Ole Miss has set up across this map.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest question for me is going to be, how can Contingent link up to make some picks in this game, right? Because even if they don't win, even if they are a little bit too far behind, which time will tell if that remains true, you can still make plays. You can still show us some really good glimpses. And I think Contingent, they've already had some decent ideas in this game. So I want to see how that continues to happen. Okay, here we go.
There's that Grand Starfall, runs right into a public execution, but I don't think it will be enough. If J-Rockets can stay alive, this will be well worth it. Grim Deliverance in, a shutdown massively needed for Contingent's first kill of the split.
Nice. There it is. A jungler on the bottom side for Ariana means no backup and a really great claps from Kaido.
Syla, we've seen this movie before, and he will get out in the same way. Hold on a second here. Tub might just be toast. The Ignite takes down. He should survive. Unless, of course, the Curtain Call has anything to say about it. Great Tempered Fate to interrupt the ultimate. Attaboy, Tub.
Some classic bard trolling right there. Tub able to make sure Array only gets 2 shots off. Still, though, the wave going to be conceded. Oh, no, Daption.
Daption's just toast. Flash forward. Auto. Bounty will follow it up with a Q. Array is on a killing spree. The success was short-lived. The victory party there for Contingent.
Yeah, and it ends up kind of being the worst death, as it's ultimately Daption that dies instead of Tub. Just ends up basing under that tower. Didn't have tabs on Griffin. It's that vision line for Ole Miss, paying off so well again. Ultimately, though, it is still just a 1-for-1 across the map, and it was a much-needed shutdown for J-Rock, as he was down like 1,200. That lead individually has been cut in half, so a really, really good find on the top side from Contingent.
Syla almost hits that charm. Bradley and the rest of the squad. Yeah, I mean, Array, look at that gold lead down on the bottom side. I mean, the focus has been on the mismatch in the top lane, but in the bottom lane as well. Array and Bounty. We talked about it, Hawk. This bottom lane, with Bounty coming off the split that he was coming off of, and what Array brings in terms of floor raising and experience to this bottom lane, Ole Miss might have... I mean, if this bot lane works out and the rest of the team plays up to snuff, I don't know if I'm ready to go one the offseason, but it could be one of the signings we look back at when Ole Miss is playing, in a third-place game, and you go, dang, this turned out fantastic.
Yeah, it really could. Dude, like, Bounty just adds so much, because I really felt he was such a strong support for a Contingent and a massive piece in their championship win. He also adds aura. I need everyone to know, I asked Colomer on Discord, I was like, hey, man, like, what's the story behind Bounty's neck tattoo? I mean, I gotta just ask Bounty about it at one point.
He's Brazilian. They get tattoos in weird places.
But the answer, Coliver was like, the only thing Bounty will tell me is that it gives him aura.
I mean,
Is
he's
that not
wrong.
the best answer imaginable?
Yeah.
That's so funny to me. So shout out to Bounty because it absolutely gives him aura, and he's given this Ole Miss team some aura to boot.
Absolutely. I mean, and the aura on the Nautilus as well. Anytime he's in your area code, you've got to have your wits about you. The ears go up, start rotating back and forth. Yeah, he's been a great addition so far. And look, I mean, if nothing else, I mean, you could argue, oh, it's just Blue Otter. Oh, this is the team that promoted from Tier 3. But you can only beat what's in front of you. And so far in Blue Otter, they are a solid team. They made them look pedestrian, if we're being honest. Bradley roaming down to the bottom side. Him and Griffin going to have some one-on-one time with this tower. We get a couple plates out of this as well. Yeah, Contingent, that's the other thing, though, right, is that they haven't really even licked these towers. I mean, J-Rockets, I think he's gotten one plate up on the top side, maybe. But
Nice hook.
after all that, hold on a second here. Yeah, another good hook there. Up in the sky goes Kaido. He's just CC'd into oblivion, not allowed to play the game. The Pillar doing a lot of work. Griffin gets a smite down. Can the curtain call get the job done?
No!
Oh, Daption just barely a pixel away from blocking another one. But Array, out of nowhere, is very quickly 4-0. It's a dream start for the Jin.
Oh my God, who gave Array the gun that got Kennedy, man? He bent the bullet around Daption and manages to find Kaido right before the Tempered Fate comes through. Ole Miss just continuing to extend their lead. You know, for as much as we like to complain about how BS Nautilus hitbox is, it also means it's legitimately difficult to hit that hook around the Raptors. So well played by Bounty to set up that pick. And I think something we talked about in the draft is how, you know, if you lose control over mid, you start losing control over these lanes for either side. It makes the picks so much easier to find. And Ole Miss, they've been able to blow Asyla's ult on cooldown this entire game. They've controlled the jungle highway, and they've not looked back.
No, you pointed it out early, right? The line of vision that Ole Miss had set up, it was on essentially both buffs. Tub throws out the magical journey. Get the heck out of dodge. You got to shadow Kaido just that little bit, but here comes Ole Miss. They're ready to collapse. Kaido says absolutely not. He pulls the plug on the Herald Shrine.
Ooh, got Starfall?
Hold on a second here. Pulls the plug on the Herald, but it's him and Asyla looking to get onto Array. They couldn't quite find it. Ooh. Almost had another Nautilus moment there onto Asyla. Potentially could have hooked him back onto one of the traps. Array drops a deadly flourish. That could have been a disastrous sequence of events for Asyla right there, but it buys him enough room to potentially go back on this Herald. But Ole Miss, they might smell blood in the water here. Daption disconnected a little bit from the rest of the team. He is on that Triforce. He can do some work. True Shot Barrage going to clip Griffin, but not do much else. Bounty looking for a hook in. He gets Asyla. There's a Deadly Flourish combo. TP coming in hot. Asyla gets in, drops the Q, gets out, and runs into Ariana in the backline. Public Execution almost finds J-Rockets just barely out of range. Tubbs on the wrong side of the train tracks. Deadly Flourish not going to find its mark, but the ultimate's traded again for the Bard, and the Jin. As Griffin going to grab himself another kill. Ole Miss add on to the gold lead. 6,000 at the 16-minute mark. Make it 7,000.
Yeah, it's going to be a tower as well. 10-2 in kills at 16.5. I see the idea for Contingent, but I think they're just too far behind to make that play. Ole Miss is able to collapse in force, and there's just no recourse for Contingent. Very well played by Ole Miss. Great TP from Ariana to make sure he follows through. And a clean chase down to make sure all the kills go over. Man, 7,500. How about that?
Quite the lead, man. Quite the lead. And, I mean, and Bradley, he all of a sudden has really joined the party in a big way. So, again, you've got another three-headed monster with a Cassiopeia composition.
6 seconds on ult.
Flash forward, gets the auto onto Asyla. Not a moment to breathe, man. Bounty is everywhere.
And they do kill him. Now, I'm fascinated. On our scoreboard, I think it's a little bit behind. It said Asyla's ult was on cooldown for a couple more seconds, but he did get the Spear Rush. It just didn't matter as Ariana is so strong. And Bounty, 8 of 11 KP. He is having an amazing game.
And this is the formula, man. He's just continuing right where he left off in that series against Blue Otter, on the Alistar, on the Leona. He is just everywhere. And it's not even like linking up with Griffin as J-Rockets TPs into certain Doom, question mark. Can the True Shot Barrage find anything? No. The Grim Deliverance will buy a little more time. Here comes Tub. Maybe they can get the chase on. Pillar gets him on the wrong side of the train tracks. Now, the Tempered Fate. And another TP coming in. Here comes Asyla on the Ari. You get a charm down, gets the damage down onto Ariana, misses the charm. Griffin, meanwhile, onto J-Rockets. He'll get the revive off, potentially. Shutdown goes over to goes over to Tub, excuse me. Not ideal, but Array gonna grab himself another kill in the mid lane, so it gets erased.
It is a kill, though. Another one. Oh, it goes to the Bard, which is less than ideal. You can see the power of the Zahen in the extended fights. I think J-Rocket's playing that one pretty well. I thought he was cooked off that TP. Clearly so did OME. And it does mean Dragon's going to get started. Now, this ultra strong 2-item Jhin is here, and it's going to be TP mid from Bradley.
Bounty on the Dragon as well.
He's going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, they just might here. Let's see.
Okay, they're going to wait
back
for
off.
Griffin.
They don't know for sure. Yeah. No jungler. You don't want to take that risk. Ray going to clear that wave down. Yeah, 2 items immediately. Stormrazor plus the Yomus for Array. 503. 67% KP. And now Bradley's on the 2 key items. Once it gets that Rylai's, it might just be curtains.
I think about as expected in the really early lane, Daption and Tub were able to get some control with the double range, but very quickly, I think the skill gap that we were expecting between these 2 bottom lanes, again, just expectations-wise, I think Daption and Tub are a decent bot lane, especially in the tier 3 landscape, but NACL's a whole new ball game, and Array and Bounty, excuse me, I set the expectation. I think this can be one of the best bot lanes in the NACL, and I really want to see if they can live up to that.
Still got a little bit of pick potential, right? I mean, you're looking for stuff like this, but Bounty able to lay down some CC, get the depth charge out. Array get the deadly flourish off. Instead, he'll just try with the curtain call. Here comes Griffin. Right place, right time. The Ole Miss jungler shows up to bail the rest of the team out. Gets a kill, another one, 2 more for Ole Miss. And Hawk, we're just getting into kind of wallet diff territory here, right? I mean, I mean, part of it is the macro, yes, as they look to start up this Baron, but every fight that Contingent want to take to try to get back into this, every pick they want to get, it's what you said in the beginning of the game, Hawk. If you don't have the damage, if you're not coming into these picks on equal footing, picks schmicks.
They just don't have the map control. Array is so clean with his movement, though. I think a worse AD carry does die there, so Contingent would at least get something. But, I mean, the cleanse was instantaneous on the charm, and his footwork to sidestep some of those skill shots and make sure he stays alive. That is legitimately impressive stuff. He didn't even flash. I mean, but that's Array. He's just so consistently solid and reliable. Very rarely makes big mistakes in the time that I've been covering him. And there's a reason that he's 6-0-5. There's a reason he's got 11 of 15 kill participation. When is the last time you saw an AD carry lead his team on KP? Just leave your AD carry bot on a mage and go somewhere else.
Yeah, unironically. All right, I think I'm back now. I had a little bit of a lag spike. Wasn't sure if I think that was on my end, but we do seem to be back. Yeah, no, it's really impressive stuff, man, right? It's not like, it doesn't even feel like they're just, like, hard funneling anything around him, because half these kills were just, like, actually, Bounty's just going to hook Adaption over and over and over and over again.
More tier 2 towers. Set to fall. I do think it's Contingent. You're wondering what you can learn from this game, right? Because things didn't go according to plan. You know, I think you give J-Rockets another try against Ariana. Didn't go well this game, but that's okay. It's just one game. You know, give him another counter pick if you can. See what he's able to do. Hope the bottom lane matchup goes better.
Tempered Fate out. Bradley takes down J-Rockets with the Petrifying Gaze. Death Charge, hook in all the CC to make sure that Tub cannot play the game. It's a double for Griffin, or for Bradley, excuse me.
That might just be the game. It's 10,000 gold. 3 members still alive for Contingent, but Ole Miss, they got a Baron, and they got a lot of damage onto these structures. It is going to be a transition mid for the inhibitor, but let's see. Array firing in rapid fire cannon autos.
Got a CC down. The charm into the pillar means it's good night, sweet prince. Daption dies again. Bradley helping break open the inhibitor. They're going to go back just in case here. Dot the I's, cross the T's, but it's a 12,000 gold lead at 22 minutes. Hawk.
Yeah.
A slaughter. A slaughter for Ole Miss. Another dominant performance by the Land Sharks.
You know, I always say this. I would say usually 500 gold lead a minute is a stomp. And we are well beyond that with the 12,000 at 23, 22 and a half. So I mean, this is just Ole Miss. They're looking for the second week in a row like an absolutely incredible team. And I think you definitely could argue about the level of competition, but it still takes a great team to be able to look this clinical. And I'm going to tell you, the Ole Miss last split would not have looked this clinical.
No, it was very chaotic, right? And Collimer talked about it. Him and the rest of the coaching staff, they've been hard on the guys because Collimer has not been shy about what he thinks about his players in terms of, he said it. Look, he said, I think we have really good players. I think my players are just smarter. I think they're just better. It's been about translating it, right? It's been about, like he said, stay in control and doing the little things right and making sure they don't get out ahead of themselves because they tended to last year kind of, for lack of a better term, just unga-bunga their way through the early games. And when it worked, it was great, but it was very volatile and did not often work out against the better teams. So we'll see how it translates as the competition level goes up. But business taken care of through 3 games here, barring a miracle by the Tier 3 to Tier 2 debutants in contingent. Looking to close this one out, going forward, and good night, Sweet Prince. Array does so much damage. Now he's going to rip the curtain call. J-Rockets does get onto Bounty. That's 1 for him. He'll get the revive off as Bradley kites back nicely. But with that time, they extend the lead onto the back line. They turn back around now, isolated onto J-Rockets. He goes down. 1 Nexus turret down. There goes the other one. Ole Miss, a rampage through game 1. They take contingent down and open up a series lead.
Array's 4th shot killed Asila at like half, and of course we got to pad some KDAs here.
Absolutely.
Ole Miss, they're trying to clean up, they're trying to slow down their game and play nice, controlled League of Legends, but they want to have a little bit of fun at the end if they can. Man, what is there to say other than that's a stop?
That was a stomp. Yeah, front to back and individual advantages created as well. I think that's the highlight for me, right? It was like, look, it's not to take away from Griffin and Bradley. They played very well, but it wasn't like some macro puppet masterclass. It was just good old-fashioned League of Legends. No, my 2 are better than your 2. My guys played better than your guy. And then with that base, then you kind of allowed Griffin and Bounty to take the reins, start finding those picks kind of all over the map. I do agree with you. I think it's just, look, it's just go next. There's only so much you can take from that game, but whatever you can take away from that game, the next game starts in 10 minutes, right?
Yeah. No, I'm in 100% agreement. I think for contingent, you had a game plan. The lanes just exploded. It's okay. They might be a little bit better hands-wise, but that doesn't mean you can't just try to keep it that little bit closer next game, because I think some of the ideas that they did have were generally correct. And so I think contingent, I'm excited to see if they can show us a little bit more in the next game. Definitely a tough awakening, but sometimes that's how it happens. You move up in a league and you got to adapt or die. 5 weeks, 5 games. That's all that stands between you and potentially going right back down to Tier 3 LCQ pending. So contingent, they're really just going to be fighting to avoid that as best they can.
It's tough, man. This format in the early season can be pretty brutal, but we'll see how contingent bounce back against Ole Miss in game 2. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, Ole Miss trying to close it out on this Wednesday. We'll be right back.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, y'all. 4x4 and Hawk here with you to close out the rest of the games, or maybe singular game if Ole Miss have anything to say about it. Contingent kind of got worked in game one. A big welcome to the NACL moment for a couple of those players, but looking to bounce back here. Surely it is all uphill from here. Let's take a look at kind of the couple of things that did happen, a couple of the good plays that Ole Miss did make, because, man, they looked dominant. There were a couple of great solo moments, some good team play as well. It left Contingent with really no answers. It's our precision play presented by Philips Norelco. Start off by another great hook from Bounty.
Yeah, I think this was the one where he somehow managed to get the hook around the Raptors, and then Array somehow gets the bullet around Daption. It's just, they're bending their skill shots. They are hacking. I don't even understand it. But no, I mean, it was just a very well-played game from Ole Miss. They won every lane, especially the side lanes, the ones that are the ones that had changes. By the way, with Ariana coming in and also Bounty, having great games in their own right. And once they started winning those lanes, they were able to put resources into keeping a silo behind. So then Contingent just lost control of the entire map. And when you lose control of the entire map, it's just kind of tough to win games of League of Legends.
Yeah, like you said, nothing was going right for them after a certain point, and we never even really got to see Contingent show up and, okay, what can they do in team fights? How can they work as a team? How can they fight as five? Because the solo advantages were just rough, especially early on. And I mean, when the Jhin got ahead, say what you want about Jhin, but if he can get going into a composition like this, you saw it by the end, he was popping the Ahri with a 4-shot with down to half HP. You pointed it out. It was just monstrous what Bounty and Array were able to do. And look, it's so far so good for this bottom lane that has a really, really high ceiling.
Yeah, the ceiling's high, and I said it at the start of the game, an ethical Jhin pick from Array.
Yes.
I did subscribe to the Jhin for that game, and I definitely think we got to see why. And again, I just feel like there's not that much to break down because of how effectively Ole Miss was just able to run away with that one. I really just want to see Contingent say, okay, that was rough. It happens. Rude awakening. We're in tier 2 now. How can we look to just keep our lanes together that little bit longer, at least put ourselves in a position where we can try to make plays on even footing? If the plays don't work, that's okay. That's what learning's for. That's what being in the NACL is for. But at least keeping yourself competitive to get to those plays, that's going to be the first step.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even hate them seeing like a similar sort of composition to this, right? Where you have the ability to make plays kind of around all over the map, right? You gave Tub agency. You gave Citywady Kaido, right, agency to make those plays. And you saw, like you said, a couple of good ideas, but the solo advantages that were gotten just made the game absolutely unplayable. So a little more discipline in lane and then striking while the iron is hot.
We'll have to see how they're able to do it. A lot of the premier pick champions are now off the board. Jhin, Nautilus, Bard, Pantheon. A lot of those picks that like to kind of set up plays onto a single individual member. The Vi also hitting the ban table.
Yeah, the Ziggs and the Camille, like you said, Bard and a kind of ban itself. Luck going to be taken away from Bradley as well. So we are seeing the priority rise on that champion in a big, big way. See where else they want to go. Things like the Shen, we've seen a lot more priority. Ezreal's been taken away. I mean, we aren't seeing really hyper carries all that much, right? I mean, Karma was banned away in the last series, so if you want to go kind of longer range bottom lanes, yes, the Ezreal is off the table, but you could go that Caitlyn. That's seen some priority early in the season as well.
I think unless you're going like prio pick Orianna here, I would really like to see some priority put on this Caitlyn. I feel like Caitlyn is so strong in the current meta, especially seeing what Array and Bounty were able to do in the 2v2. It's B1 Syndra. I don't know if Syndra is really the B1 to me in my eyes. It's his massive comfort for Syla, but it feels like you're giving up a lot to get this.
we'll see how that comfort. I mean, hey, if we're talking about don't let the lanes get out of control, right? Just keep yourself healthy, keep yourself in a good spot. Maybe that's what you got to go with. Victor responded immediately by Bradley.
Yeah, I think Victor's a great response. It's another champion that Bradley's very comfortable on. It just puts you on another neutralizing mage matchup. And then we get the Leona blind. So kind of the next premier engaged support does just get locked down for Bounty and gonna kind of hold the cards close to their chests. This does suggest that we are not going to see a Caitlyn lane from Array, but you never know.
There's the Shen hover. I do like Bounty on something like the Leona. Again, it's just kind of rinse and repeat for him. Be a force in lane. Try to look for those kill lanes. And the Kha'Zix for Kaido. This is something he has in his bag. This is not something wild for him.
This is an old school Kaido pick for sure. But it might just be wild because, I mean, we're early picking Kha'Zix. Sure, Victor's showing there is potential there, but Ole Miss can really just pick a composition that completely destroys this. There's a lot of champions that can just deal with Kha'Zix so effectively. Kiana's not typically one of the ones that I think of. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
There we go. Yep, just going to lock in the Wukong here. And Cyclone if that. Kha'Zix does get onto you. I'm fully, not that I'll keep this tangent short, but I'm fully Riftbound brained lately. And I've gotten really into Kha'Zix as my champion in this set. So I'm thinking about like, oh yeah, you can tap one and it's really about just like double conquering. This is how you want to play. No, that's not the game actually. But like in Riftbound, this might be a little tricky to execute is the broader point I was going to make. So a couple of, I mean, look, Contingent definitely drafting for comfort. I think it has to be said early on.
Yeah, I think your read is exactly correct. I do think it is a comfort that we are more likely seeing than anything. As I'm expecting this to be Shen support into Leona. It has yet to win here in the NACL through the 3 games that has been played. But of course, plenty of room to potentially, see the Shen start picking up some steam. My expectation is Kai'Sa here for Ole Miss. I think it makes a lot of sense with this Leona and Wukong composition that you've got. It's a good pick for Array, and it's also something that can be somewhat self-sufficient in dealing with this Ka. And to me, the head scratcher is just that what is the AD carry for Daption? Because I feel like you could have held this Kha'Zix pick until not R3.
Yeah, unlikely to have been banned away. I think that's kind of what we're getting at. So, yeah, why kind of shift that priority down? Now, to be fair, a couple more AD carry bans haven't come through for Ole Miss, right? They went with a couple of bans for Johnny Rockets, but then solo lane bans on the other side. The Vayne being taken away kind of tells you what they're thinking as far as top lane. Silas being taken away for Bradley. That's a pick of his that he really likes. So I do like the bans coming out of Contingent, but it's what are they going to supplement them with here in this second round of picks?
Yeah, I think we're going to see Kai'Sa Xayah here. Kai'Sa for Array. I could also see Xayah for Array if you want to go towards it. Jace is comfort for Ariana. He's going to have played the same 2 champions through 4 games so far. What?
Okay.
It's Galio mid, Syndra bottom, Olaf top.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the wheels are turning in my head. I'm putting them together. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
They locked that in so fast.
Yeah. Again, like I think that goes back to just like, no, this was kind of a pre-prepared thing, whether individually or as a team. Okay, whatever, right? But it really feels like they had some ideas. And honestly, I mean, look, there are gripes about this, sure. That being said, when you kind of just got spanked around in game 1, if you've got something that you feel like, composition be damned, like kind of these other things be damned, we've just got to get our foot in the door. We've just got to get a little more set up. I don't hate this in terms of if this is just comfort.
It's Bradley Jace too. Wow. Okay. This is so interesting. Bradley Jace. Ariana is pivoting to the what's the champion's name? Aurora to deal with this Olaf, and they're going to send Array onto the mage. Victor bottom, which Victor has not really been one of the mages that we've seen. No. The read to me, so Contingent is playing what me and my friends, when we're playing Flex Q at 3 in the morning, like to call a beef squad comp. They picked 4 melee characters that are all pretty tanky and do some damage, but also not a lot of damage. And they are just going to try to death ball. They're going to try to party, get in there, do some damage, and make things chaotic. So the read from Ole Miss to me is we need to keep the game stable, get the Jace out of a bad matchup and into a good matchup against this Galio, and then counterpick this Olaf, because it's going to keep the game stable. And again, it's just structure for Ole Miss. Can we have structured team fights? If Contingent starts falling behind, this composition does absolutely nothing. And I think its ability to get ahead is very, very limited because you don't actually have that much offensive playmaking ability. A lot of defense. So I think it's going to be very difficult to play Wukong Leona here. But you've also got Aurora, Jace, Victor that can do a billion damage before these melees can even get on top of them.
Yeah, and especially with the Jace, right? I mean, I think a lot of onus is going to be placed on, yeah, okay, it's a beef squad composition, right? Your poke isn't just going to, like, light them up. But once it gets to kind of 2-3 items, you get that Cyrilda's going, all of a sudden this gets really, really tricky. Because as far as just gap closing, as we load onto the Rift here in Game 2, right? Kha'Zix, his ability to get in, one-shot somebody, and get out gets a little bit trickier. Again, as far as gap closing, you don't have a ton of options. You've got decent CC, I guess, if you are on Contingent.
Ooh.
But man, oh
Colonel's
man.
calling. The Colonel's calling. Enrique, they want the Raptors.
The Colonel is calling. And as always, you must answer. Just right onto a ward. They don't care. Griffin says, thank you very much. Lean protein is very much all the rage these days. And I'll be back here to meal prep for the next spawn. To extend the metaphor here. Bradley getting decent damage onto Asila. Not going to take a tower shot. Well executed there by the Land Sharks.
Cute little interaction there, too. So Asila got one of the small chickens. He got a wing. But if you eat the rest of the bucket besides a single wing, you do still hit level 2. So Griffin does get the level 2. He gets everything he needs. All the nourishment from that family dipper right there. And is able to walk away. And I was about to say, I think Kaido is the main character here for Contingent. You know, he said, give me the Kha'Zix, give me the comfort pick, and I'm going to carry. And immediately, Ole Miss, they try to clamp down, because I do think for them, I am looking towards Bradley on this Jace to be a power point.
Yeah, Kaido's absolutely the main character. If this Kha'Zix doesn't get going, this is going to be another long day for Contingent, or a short game, I guess, as it were. As Johnny Rockets just continuing to beat the snot out of Ariana on the Aurora. That's going to be tricky to say. I'm going to butcher that at least once. I can promise you that. Yeah, this bottom lane is so interesting, right? I mean, like you said, it was just purely like, all right, we're doing mages in the bot lane. I guess we can just move Array and Daption down, and then you're optimizing your solo lanes. And look, fair enough. That's kind of how you won Game 1, is individual advantages. And if you can really abuse that, if you're Ole Miss, then you're gonna ride into another victory, kind of in the same vein.
Yeah, I fully subscribe. My one thing that does concern me is, you know, I'm a big believer in, if you're against cheese, you don't want to overreact to the cheese, because then you might just throw yourself off. But I think the composition that Ole Miss has does make a lot of sense. So I don't feel that is in too much danger here, especially considering, again, I think if Ole Miss can just keep the game structured and not have their lanes explode, I just favor their comp. So to that end, I do like some of these swaps, as long as the champions are piloted to full effectiveness.
Bradley almost got given the business there by Asila. Going for the all-in. Came back with that TP and that cloth armor. Certainly getting some value out of that into this Jace matchup. But it's Ole Miss up to 200 gold. J-Rockets
fight over the Raptors.
Time of things. It's Raptor time again. This Tub. It's a decently thick body. You can take a lot of punishment there with the Spirit's Refuge, but after the Ignite comes down, Ariana grabs himself a kill.
They're still going. Do you want this?
I don't know, man. Asila.
Okay.
Yeah, Asila gets there, I think, right on time. But now you're still going to get the Raptors. And, I mean, the meme continues here, Hawk.
Yeah. I for a second, I was like, I don't think you want that. But Ole Miss, man. Dude, they're getting all the chicken right now. Like, they're... I don't know. I lost the plot of my analogy,
okay.
but Contingent's going to be sad about it. That's the main thing. Cross map, though. Let's see.
Ooh. Oh, Kaido gets flashed on, gets flashed away from immediately. Flash on Array immediately as well. And there you go. Kaido with a much important first kill there for Contingent.
All right, Kaido, he gets himself that kill. He's the main character of the wave. Also, absolutely disgusting for Array. That was very well played by the AD carry and the jungler of Contingent to find something back. And I think Array, I didn't love it, the kite back with the gravity well. I think maybe waiting a little too long to use the W regardless does end up dropping and losing the flash.
Let's see what Daption can do about it as well. Obviously, Kaido is where you want the gold and the kills to go. Griffin, though, is up 2.5 cams. Hang on a second here. Johnny Rockets looking for the all-in. Get the undertow down, get the flash out of Ariana, and there's your solo bolo for J-Rockets. What a big moment for him as he gets Contingent up 2-1.
Johnny Rockets, baby! There we go! Last game was welcome to the NACL derogatory. This game, it's welcome to the NACL positive, as that's a solo bolo onto Ariana. Love to see it.
Yeah, seems like he waited out the spell rotation. J-Rockets not even level 6. Just said, actually, I can just beat the snot out of you. I can right-click you to death. Now, Griffin, looking for a return kill here. I think he will get it. Yeah, J-Rockets, not a ton you can do there. Conqueror pops on both sides.
Yep.
And Griffin just beats the snot out of him. So get the kill right back. Ole Miss maintain a 500 gold lead.
Now, depending on your team allegiances here, either the unfortunate thing or the disgusting thing about Olaf is that if he had any mana, I think he actually wins that against Griffin, even at that HP.
Fair.
But
he might.
Couldn't cast any spells. Couldn't cast the W is really the big one for the shield and the attack speed, and does end up dropping. But I think J-Rockets is going to be okay with that whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, it's not like that gold went over to your lane opponent, right? So J-Rocket's going to come back with a null magic mantle as well. A little bit more advantage into this lane. Now Tub with a well-timed roam, and they're going to get the kill onto Bradley. No, they're not. I thought that was for sure. Sewn up with a flash from the Ole Miss mid laner bails him out.
It's a really nice buffer on the E to knock back Asila and flash away, create enough distance. Bradley, that was close. I really do like that look from Contingent, and already we are seeing a much more competitive game than game one, where it was like a 3,000 gold lead at this point at 6.5 minutes last time.
Yeah, it was ugly. Daption was not having a good time, but now he's up 10 CS, having a much better time on this Syndra, and Bounty just not having the same kind of pressure, whether in lane or out of lane, that he had in game one. Part of that obviously due to the visit of Kaido earlier on, but still, fair's, right?
And I do really like to see that Tub is getting active on the map, I think more so than last game. While, you know, around the Raptors, it didn't quite go as well. I think, again, some of the ideas and the reads from Tub have been strong, which is what you want to see. And to your point, going to result in a dragon. So, yeah, this is a much better look. This Kha'Zix, once it hits level 6, able to just take down those neutrals so quickly. Griffin, there is no answer.
Ariana still, it should be said, up 22 CS, 23 CS. Not all is well up there in the top lane for J-Rockets, but a solo bolo, and again, on the Olaf, could be such a terror if they can get going, if Kha'Zix can get going for Kaido. But that's a couple of big ifs, right? Again, it's sort of going, it reminds me of what you said earlier, Hawk, that for Ole Miss, yeah, this draft on both sides got really, really wonky. But if you just look at in isolation, these 5 champions, you like the burden of execution a little bit more. And again, just you don't have to get the snowball rolling as desperately as if you're Contingent.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? Despite some of the nice looks we are seeing from Contingent, the game is still remaining very structured, which is what Ole Miss is going to prefer if they can get to these team fights. I just think it's going to be so hard for Contingent to really approach these spaces, even with all of the beef champs that they have.
J-Rockets pop the ghost between two worlds. Did he bite off more than he could chew? It just wasn't well timed. Kaido gets in there a little late. Ariana is low on mana, but if he can bait out something from Kaido, hang on a second here, didn't see him. Now he should be all right. But Kaido, yeah, just a little bit mistimed.
And on the opposite side, Daption went down. So there was, I think, a gank from Griffin, if I'm reading the scoreboard. No, it was just a 2v2, actually. Griffin already had 2 KP. So a 2v2 goes down. So after surviving a bit longer...
Wait. Oh, man. Good Justice Punch. Man, I could have been 3 back-breaking kills to really derail the momentum that Contingent have here in the early game.
And I gotta say, I'm sure we might get a look at that bot lane 2v2, but I have to praise Ariana for how he played in that all-in top lane. I mean, J-Rockets is trying to get the play started, right? And he's thinking, my jungler is going to come. But Kaido kind of took the scenic route, getting into top there. And so Ariana, after using Between Worlds, said, wait a minute, maybe I don't immediately have to kite away. And so he just kills J-Rockets, who I think was expecting his jungler to arrive a little bit sooner than he did.
Yeah. Yeah, seems like that was the case. Kaido now on a hyper-efficient first buy. And again, yeah, I mean, with the Kazakhs into this composition, not a bad shout to play an assassin into this. We've got one really shifty target in Ariana's Aurora. Going to get another look at this 2v2 kill in the bottom lane, it looks like. See how this one goes. Yeah, Bounty, max Rage E.
Dude, Bounty's got some dog in him. Like, it takes some confidence to just immediately flash turn that one around. But good bait from both him and Array to pick that one up. I see what Contingent saw, but unfortunately it just wasn't there. And Ole Miss just continuing to outplay.
1,500 gold. Again, just looking a lot better than game one. The individual lanes did not get out of control. Still a 35 CS discrepancy, it has to be said, up on the top side. But other than that, things looking much more competitive, much more even. You want to see in a 5v5 how this team can fight, though, because that's the other thing, Hawk. In game one, we didn't really get to see a fair fight from Contingent, so we haven't really seen how this group meshes as five. Again, there are some new names, but some old names on this roster as well. We've seen Tub, we've seen Asila, we've seen Daption back in the day, we've seen Kaido/City Witty, Johnny Rockets. How is he going to mesh in with this roster? So far, so good in Tier 3. But in an Ole Miss squad that, yes, they're integrating a couple of new members, but they've got a core that has done this for a while, competing here and in CLOL earlier as well. See where they can extend their advantages. But the top side, Hawk, it has to be said. I mean, look, things haven't gotten great for Contingent so far, but the goal has gone where it needs to, and that is Kaido and Johnny Rockets.
Yeah, you know, that is true. They've also gotten some for Daption, who's actually the only one with an individual lead. Ooh. Fighting around the map.
Yeah, Kaido was looking for another one there, but they blow Bradley's flash once again.
And again, it is worth saying the gold lead is so much less of a problem than it was in the last game. So I asked for step one from Contingent, which wasn't even necessarily winning, but hey, can we at least get to some fights on somewhat even footing and show us what we've got? And that is absolutely happening. And whether or not that does maybe cater a bit more towards Ole Miss's win conditions, the fact that they do just have even that slight lead, it is a massive step up from last game. So you have to give credit where it's due, and I do agree with your point that Contingent, they have the gold on the carries.
Solar Flare not going to find its mark. It actually gets the edge onto Asila. Now he might be in trouble here. Yeah, the all-in goes onto him. Bradley picks up the kill onto the Galio. And they've got the Dragon as a reward. Down goes the big Goliath.
Just another moment where Ole Miss is more together in their approach to the objective, had all four grouped. Contingent just not quite able to connect, and Asila does end up getting punished.
Grabbed himself the Dragon. Daption looking for some sort of scatter of the week, but he's got to be careful, otherwise he's going to eat a Zenith Blade from Bounty. Almost happened there. The Empowered Shock Blast would have cut quite the sizable hole in a Contingent health bar had it found its mark as well. Yeah, Bradley, once he gets that second item, that's a big spike, but then 3 items on the Jace. That 2-3 item spike in the mid game turns Jace into an absolute demon. And again, we'll see how Asila wants to itemize. Obviously has the MR advantage. But you've got a couple of really good targets that you can soften up. Jace is so much about execution. But you trust Bradley to be able to do that. Kaido, did he bite off more than he could chew? He had Asila waiting in the wings, but now with the rest of Bounty showing up, he actually did get the kill there onto Bradley. But can Bounty help turn this fight around? Gets the Zenith Blade onto Kaido, but he's going to walk away unscathed. Scatter the weak, or excuse me, the Unleashed Power will find its mark. Asila gets the kill onto Bounty. It's the kill credit anyway, and Contingent punch right back. 2 kills here, Hawk. Now they want more. Disrespecting the power of Contingent. They overstay their welcome, and Contingent have tied the game up in terms of kills. Now Array might be next on the menu. He will not.
Contingent, though, making Colormer's words echo. Can Ole Miss slow down the pace of play? It's a mistake from Griffin and Bradley as they try to contest Kaido on the force, but there's double globals. The Shen and the Galio rally to the cause. It's another kill onto Bradley.
And more gold onto this Kazakhs. This is a bit of a dream mid-game right now for Contingent. They flipped 2,000 gold in the blink of an eye. And all of a sudden, I mean, yeah, Colomer's probably doing, I won't say doing backflips, but that's generally happy. But he can't be happy with what he's seeing right now.
He's doing
like
front flips.
There you go. He's doing front flips, we'll say.
You know, the opposite of doing backflips.
Yeah, I mean, fair is fair. Yeah, I can't really argue with the logic on that one. But Contingent have seized control of this game, Hawk.
They absolutely have. They have the gold lead. So, I mean, really, it's small mistakes from Ole Miss, but also I have to praise Contingent for just saying screw it, enforcing. Because at some point, you've got to just do it. And now, as you say, Kaido very far ahead. Daption even further ahead. They are doing what their composition was designed to do. And you know what? It was not a structured 5 versus 5. It was a situation where Contingent was able to rally numbers to their cause when Ole Miss least expected it. However, this might have more structure. Tub caught.
Tub shadow dashes out. Ignite taken down. He grabs off the honey fruit, but gonna get punished with the solar flare. Tub caught indeed. Scatter the weak. Now here comes Contingent with the rest of the collapse. Bradley taken down. Gets a little too comfortable there on the Jays. A little too close to the fire. And another kill for Contingent. Hawk, I think that's like 4 unanswered kills. It could be another one. Contingent. They are doing it again, Hawk. Low health bars from Tub, but gets back there with the Spirit's Refuge. Daption throws a minion at Ole Miss. Kaido not at the fight. He's able to grab himself the Herald, but if he can rejoin, he can flip this fight even more in the favor of the debutantes.
I am very impressed with how Daption is playing the Syndra. He's hit some really nice scatter of the weeks. He found the one under Bradley around the Herald. He got another one there under Array, making that fight very close. Ultimately, it is just the one kill for Contingent, but they do get the Herald, and it's another win. I mean, and that was in a much more structured team fight. I think Bounty's ideas for how he wanted to play that were very good, but the positioning from his carries was just not good enough.
No, and now Griffin going with the Flash Cyclone in Asila immediately with the hero's entrance. Gets the double taunt. Where's the damage? It's not quite there. Daption trying to play this one out. He can't get too close. He's now outnumbered by the rest of the squad. Asila gets jumped on. Ariana joins the fight at the perfect time. Ole Miss finally hit back. It was 5 unanswered kills, and they've reset this game ever so slightly.
I don't even know if that kill is that worth it, though. It's so many important ultimates. The Cyclone and the Between Worlds traded a minute before the Dragon. Yes, they get the double globals out of Contingent, but I don't know if it matters because those are important buttons for Ole Miss in the 5 versus 5. The globals are only about the setup for Contingent. It's another good find. However, Ole Miss at least does stabilize this game somewhat. This is what Contingent wants, though. They want the game to remain chaotic, and it will continue as a teleport comes mid.
Bounty looking for a way in, gets hit by Daption. Daption playing defensively very well, if nothing else, right? I mean, that's so much of what Syndra can provide is the setup. But yeah, you got to hit those Scatter the Weeks, man. You have to hit those. It's like you're only as good as your E if you are a Syndra player. Ariana going to equalize that tower, but Contingent did get first brick, and that's not a sentence I thought I'd be uttering after game 1, Hawk. This Contingent team, we said flush it and move on. That can be so much easier said than done, especially when you got, I mean, pretty summarily beaten in game 1, but that is what they have done here. And now Ole Miss send 4 members top and get nothing out of it. Now, hang on a second here. Here comes Asila. In with the Galio, but is he too spread apart? Maybe a little bit of miscommunication from Contingent. That's a free kill over to Ole Miss. Kaido does get the Dragon on the other side of the map.
That TP is not bad from Asila if Ole Miss commits to the dive. But Bounty seeing the TP, oh no, J-Rockets.
Went a little too far forward, did not respect the fact that they could still be there. And Ole Miss get control back, but control, that's with a lowercase c. This game, this mid-game has been very chaotic.
I mean, they're trying to take the tier 2. That's a lot of money. Flash Force, guys, this game has exploded in terms of pace. So tier 2 is set to drop. So it's 2 towers on top, traded for tier 1s in mid and bottom. In terms of map control, that does favor Contingent, but gold favors Ole Miss, especially because they do get the extra kill. Every rookie player has to have a moment of just generational greed on a side wave. J-Rockets, welcome again to the NACL. That was a bad death. It happens. Again, Asila CP is fine if they overcommit to the dive, but Ole Miss, really big heads-up play. Bounty immediately flashes out of the tower. They reset the fight, and they just collapse onto the Galio. So I think maybe a bit over-eager from Asila, but I do understand the desire to defend this top laner. Perhaps the TP location just not quite precise enough. Regardless, it does mean this game is still very, very competitive. The gold is still very, very close. I still favor Ole Miss if they're able to find themselves a more front-to-back team fight with some structure to it. But Contingent is really showing that they do have the teeth to try to make this game weird, and Ole Miss is playing into it.
Yeah, they're punishing Ole Miss's mistakes. They're punishing Ole Miss stepping forward a little too much. Tub with the flash taunt. There's the follow-up CC from Daption. Good night, sweet prince. What a 1-2 punch from Contingent.
Ray steps up on a mid-wave. He's playing Victor, man. I mean, I know you got some safety, but your whole team's bottom.
Taunt going to barely clip Griffin. Ariana responds with a kill of his own. And now this tower not much longer for this world. Yeah, punches being thrown back and forth, man, in this mid game. J-Rockets having some one-on-one time with that top lane tier 2. Now the rest of his squad is nearby. No objectives to fight over, really. We are just kind of throwing hands for the sake of it.
Contingent is super winning this play, though. The kills are even, but they get both mid and top waves, as well as the tower trade in top. So if Ole Miss equalizes with the tier 2, I guess it's fine. But, oh, there's Shenold.
Stand United comes in. Griffin responds with the Cyclone. Ariana gets the heck out of dodge. A little bit more than he bargained for. Now Tub in. Hang on, Griffin. Yeah, he's got the second Cyclone, but the damage just isn't there. Ariana's too low to help contribute. Double flash out. Griffin has to retreat. Just the one flash, excuse me. It was a jump by Kaido. Now Tub could go in. Griffin's got to be careful, man. If he bites off more than he could chew, he's just toast. Kaido gets in there, gets the upgraded W off. One goes down and Tub on the other side. But meanwhile, that's Ariana getting taken down, and now the rest of the contingent has come in. Daption gonna pick up another kill. Bounty has to tail it out of there.
Ole Miss is trying to collapse on this fight, while Victor is top lane catching a wave. They just overstay bottom. And, I don't know, we call it a submarine when you've got the Kha'Zix and the Shen on top. What do you call it when he's got a Galio as well? Just the party bus Kha'Zix composition. Kaido escorting the members into the fight. And this is the first real lead we have seen for Contingent as they win on back-to-back sequences. It all started with the pick onto Array mid. And Ole Miss, in my opinion, is trying way too hard to salvage these plays, and they are making mistakes as a result.
Like you said, Hawk, the first real lead for Contingent, a shade over 2,000 gold. They are the ones dictating the pace of this game. And Kaido, with a heck of a gamble, a Kha'Zix taking first rotation, but this is a champion that he has priors on. It's a classic pick for him, and he is making Ole Miss pay. Now he's on 3 items, and that hyper-efficient build path, man. I mean, just getting the Cyclo Sword on top of the other 2 items. Kaido looking really, really sharp so far. A deathless Kha'Zix game. Not for nothing. That I do not see very often.
Kaido has really come alive in this series just at the right time, as it seems that topside control is the priority for Ole Miss with the Dragon spawning soon.
Holy, Ariana had to use every trick in the book to avoid certain death.
But again, like, it's just Kaido being so creative in the angles he can find, always attacking isolated members, and Ole Miss, they are not playing together as 5 nearly as well as in the previous game. You've got to give credit to Contingent for the fight that they are showing. It's almost certainly Dragon going the way of Contingent with how much Ole Miss is putting priority on setting up around this Baron, but I don't think the threat is real. You have a Victor 80 carry. This Baron is not going to go down quickly whatsoever.
Contingent will grab themselves their 3rd Dragon, Hawk. Soul point at the 23-minute mark. If you would have told me that, again, 40 minutes ago, when we were watching an absolute, so many words you could put. It was an absolute dumpstering by Ole Miss. I would have looked at you like you were crazy, man. What a showing from Contingent, especially in the context of getting their teeth kicked in game 1. They have bounced back in a very nice way. And now it's up to Kaido and Daption, the 2 big hitters. Daption on 3 items on this Syndra. I mean, that's a legitimate carry threat. I mean, you've got to deal with Kaido on top of that, and if J-Rockets can get one good ult off and just kind of zone someone off, all of a sudden, that's a recipe for success in my book, Hawk.
And we've just yet to really see a play, at least not for a long time, where Ole Miss is all together as a group and able to execute on and engage at the same time. So that is still what I'm waiting with bated breath for.
There's a scatter of the week. Solar Flare finds nothing. Battle lines.
That was the attempt.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. I mean, that is ult flash off of Bounty to try to find Daption, and it just doesn't land. And I mean, I respect going for it, but now what? As Ole Miss, that was your big shot, and that flash is still going to be down for the Dragon Soul.
And that's crucial. I mean, Dragon Soul, if you get that, if you're a conviction, or a contingent, excuse me, then all of a sudden as Ole Miss, I mean, you should be taking this threat seriously, absolutely, but man, oh man, then things start getting really, really ugly. Tub has a Shadow Dash out of there. Daption grabs himself a W, throws it back down. The gold lead just growing ever so slightly. It's 3,000 now for the Tier 3 up-and-comers. Led by Kaido and Daption, the old vets, the wily old vets, have taken to their roles very, very nicely. And Daption on this Syndra, man, I mean, look, he's been around. He's a former CLOL champ. This guy has played just about everything in his day. A really good performance from him. Very cool to see some old names coming back as well, right? J-Rox has been one of the stories of this contingent rise, but it's cool to see some names that you go, oh, that's where he's playing. Come up and do a job.
And I really cannot praise Daption enough for his performance on the Syndra. Also, Tub, we've not really said his name much in this series. I think his job pulling aggression on the Shen at some points it's looked questionable, but a lot of time it's worked.
Bounty setting up the bait very nicely, and Kaido is down. That is massive. It's his first death of the day. Array gets a big steaming pile of shutdown gold. Orianna, is he too isolated? The CC goes down. Did he buy enough time? Asyla is down, so it's a 2-for-1. That's a favorable trade for Ole Miss as they keep the party bus rolling forward. J-Rocket flashes away. Gravity Well goes down, and a masterful, man, oh man, did they need that. Scatter the weak from Daption again.
That is a big find, though. The gold lead gets cut in half, and it's a massive shutdown getting taken from Kaido as it ends up being a 2-for-1. Orianna went a little deep, but ultimately a good look from them. And Griffin, you could see the killer instinct. Instant flash for lethal onto Kaido's head, even with the global support. He knew he had it, and that is a big pickup.
J-Rocket's popping the ghost, trying to get onto Bradley. He's got Tub waiting in the wings, but through the acceleration gate goes Bradley. Here comes Griffin. Has the snow. He does not have the Cyclone, pardon me. But just enough of a presence to dissuade any further advance. 1.5 minutes, Hawk, until Soul Point. I mean, this is what the whole game, it feels like, is going to be decided on. Ole Miss have to fight this, but Contingent are the first ones to the river and are able to set it up.
Looking at the item spikes, Daption and Kaido are still the only two with all 3 items. Orianna, Bradley, and Array are all very close to big spikes in their own right, but I don't know if they get there. Orianna needs a little bit of money still for that Rabadons, and Bradley just got the Caulfield, so I don't think he's going to have Sereldas for this fight. That is really important stuff. They're trying to get him money.
Yeah, trying to get something, right? I mean, you need that Cyrilda's to just, that is your final piece of the puzzle, right? That's the cherry
Orianna
on top.
Got Hat.
That's huge.
And Array got Zonia. So that's 2 of the 3 item spikes.
Can Bradley get enough here? Can't step up to that mid wave. And I mean, does he even have time to? I think the answer is no. This is what you're going to be rocking with. But to your point, Hawk, getting Orianna that death cap is huge. If he can stay alive and deliver the kind of performance that he's been chalked up to be able to. Here he goes. Scatter the weak down. Bounty is in some trouble. Can't get any CC down. Throws down the Solar Flare, and it gets absolutely nothing. Now Ole Miss on the back foot. They get the pick onto the Leona, and Contingent have control of this river. Does Orianna have anything to say about it? Interrupts the taunt. There goes the Zanya's. Going to be unavailable for Asyla. Kaido still looking for a way into this fight. That's still a lot of damage from Bradley coming through on the Empowered Shock Blast. It's a numbers advantage for Contingent, but the health bars, Hawk, look pretty dang even to me.
Yeah, that's the long-range damage of Ole Miss. They're fighting with nice structure right now. Contingent went a little too far in the choke point, but they do still have numbers.
Kaido bails. Kaido bails out of the Dragon Pit. Tub is low. Gravity Field goes down. Asyla looking for a taunt way back in. Daption gets a Scout of the Week. Array with the stopwatch. Now Bradley gets blown up. Kaido finds a way back into the fight. Asyla gets the kill onto Array, and Griffin is left to the wolves. Daption with a kill. It's Soul for Contingent. They wipe Ole Miss off the river.
With blinking health bars. It's Kaido. He finds Bradley. He one-shots the heart of Ole Miss, and that's Soul going over. And there's still 3 members dead. Maybe thoughts of a Baron. However, they are low. I don't think they can contest. I think it's going to go over. Contingent, they actually might equalize this series.
Holy moly. How about it, Hawk? Let's see what Ole Miss can do here. This Baron is being taken down, I'd say at about average speed, maybe a little slower than you'd like. Now you see the bailouts coming in. Ariana goes in and gets a ton of damage down. Is this the call that dooms the Contingent redemption story in game 2? Ariana is huge,
Bradley?
but eventually he gets taken down, but the rest of the cavalry shows up. Did they buy enough time? The Baron is secondary now. A lot of damage coming in. Shutdown coming in from Array. Can he get one more? He might go down before he's able to. Indeed, he will. Asila gets the Justice Punch in with the Winds of War, the taunt as well. It was a valiant effort, but it's another 4-for-1. Griffin goes forward. He doesn't have the damage to be able to chew through the rest of this team, or does he? Can Tub provide enough CC to bail out Asila in what would be a heck of a reversal? Victory from the jaws of defeat and vice versa. Griffin trying to get something done and pops the ultimate to no avail. It's an ace for Contingent.
You have to wonder if that's tilt from Griffin as Contingent finds the ace. They don't get the Baron, but they'll be happy with the Soul, and you can see the difference that the Chemtech Soul made in that fight as Ole Miss kept piling in one by one onto low HP members that certainly would have been deceased were it not for that massive advantage. And the way these fights are going, I think Contingent might just have enough left in the tank. One more precise team fight, just a couple more heroics from Kaido and co, and we might just see a game 3.
They've got Chemtech Soul. They've got a 5,000 gold lead. Contingent pick themselves up off the floor after hitting the mat in game 1. That is so much shielding coming in onto Kaido. Holy moly. All the ults used on him. Bounty just gets ripped apart limb from limb. A pile of flesh and blood in the river. Contingent pounce on him like a pack of wolves.
This double global comp is just making this Leona so difficult to pull off as okay, J-Rockets.
J-Rockets going forward like a bat out of hell. Can he get to Bradley? Yes, he can. He's still got the Ragnarok rolling, gets extended ever so slightly and gets the heck out of dodge. Tub going forward. If he can get onto Ariana, they might be able to lock him up. Damage comes in from Daption. Trying to bounce backwards. Kaido looking for a way over the wall. Gets the W out, but that will be it.
Beef Squad comp with its Chemtech Soul, man. I mean, how do you deal with this?
Tough.
The Olaf is just immortal on low HP, and you can't pick Kaido because he's got the support of the team.
Pretty impressive stuff, man. Contingent. I mean, what more can you say? Showing resilience here, showing grit. J-Rockets got himself that 3rd item. Now he has come back into this game, and he's a legitimate threat. We hadn't said his name, like, at all in the mid-game. After the lane started to go downhill against Ariana, he was very much a side character. Contingent were winning, not in spite of him, but just kind of with him just kind of put on the shelf and said, hey, we'll come back to you later. We've got some things to take care of here. They do. Now J-Rockets is allowed to rejoin the festivities. And Contingent have put themselves in a fantastic spot here, up 6,000 gold. The Baron is up, but Hawk, crucially, that Elder Dragon. 2 minutes left. Ole Miss have not had a good team fight in a while. It's been a lot of this. It's been a lot of kind of go forward and Contingent able to play backwards nicely. And like you said, those double globals, which, guess what? They've got again, and now that's Bradley's problem. Daption survives by the skin of his teeth, plus the Stand United, and they get another kill, Hawk.
Daption surviving there is just so big as Bradley is a scatter magnet in this game. I mean, he just gets found again. And I have to praise Daption. He has so consistently not made himself a target just by positioning well. And the scatters have been very, very good.
Ole Miss just throwing everything at the wall, seeing what sticks. Bounty, Zenith blading, anything with a pulse. Asila is too thick, though. With 3 C's and a Q, they do not get through him. J-Rockets gets onto Bounty. The TP into the backline does absolutely nothing. not TP, excuse me, but just the presence in the back line. And Contingent, I mean, it's just, man, Ole Miss can't do anything. They can't do anything. They keep throwing things at the wall and nothing is sticking.
And look at those health bars. Chemtech Soul is just working overtime yet again in this game. You have to wonder if Ole Miss is going to be kicking themselves with some of their fight selection in the mid game. And Contingent definitely should take a well-deserved pat on the back. The Baron just one step closer to closing things out. 27-14 in kills and 8,000 gold in the lead. This is when we start talking like the game might just be a wrap. Elder in 30. So long as this does not go the way of Ole Miss, you'd have to think this game is a wrap.
I mean, I hate to talk like this after we saw game one, but this reminds me of kind of peak Citadel from Split 1 and not in the best way.
Yeah. No, 100%. I could not agree more, where it just has gotten messy, and I think Ole Miss also some disrespect coming through. The discipline that we saw in game one has not been there. And I think credit to Contingent. I asked them, just survive your lanes and get out of lane and see what happens. Mm-hmm. And they've done
so
more.
Oh, yeah.
And it's truly great. Kaido, J-Rockets, they have a monster flank. Ole Miss is just going to try to burn this.
Ariana TPing in, like you said, J-Rockets and Kaido looking for a way in on the other side. I don't know if they have vision. I can't really see onto that Tri-Brush. We'll see. Turret goes down elsewhere on the map, but that's not what we're focused on here. Griffin, he's got the GA. Now he's taken low, pops the clone. Now the double globals have come in. Griffin gets a CC down, but that does absolutely nothing. Double taunt comes in from Asila. Scatter the weak lands again. Dapshot buys more time with the stopwatch. And in the Tri-Brush, it's an absolute slaughter. J-Rockets turns into a butcher and carves Ole Miss limb from limb. Ariana just getting brownie points at this point. Doing a little stat padding. He throws the emote up. Knows that it's cooked. Contingent. Wipe Ole Miss off the map again. It's a 5-for-0 Ace Hawk.
Just such a nice setup from Contingent. Ole Miss out of gas. Contingent coming alive. We're going to game 3.
Holy moly. Contingent. Welcome to the NACL. What a game from these guys. Bouncing back after a brutal game one. Could not have gone a lot worse. Like you said, when we were at this point in the screen last game, Hawk, it wasn't a perfect game, but it was pretty dang close. Contingent. The early game did not go well for them, Hawk. The early game looked like more of the same from Ole Miss. It looked like we were heading towards the same scenario, but Contingent, they did not they bended, they did not break. They held the line, and they punished over-aggression after over-aggression from Ole Miss, and they took a bit of a goofy draft, but you called it out, the double globals. Whenever anyone got isolated, it's nope, get in here. It is just the two super fans getting on, giving their lives for whoever was isolated. More often than not, that was Kaido, and it was just like, if you're Ole Miss, you throw everything at it, and you go, where'd all my damage go? Oh, look at all the shielding, and now I've blown everything. All I can do is run backwards now.
Yeah, and we saw some glimpses for them, but Contingent, they stood tall. Really have to praise Kaido and the bot lane for how they were able to play in that game. Their impact cannot be understated, and just impressive stuff. We finally get a competitive game today. We get a game 3 even at that. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because Contingent, I've decided I'm dubbing it the clown car comp. They piloted it, well, maybe not to perfection, but it was good enough. Let's see if they can do it again in game 3.
All right, taking it to a break. Don't go anywhere. This one should be a slapper. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Woo, what wrong pipe off the rip. Sorry, that could have been a disaster. Hi, everybody. My name's 4x4. That's Hawk. Avoided a crisis. You know who didn't avoid a crisis is Ole Miss. They set themselves up well for another repeat of Game 1 and instead fell into some old habits, it felt like, Hawk. And we'll kind of hit that train a little bit. And then I will give you full reign to talk about Contingent because they pulled off a kind of a kooky comp, but like they made it work. They did what this was supposed to.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I mean, you hit the nail on the head last game that Ole Miss looked like last split Citadel with the problems that they're having, consistently trying to salvage losing plays instead of just taking the L and resetting for a better angle. And for Contingent, they played the Clown Car comp, and I said in the draft, it's going to be really hard to play Wukong and Leona this game. Just dive in on people. And, well, we saw Ole Miss continuously try to dive in on people, and it did not work. So massive props to Contingent. The early Dragon priority also was really the single biggest win condition that did eventually send things over the end when you start to see that gold graph just fall off a cliff, because it was competitive for quite a while until it wasn't. And you have to give Contingent credit because they not only survived their lanes, they managed to find their first win in the NACL.
I think it was, and like, even in the micro sense, right? It was things like for Ole Miss. I mean, yeah, like, because you're thinking ahead, right? Okay, what's got to be different for Ole Miss? What's got to, is it comp? Is it just mental? Is it execution, right? I would say it's the latter of the three, right? As opposed to just talking too fast. You can't fall into those old habits. Again, I know it's easier said than done because they're habits. These are things things that you can't just kick. But the way the Collimer was talking in the interview made it seem like, look, we are putting kind of, B to A on these guys to try to kick those habits, right? And you've got a chance here against a team that these are the guys were promoted from tier 3. I think if Contingent do end up winning this series, it is going to be a long VOD review session for Collimer and the boys.
Yes.
This one, especially this is, you're in the loaded group. You're playing against the quote-unquote weaker group. And this might be, on paper, the weakest team. Again, that remains to be seen. But from preseason expectations, this is a win that you've got to get, man.
No, you took the words out of my mouth because that's exactly it. Ole Miss is a team that should be making playoffs. No two ways around it. But you need to make sure you're not stumbling your way in. You need to be taking care of business against a team like Conviction if your expectations are to be a threat.
You find yourself bottom 2 in the LCQ. You're a best of 3 away from, all right, see you in 2027.
No, exactly. So don't want to leave things to chance. And I am in 100% agreement with you that this is Ole Miss's game to lose, even with the fight that we saw out of Contingent in the last game. So I'm expecting them, if this is a team that's turned over a new leaf, to turn it back around and show us more of what we saw in Game 1. As Camille is unbanned for only the second game in the NACL season so far.
Holy, and it looks like that will be it for Bounty.
That's
4
crazy.
Wins. Yeah, 4 wins and a loss. I wonder what those numbers are all from. Maybe that's coming back to season 1, or split 1, I should say. But either way, look, it's Camille. It's 2026 summer. This pick is nutty. Kaido going to have his Kindred taken away, and then a Fury taken away as well. So a couple of these high-octane carry junglers are not going to let Kaido back onto a couple of those. And when you're a guy with as much history in the league as he has, there are a couple picks that you've got to over-index into. Ziggs also going unbanned, and that will be what Daption will be on.
Yeah, you have to take it. You can't give Ziggs Camille. And I will say, Daption was really good on the Syndra last game. I thought he looked much more comfortable on the Mage than Array, who I was really not impressed by his performance on the Victor. I think some critical mistakes and some critical moments made that game more difficult for Ole Miss. So if this is the read, hey, we will give them Camille, but we get Ziggs, I don't hate it. But Bounty has been very good throughout this series. Even as the game progressed and he kind of just started dying, I think his setups and his ideas were really sound throughout most of the game, and you've given him the premier engaged support in the meta. It's been permabanned, and I mean, shoot, even Spyrax won on this pick. So, like, I am very afraid for Contingent giving this one up, but it's a gambit, and so we'll see.
We shall see. Sivir locked in response, late game insurance, clear waves, do damage late. Well, I do like Array on this Sivir a little bit more than I like Daption on the Ziggs. But again, it's going to come down to execution. But they're filling similar roles in the early and mid game. Griffin going to be on the Jarvan, big playmaker for the boy.
These two teams have really deprioritized Orianna throughout the series. It's fallen through the draft in 2 consecutive games, but I do wonder if Orianna is on your mind at all if you are Contingent. I would expect that one to get banned out if they're not picking it up here for Syla. I don't think you can let Ori go over against the Camille Jarvan as they go Rise. It's a little shorter range and immobile, but it does have decent side lane presence. I'm expecting that this is more just comfort than anything for Syla.
Yeah, you'd think so. But again, the late game looking really, really monstrous. Not a ton of physical damage, it has to be said, so we'll see what Kaido gets onto as well, because with Tub on Rel, right, you don't necessarily need another form of engage, but it's always nice to have, if nothing else, just another bruiser. There are a lot of junglers taken off the board, though. Nocturne's still up, I suppose. But Vayne being taken away again.
Vayne
what
ban
J-Rockets might take into it, yeah.
Signaling to me that they want to blind Gnar as well, which is still available in this series if Orianna should want to take it. And there's that Orianna ban. So I think they're going to ban something maybe like Renekton, I think would make a lot of sense as a ban if you're Ole Miss, unless you want to pick it here. Although, no, Contingent actually, they get the first pick. The sides are swapped. So Contingent does get to pick something right here. Also a question. If Gnar or Renekton is open, do you just take one and get J-Rockets onto that champ? Or do you give him R5 and say, hey, man, you're a rookie, but we believe in you?
That'd certainly be something. I mean, last time around, right, they didn't, it wasn't J-Rocket Zoloft that, ran the show, right? He's been one of the main characters for Contingent, certainly one that we've highlighted a lot. But it was Kaido and Daption that led the charge, and then J-Rockets came into the fold, hopped into the clown car, like you said, was able to execute nicely to close the game out. Aatrox locked in here. In all likelihood, going to J-Rockets, you could flex that for Kaido. That wouldn't be crazy to me, especially given just the player he is and the champs he likes to pilot. And that does leave you with R5, quote-unquote, as well for J-Rockets, but it gives you flexibility, if nothing else.
Yeah, we haven't seen much Aatrox this year. It does discourage Gnar for Orianna, but there's a lot of things that you can theoretically play into that. He's going to go Gnar. Wow. I was not really expecting that, but I mean, it's just strong. Like, I think for yet another game, Ole Miss, depending on what Bradley decides to go for here, as it can't be that Orianna that I had discussed, I think a melee diving mid would make a lot of sense. Silas is open if you wanted to go for it.
Yeah.
But I just feel like Ole Miss, again, they have the easier to execute composition than Contingent, but Contingent has a lot of death ball. Ziggs, Aatrox, Rise all following through.
And it will be the Akali for Bradley, a signature pick of his. The Yone hovers giving me goosebumps here, Hawk. For J-Rockets, this is something that he likes. He's got it in his bag. Instead, it'll be the Varus.
Whoa.
I suppose in the top lane, yeah.
Okay. Varus top, Aatrox jungle, Rise mid, Contingent is giving the ball to the rookie. And you know what? I got a lot of respect for that, Johnny Rockets.
Yeah,
Let's
man.
see what you got. But I will say the integrity of this Contingent composition just got a lot worse with that Varus pick. Again, I keep talking about team fights. If we go to team fights, Ole Miss can blow up whoever they want. They've got Camille. They've got Jarvan. They have got the Sivir to get them into the fight and an Akali to fly over the top. It's going to be very, very difficult for Contingent to navigate these fights if Ole Miss can party in their backline. However, there are some advantages. They've got good range. They've got good side lanes. They've got just good scaling damage across the board. So if Ole Miss does mis-execute in their engages, it could get dangerous. And if J-Rockets can knock down the door in top lane for the first time this series, then we might just see Contingent be able to pull out an upset.
Yeah, that's the thing for me about this Ole Miss composition that stood out is just you've got a lot of ways to get onto. It's not the most mobile of carries, right? Phase Rush is no longer in the game. Asila can't just proc it immediately and right-click his way to safety. J-Rockets, you've got the Chains of Corruption, yes. But this is very much a composition for a Contingent that wants to be the first ones there, wants to be the first ones starting these fights. Playing backwards is a little trickier for this team. We need some big engages out of Tub as well. On to the Rift for Game 3. Ole Miss got punched in the mouth in Game 2. How do they bounce back? As the young gun, Singular, and a couple of old heads on Contingent making their return to Tier 2. How do they bounce back as well? Like you said, Hawk, they've given the ball to J-Rockets, especially early on. If he can create advantages, then this could get out of control really, really quick. But Ole Miss, it's comfort and it's ease of execution for the more senior, shall we say, team. It's Raptor time. Hold on a second here. Kaido will get level 2 in the majority of the camps.
Yeah, it's just Bounty. So it was not a move from Griffin. He's just trying to be annoying towards his Aatrox. We also see a support in the top lane. So Tub went top. It doesn't look like it resulted in anything, though. So it's just push, presumably to J-Rockets, because we've not looked exactly top at the wave yet. I do also have questions about Kaido on this Aatrox. I'm very intrigued by this pick. Against a very short range, triple melee comp here for Ole Miss, I think Aatrox really could be a problem later on in the game if Kaido does well. But being a jungle Aatrox, you're going to have less income than a top lane Aatrox would. So it's going to be a bit of a question of whether or not Kaido can find that income to turn into a menace, because I do think in the team fights in the later stages, Aatrox will be the most powerful champion for Contingent.
It very well could be. No, but in the mid game, I think you hit the nail right on the head. The skirmishing that this champion can provide is going to be monstrous, especially if he can link up with Tub. It's crowd control plus that sustain that's so tough to chew through early on. And J-Rockets can land a big Chains of Corruption. He's got the PTA as well, so if he can just auto-attack his targets to death. Should set up for something very exciting. Yeah, and you've got that extra physical damage, right, that I called out at the beginning of the draft. Okay, you got Ziggs and Rise. You've got your late-game insurance, ton of magic damage. Great. And with no tank, that does make it even kind of better for this composition, right? I mean, it's not that you can't shoot through a tank with magic damage, but you need a reliable AD carry to be able to do that. So a little bit more forgiving for this Contingent composition. I mean, taking, again, a couple more creative drafts.
Yeah. They got plenty of damage, Contingent. So yes. I am definitely not worried about their damage profile in the slightest, especially considering there isn't really a true tank on the side of Ole Miss. They do have front line between this Camille and Jarvan and Gnar, but Contingent has more than enough damage, and that's why, again, Ole Miss, they need to be very precise in the way they play these fights, because if you don't find a good engage, you are going to get ripped apart by double mage Aatrox Ziggs.
Yeah, well, that's what it's going to come down to, right? I mean, if you do get that good engage, Bradley might be in a little bit of trouble. The Rune Prison did come down. Kaido coming in from the jungle. Bradley and Griffin switch spots, but First Blood goes over to Kaido. Bounty in with a max range flash hook shot. What a play from the Ole Miss support. Tub gets on his horse. Will not get much else.
TP back. Bradley's wave is in a really bad spot, so Bounty's going to stay to cover here as Tub does pick up some of the creeps for Kaido, of all people. And I think that should be the end of the action.
Tub goes crashing down.
They're trying to deny this crash. It's very difficult for Bradley right now because as a melee champion, you just can't interact with the wave that well when it's in this position in the lane. So he needs help, but Tub is going to sit here and basically force them to fight.
Yeah. Or if
now the
else,
wave will bounce.
Stay here while Bounty. Yeah, while the wave resolves and Bounty is still babysitting. Tub has to stick around. Onto Asila. Comes back with that Ruby Crystal and the tier. That's big. Bradley with the Dark Seal early on after that first death.
And ultimately, it does end up being that 1-for-1 as Bounty, kind of like a wrestling move off the top rope with the max range hook shot, as you so well called out, does manage to equalize as, we're going to have a pause. Brutal.
That's tough. Yeah, game felt like it was kind of coming to life here. We will get a pause. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. This game 3 shaping up to be something tasty. But in the top lane, Hawk, a 9 CS lead for J Rockets. A range versus range matchup. The Varus, that's always a spicy pick when it comes out, especially a little more so now, right? It's not quite as favorable as it was maybe, 2-3 months ago. But J Rockets certainly off to a good start in that top lane against the Ari Nar. Nah, it doesn't work. Ariana Nar. I tried.
The Nariana.
Oh gosh, Nariana Grande.
See, when he goes Mega Nar, is that Nariana Grande? And
yes,
when he's,
gosh, I missed
when he's
too.
little,
God.
he's Nariana. What, Pequeño? I have not done Spanish in a long time.
It's Pequeño in Portuguese. Yeah, Pequeño in Portuguese. So but damn, you just 2 layups there, man. Good for you.
No. You set me up. That was a team effort. Don't sell yourself short, okay? I said your joke, but louder. Like,
Yes. No, that's literally what happened. That's literally what happened. It got stuck right behind my teeth. Couldn't quite get it out. But I would love to see, Contingent take this one. Whichever way this goes, I think I'd be really happy with the outcome, unless it's just a slaughter one way or the other. But, in Ole Miss, it's a story of resilience and of, being at their best self and in game or in series, right? Recovering from kind of their worst habits and a pretty rough showing in the back half of game 2. And Contingent, man, you said happy to be here to start off. I think I tend to agree with you, especially as far as preseason expectations. But if they can reset some of those expectations, if they can be guided by a great performance on this Varus top from J Rockets after a pretty quiet games 1 and 2, that'd be something special too. This should be a really great game, no matter how it shakes out.
Could you say that this game is contingent on their top laner?
Hawk, you're on fire. He's heating up.
Oh, yeah. I'll be here all night. Hey, J Rockets. Hello.
Hi, J Rockets. Yeah, he knows.
I will say, gold allocation wise.
J Rockets Grande.
Yeah. Sorry.
No.
As you can see, we don't know how long this pause is going to be, so we've decided it's banter time,
Yes. You were making a point about gold allocation, though.
I was, because Bounty got the kill for Ole Miss, but I had just been talking about how I think Kaido's income in this game is really important on this Aatrox. He got the first blood on the Bradley. So, in my opinion, beneficial play for Contingent, even with the 1-for-1 going down. Obviously, Camille with gold is not a bad thing for Ole Miss, and ultimately it's pretty even, but still, I think that is the best case scenario for the gold to go to.
Yeah, no, definitely could have been worse. Kaido, you call out his importance, and on the jungle Aatrox, right? It's kind of one of those things, right? It's like, it is a big hard carry, but it's not. For me, and maybe this is just me being not smart, but it doesn't feel like it's in this same bucket of like the Nefiri, the Kindred, the Kha'Zix, right? Where it has to go all to him because he could be such a menace, just kind of in an auxiliary role.
Yeah, for sure. I think the nice thing about playing a 4-threat composition for Contingent is gold is good on everybody except for Rel. So, yeah. It gives you a lot of flexibility in that sense. My main concern is I just feel like Varus, Ziggs, and Ryze are all really hard champions to play against Dive because they're, for the Ziggs and the Ryze specifically, they're very skill shot reliant and they want to get multiple rotations of spells off in a single fight for all 3 of these champions. In addition to the fact that they're largely immobile, Ziggs has a satchel, it can be very difficult to play against Dive when you don't have a front line to sort of create that shape for the team fight that you want. I've been using soccer analogies during the World Cup to sort of talk about team fight shape, and you need those mutually supportive structures against Dive, but you don't really have the ability to do that as Contingent. Aatrox, though, can operate somewhat independent.
Great shattering strike by Tub, but it might have been too little too late. Bounty off the top rope again. It's 2 kills, both for Ole Miss support.
All right, well, maybe that extra longsword that Bounty has from the kill, I don't know, maybe paying dividends, you could argue, as we didn't quite see the setup, but nice hookshot wall dive and good stuff there as Ariana also forced a flash 1v1 from J Rockets.
And J Rockets did use that ultimate. Didn't get to see exactly what went down up there, but look, you forced him out of lane. You're up about a wave and a half. You forced him out of lane, I should say. About a wave and a half, so feeling pretty good about things. Interrupting the Q2. or the W, I should say. Kaido in a little bit of trouble here, but he's able to double dash over the wall, keep pace with Griffin, but he's able to EQ him to death. Just swipes at him with the Demacian Standard. And now with the Realm Warp trying to get the heck out of dodge, and they do. Contingent, get in, get the kill, and get out, but it is traded for jungler.
If Bradley wanted to be real crazy, he could have taken that E on the tub and tried to assassinate Asila with the R2. I think it probably wouldn't have worked, but it would have been really funny regardless. It does end up being a 1-for-1 as the junglers once again meet in mid, but Bounty being first to the play. He's having a great game as, oh, they got him.
They did. Bradley finished the job, but Bounty gets traded back, and the support has a bounty. Because of course he does. But Asila, yeah, getting one back there, but Ole Miss still a 1,000 gold lead, 6 minutes in. You'll take it.
Ole Miss definitely is the ones coming out on top. The main thing is honestly the farm for me in bottom is that was kind of the only unanswered kill we've really seen. All these fights around mid have been extremely even. Yeah. But for the third game in a row, it is Array and Bounty getting the 2v2 kill onto Daption, who, not talked about this yet, but Array and Daption, they played together for a long time.
True. Arrow not going to find its mark from J-Rockets. Griffin EQs in, not willing to commit the Cataclysm just yet. J-Rockets returning fire very nicely on this Varus. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's Kaido, who grabs the first dragon of the game for Contingent.
The dragon stacking was a problem for Ole Miss last game. Kaido's done a great job of picking those ones up early in all three of these games, so definitely like to see that. It's good exhaust from J-Rockets. Only burning that summoner spell against the gank, I think you're pretty happy with if you are Contingent. It's really the only cost for that dragon take that does come down. But credit to Ariana, he's kept this lane very close, which I do think is something that Ole Miss is going to rely on as we look ahead. But get a replay. Okay, here's the kill onto Asila. I think, does he just stay for the wave and die?
Yep, and then Bounty punishes him. Yeah, he's been good on these hook shots, man.
I will say, it's a shutdown that goes over to the rise. So Asila's not too upset about it. Yes, he misses the wave, but Kaido was at least there to collect. So I think Contingent is pretty okay with that play altogether. Getting some gold back for their rise and making sure they're not dropping the creeps really anywhere. But I agree, Bounty, the opportunity cost was the Ziggs, right? We haven't seen anything from the Ziggs yet. Let's see if Daption can start to come alive in this game. Again, I want to go back to the point I was making. Henrique, I don't know if you remember Dragoon's Goons.
Oh, how could I forget?
Was the bottom lane of the legendary tier 3 team that did not do as much as people hoped, but it was very fun to watch.
No. but for a while there, it was really sick, yeah.
Yeah, it was really epic until it wasn't, right?
Yeah, it was a fun chapter in tier 3 lore. Bounty going in over the Jarvan Cataclysm, giving him so many more structures to play for. Nice little synergy there. Kaido will get a kill back, though, so it's jungler for mid lane. And again, Ole Miss keep that 1-kill lead.
Kill for Bradley, kill for Kaido, gold in all the right places for both these teams. And again, It's so even. Every time supports go mid, someone's dying on each side. It's a Pyrrhic victory.
Very well said, attaboy. Have you seen the Odyssey?
I have not seen the Odyssey yet. I really want to, though. Yeah. You know, Henrique, I know a lot of the NACL casters are tapped into Epic the Musical. Do you happen to be tapped into Epic the Musical?
Epic the Musical? I do not happen to be tapped in.
It was like a musical made by this guy on TikTok, but it's actually good, about the Odyssey. Anyway, go listen to it at some point. But this is like old news, but, you know, it's old lore.
Oh, well. Yeah, no, I absolutely will. I did a little Control T. Seems interesting. I don't know. I'll put it on the list. So it's actually
that's my Odyssey until further notice, until next week when I can go see Nolan's Odyssey.
Yeah, we got I'm a little closer to Irvine than I am to the Chinese theater, but I want to see it with like the 70mm turbo banger, massage seats, all that. Whatever, right? But the tickets sold out like crazy.
Yeah. Well,
apparently people have to see it 4 times before some of us can see it for the first time, but I digress.
Yeah. Some people, am I right? You know, Grapes was asking me if I wanted to go to the Odyssey, but I unfortunately had to do something called NACL, so I couldn't go. So maybe next week.
And with that, we zoom back into this one. It's been status quo here for as much blood and action as we have seen, Hawk. Nothing ever happens. This game has been the same for like 6 minutes.
Yeah, it really has just been mutually assured destruction in mid, and that's it. Are we going to see another repeat?
Oh, hold on a second here. Yeah, Realm Warp in. Griffin EQ's out of trouble. A Flash blown as well. Bounty is in the mix. And Contingent tie it up. Daption gets on the board with a much-needed kill. Kaido, who's locked in there with who? Bounty goes in over the wall with the Hextech Ultimatum. Very nicely done by the Ole Miss support. Ariana gets the kill. And a couple of Ole Miss health bars are very low. Griffin's got to be careful. The EQ comes back up off cooldown. Not a moment too soon. Ariana with the flash out takes the blast cone. But Asila bops him with the arcane energy to secure the kill. And Bounty trades himself right back. So, again, the destruction is in fact mutually assured. But with all that, it should be said, Contingent actually flipped the gold lead, so now they're up 700 gold. Was Griffin not able to get the kill onto Tub there?
No, that was a massive win for Contingent. TP gets invested from Ariana, and Ole Miss loses the fight as Contingent was +2 in the kill trade. Kaido is so strong already on this Aatrox. He lived for way longer than I think Ole Miss was expecting. And I got to give credit to Tub and Adaption. This Ziggs really making his first impact in the game as they found a Ray as he went to collapse, removed the Sivir from the fight entirely, making it only a 4v4 at best for Ole Miss, even with their top laner arriving.
Pretty good stuff here from Conviction. And again, they find themselves with a lead, but the million-dollar question, going back to last split, going back to last game, how do Ole Miss respond? The control, the discipline that they had in game one that their coaches have wanted to see from them and drilled into them. Are we going to see a more controlled effort, a more deep breath in through the nose, hold it for a couple of seconds, and out the mouth for a count of 4, right? Are we going to see more of that, or is it going to be more of what we saw in game 2? The Camille Champion Select quote is perfect here. Precision is the difference between a butcher and a surgeon. The slapper quote, no matter where you slice it. And that's what we're going to need to see from Ole Miss. Dragons spawned here, and Contingent, they've got the whole river lit up blue. Well, most of it anyway.
There are 4 control wards on the bottom side of the map for Contingent right now. I think Tub is standing on one of them, but I swear I think there's 4. Regardless, precise dragon setup. There is no approach here for Ole Miss, and Array is getting really bullied by this Zig, so I think this is going to be second dragon just going over. Ole Miss seems like they want to do something, but I mean, your AD carries half HP and no mana. What can you do?
Yeah, it's a little rough. Daption certainly with the upper hand here. Able to, again, just throw out bouncing bombs, right? The threat of the Ziggs is so massive. And now it's 2 dragons to 0. And again, we get the Chemtech Rift. Contingent again poised in the catbird seed to be the ones to take advantage of it. Who's going to walk away with this blue buff? That might be a secondary prize here. Stun goes down. The Shattering Strike lands on a Griffin, but he buffers the EQ out of trouble first.
Array?
Oh, man, just barely. Able to flash away Daption almost with a solo bolo, and he's only going to become more of a problem, Hawk.
Yeah, Daption, after it's just like game 1. Gets 2v2 killed on the mage, and then as soon as he leaves lane, just starts putting down massive impact. I mean, this is really nice stuff on the Ziggs. He's got a bounty on his head, despite being down individually in gold, funnily enough. As speaking of bounty, this is a creative idea to try to get Bradley some more money. Certainly is. Yeah, like you said, Bradley coming in hot. He starts the fight off. Here comes the Realm Warp. Can he get the stun off beforehand? It's perfect from Bounty with the Hextech Ultimatum. Ignite to seal the deal. The kill goes over to Bradley. Crucially, yeah, Bounty says, I've had enough. Here you go, Bradley. I'll throw you up. Yeah. Bounty really did not want to flash there, but Camille Ultimate, the channel of Camille Ultimate interrupts opposing channels. That Realm Warp was 0.001 seconds from completing, so Bounty
close.
knew he had to get in there because that was a big investment as Array is getting pounded in the mid lane right now without. They knew they had to make that play work. A lot invested, but it's another kill to the Sakali.
Ole Miss now with the gold lead, but it's negligible at this point. You're looking at item spikes and how well you can set up to fight on those item spikes at this stage in the game. Ariana, the only one without a completed item here. Hang on a second here. Cataclysm down with the EQ. Griffin wants more. He gets a huge shutdown on Adaption, and Tub next on the menu. They had Bounty waiting in the wings just because. Ole Miss finding their footing in the mid game.
Yeah, Contingent gets mid-tower, but Array gets paid, and he needed it. The Ziggs was really starting to become a problem as... Henrique, I'm hoping you've seen the old school... Oh, hold that thought, because J-Rockets, he's about to be a victim.
Oh, man. This is tough. The walls are closing in, and the walls are named Bounty, Griffin, Bradley, and a couple of minions. J-Rockets not gonna go down without a fight. And a kid takes down Bounty, just rips him in the face with arrow after arrow. It's a 1-for-1. Talk about making the best of a bad situation.
5 members bot. And J-Rockets converts to 1-for-1. Extremely good flash. Great target selection with the Chains of Corruption to lock down Bounty and remove him. And he was always going to die. But that was very nicely played. And it's Rift Herald for Kaido. So Ole Miss doesn't really get what they're looking for. And Contingent is able to cross-map for an advantage.
Very nicely done. This team in the last 2 games has looked completely different from the team we saw in Game 1. Man, the team in Game 1 looked... I mean, they just didn't get to play the game. They were just, it was monitors off. It was, all right, I guess we'll play this out because it's unethical to FF in professional play. But this is just night and day different, man. Ariana goes bouncing in, goes big, does have the Meganar available, gets the flash. Oh, very nicely done by Ariana to kill Asila. Tub might be next on the menu, but he will walk away. After all, he does have 4 legs.
Yo, these top laners, though. Ariana. That was a beautiful flash over the Shattering Strike. My goodness. Okay, I see you. That's a pretty nice pickup as Asila gets dropped, and Ole Miss is starting to pick up a bit of a gold lead. J-Rockets maybe going to become a target in top lane. He recognizes it. Just going to base. But it should be a 1-for-1 between the support and top laner and bottom. Okay, what I was going to say is Ole Miss getting top lane tier 1.
Whoa, and now it's Ole Miss not only getting top lane tier 1, but making their presence felt with that priority in the western quadrant of the jungle. And now really starting to sink their teeth into this mid-game, Hawk.
Yeah, they don't quite get the tier 1. And again, that 1-for-1 is worth for Ariana. I mean, like, who cares if Rel gets a solo kill? You're an R, man. You want that money. J-Rockets is going to get some time on this tower as a result, though, so it's not without some cost. He might actually get the whole thing. He does have grubs. Gonna get the precision play presented by Phillips Norelco. Here comes J-Rockets. So Bounty tanks. That's always the call. He's just trying to drop aggro. But J-Rockets flash, Chains of Corruption, 1 shot, knowing if I even just get 1 back, it's worth it. My jungler is top, and they sent 5. That is how to be a poised top laner under pressure.
Really good stuff from the Rook, making his NACL debut. Flash that flag and drag. I mean, pixel perfect. I don't know if he was waiting for that flag and drag specifically. In my mind, he was, because that's a more fun reality to live in. But like you said, Bounty, I mean, the kid didn't even know what hit him. That was really cool stuff. Now the dragon has indeed spawned. And Ole Miss looking for their first one of the game. See what Tub and Daption can do about it, though. Kaido joining the party. Asila is mega. Has the ult, but no flash. We'll see how much is left on that bar. Kaido gets the heck out of dodge. Griffin gonna eat the Mega Inferno Bomb for not much else. Hold on a second. Bradley connects the Q. R1. And that will be all she wrote.
Okay, Bradley, making me nervous right there, but I get it. Just trying to jockey for position. I do like Contingent. They take inside track on mid, so it's not going to be without cost here. They want Ariana to get this bot lane tier 1. Pace of the game is still high.
Tower is going to go down. 3-2-1 right now. Bradley taken low. Gets the heck out of dodge with his ultimate. Could go right back in. Now Array trying to get a way into this fight and just lay down the auto attacks, but it's not enough. Bradley goes back in, and that's not enough either. Array's taken low. Kaido, if he can get Umbral Dash in, maybe the spell shield went up, but it wasn't necessary.
It's going to be tier 2 tower, though, so Contingent, they're still going to be feeling pretty good. They win out in the gold trade as that Ole Miss gold lead, once nearly 2,000, cut down to size. Ariana does get paid, but Ole Miss opted into a 3v4 in mid. Bounty was bottom, diving J-Rockets. I just don't see why they have to force there. I guess their wave clear is so short range, maybe they feel like they can't defend the tier 2, but they can't anyway if they're dead. So even though Contingent gives the dragon, they do give some cooldowns. They do get some golden map control back. Ultimately, I think a pretty solid sequence for both sides.
And now we start to think about the scaling here, Hawk. As we approach the 20-minute mark, neither team has really taken control of this game. Asila, once he gets onto that third item name is not coming to me.
The one that does the mana thing. Shoot, what is that called? Yeah. Actualizer.
Okay,
this is the dive bottom. Tower dies, so J-Rockets barely can't kill Ariana.
Oh, man. Yeah,
and then it's Camille, even 5 levels down. He's got enough damage on his own. Wow, that was close.
Did it. He almost got it there. That was a little greedy from Ariana. I mean, not even greedy. He just had to come back. I mean, In another universe, that's a 2 for 0. Yeah, Bounty almost found himself in the gray screen. Here comes the Realm Warp as the tower goes down. Tub looking for a way into this one. Will not find it.
Bradley has TP. There are red wards behind if Ole Miss wants to commit to this. As it doesn't seem that that's going to be the case. Contingent will take their turret and walk away. 4 towers to 2. To me, that is the crux of Contingent's advantage and why I actually favor their position in this game, especially being up dragons, despite being marginally down in gold. That's Griffin. He used the flag. He's going to have to flash.
Locks him up. Tub in with the crash down. Griffin in some trouble. There's that flash like you were talking about. Does have the Cataclysm potentially go back in. Maybe over the top of Bounty. Hextech Ultimatum onto Asila. There goes the damage from Array. He's in this game and they're going to need him if Ole Miss want to take this one back. It's a kill returned though by Asila.
And say the line again. What's the rule when we go mid? It's always a 1-for-1. Supports get traded. Tub for Bounty. Ultimately, they do get a teleport off of the Varus. That's on a 7-minute cooldown, and Ariana does get to farm the side. So it's a slightly gold positive trade for Ole Miss. They do generate some pressure on the bottom side of the map a minute and a half before this dragon, but critically, mid lane tier 1 for Contingent will still survive. So I think a misallocation of spells right there for Griffin did make that sequence a bit difficult for Ole Miss to approach.
Yeah, like you said, just could have been that little bit easier, maybe marginally more effective. And okay, you say maybe it's not a big deal, but the way that this game has been going, those margins really add up.
Yeah. And what I was going to say a while ago, Henrique, is did you ever see that old League of Legends video, the Dunk Squad?
Yeah.
Where you got the Kha'Zix, the Jarvan, the Darius.
Yeah, the Darius. Yeah.
This is a Dunk Squad Dunk Squad comp here from Ole Miss. You got the Jarvan, the Camille, she's definitely a dunker, the Gnar, the Akali over the top, Sivir is there. But the rest of it applies.
Yes.
And that's how I feel Ole Miss is going to need to execute these fights if they're going to keep staying in this game.
Yeah, it's a lot of power in this Ole Miss composition, a lot of punch. As we get into this late game, though, again, the ease of execution as the W does go down from Kaido. Ult used, another ult used, another ult used. Hang on a second here. There goes the Moon Prison. Here. Tub, the Cavalry has arrived for Ole Miss, and man, not a moment too soon. Ariana was not much longer for this world. Did use the flash and the ultimate. I still can't believe how short the cooldown is on ultimate. It's alarming. Like, it still just boggles the mind when I see it in front of me.
I mean, once you hit level 11, the cooldown really does just become your Mega Gnar bar. He's got the TP to rejoin. Flash off of Gnar is pretty important, but so is the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yeah, a couple huge ultimates burned.
Bradley.
Combat. Bradley thought about it. Yeah, wanted to see what spell would be baited out.
Flash off of Asila, though, and he's low. I think this is Dragon to Ole Miss. I don't think he's going to be able to TP back in time as Bradley can take the Honey Fruit. We'll see, though. It seems like Contingent's still interested in this.
I think they are. They're investing in teleport. Asila's got an actualizer, and he's going to make it Ole Miss's problem. Who's going to get it? Magnastorm into the back line. Tub able to get a decent engage down. Both teams steals the Chemtech Drake. That goes over to Contingent. Mega Inferno Bomb is back up off cooldown. Ariana left all alone. Contingent will wrap up the kill as well as the Dragon. They're on Soul Point.
Kaido is having an insane series. Him and Tub take the blast cone into the pit, and they don't give a single damn about Ole Miss's damage. Remember, if Ole Miss can't execute the dive, the fights aren't good, and this Aatrox eats into the short-range comp onto the Baron with 2 members of Ole Miss down, and with 2 more bottom, I don't think there's gonna be a contest.
Contingent have taken control of this game now for sure. Or at least they have an opportunity to, should they execute this Baron power play here. They flipped the gold lead in their favor, but Hawk, they've got Soul Point. I mean, that's the biggest thing. And you saw the difference that the Soul made last game. Contingent, they have to fight in a little bit more of a creative way. But man, a couple huge item spikes are being hit. And Hawk, in like 2 seconds, not 2 seconds, but about 2,000 gold. Once Daption gets to 4 items, this game might... It's not going to get cooked. I was ready to jump there, but it's going to get so tricky, man. And the actualizers come in for Asila. He's going to go Death Cap eventually. I mean, let's see what that Amp Tome builds into, but holy moly, this could get really ugly for Ole Miss.
Yeah, the item spikes 3 items on each of the mages basically being there for contingent. Array is the only one on Ole Miss that's even close to being able to match that from a carry perspective. And we can really see how flat the damage falls when they are not able to execute the dive onto contingent. And I cannot give Kaido enough praise. Carrying that fight, also hitting a very important smite. This could be the backbreaking advantage. Let's see how much they can get with the Baron, because with this in hand, the gold is still only even, and Ole Miss is certainly eager to defend.
Ariana doesn't have the flash. About to go Mega. Tub waiting over the wall. Does have the Hex flash with the ult if he wanted to use it, but Ziggs doing Ziggs things. They cannot contest it. Especially with the Barrett up waves, contingent sees is just so much easier.
And that does inch the gold just a little bit in their favor. Third item for Kaido, and there it is. Daption gets the Rabadon. So this is a massive spike here for contingent. Ole Miss, they need to hunker down and get to that third item spike in their own, which they should be able to do by the time the dragon spawns. So just make sure that the game doesn't get out of control in the next 2 minutes. And I think Ole Miss still has a really good shot in this game. But the way contingent has been playing in these fights, it to me just feels a little bit superior.
Ooh, Chains of Corruption not going to find its mark. Bradley says thank you very much. That was the death sentence. Now Asila in with the ultimate. Realm Warp can help him get in position here. Kaido joins the fight at the right time. Contingent keep biting off more and more. It hasn't been a perfect Baron power play, but they have not been inactive, Hawk.
I think you're okay with that 1-for-1 though as Ole Miss, as it will slow down the Baron, push that little bit.
Yeah.
4 versus 4 on the map. Bradley going to be happy to get himself some money. That's double needless in his inventory. He's going Rabadons. His Tub is caught.
Tub not going to be much longer for this world. We'll use the Magnet Storm to make sure that Daption can escape.
Yeah. That's just a big mistake. I mean, you can't be that alone against this Ole Miss comp. We were just talking about the engaged potential, so that's more money into a race pocket's the strongest member of Ole Miss. And now they might try to group up on mid and maybe see if they can knock down this tier 1. It's really been a thorn on their side this game, but I think the Ziggs can clear the waves, so maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anyone that can, it is the Ziggs, right? You can match it with Array. Whoa, big blast code in. Kaido not done just yet. Gets the chains down. Griffin able to barely EQ his way out of trouble. Array with the spell shield, gonna buy some more time. Mega Inferno Bomb gets nothing. Bradley shows up out of nowhere, but just in time to head for the hills. Ole Miss have their tail tucked between their legs. Kaido giving chase. Gets a knock up on a Bradley. There's the Q2, the flash Q3. Not going to be enough, but could help set up the kill eventually if J-Rockets can get there. Chains of Corruption goes forward. Fantastic stuff from J-Rockets. Kaido leading the charge. J-Rockets gets in the clown car en route to a double kill. Could be a triple. By the time everything is said and done, he forced a flash out of Ariana. The rest of the squad is barreling it down mid. They're going to get an inhib and maybe more.
And somehow, unless Ariana has anything to say about it, which he won't,
Yeah,
J-Rockets will kill him. Somehow, Ole Miss turned a pick on the Tub into their own demise. Dragon in 15, but they may not even need it. 20 seconds on Griffin and Bradley as Ole Miss stuck their hand too far into the cookie jar.
Bounty gets locked up. There's nothing he can do. Hawk contingent knocking on the door. Chains of Corruption. Man, that experimental hexblade is doing a lot of work. Contingent, they're just going to win the game. Welcome to the NACL. Contingent. Unless Griffin's got a miracle in him, Tub is just free firing on the Nexus. Welcome to the NACL. J-Rockets and company. Contingent upset Ole Miss 2-1.
That is unbelievable. Contingent, I mean, congratulations to them for an incredibly hard-fought win. They got destroyed in game 1, and they somehow hunkered down, and they kept up with Ole Miss for the rest of the series and managed to win this one 2-1. That is a huge, huge win. But I have so many questions about how Ole Miss manages to turn a pick on the enemy support into an extended fight around the blue buff that not only loses them all control over Summoner's Rift and the Dragon, but also 3 of their members in the game. It's crazy.
It is crazy. I agree. I was just trying to, as I was in play-by-play mode, where I was like, oh, they're pushing down mid. Are they going to get Ariana? And then I look up and I process the death timers. I go, oh my goodness, they're going to lose.
Yeah.
In a blink of an eye. It's pretty remarkable. That was the most chaotic last couple minutes with that Baron power play and everything that went along with it. Get you these post-game stats here as contingent. Again, take the upset over Ole Miss 2-1. But what a debut, man. I mean, just such an awesome story. Again, we've got a lot of players on this contingent squad who have been around the block and back. And then J-Rocket's a rookie up on the top lane. Really good stuff. Daption coming in and playing 2 great mage games in games 2 and 3 as well.
I'm really glad you brought that up. Daption on the Syndra and the Ziggs out of lane was really, really good. He just made Array not able to play. And that's the power of Mage's bot. And that's a former support player right there, man. He's got a lot of champions in his bag. And Daption, I think he's not going to be the MVP for this series, but he is easily number 2. I think he played exceptionally well across the board in the series after game 1. And really the Mage play, the carry potential was absolutely there. I want to give credit to J-Rockets after an abysmal game 1 and not much better of a game 2, to be honest with you. Yeah. He really locked in on the Varus top and didn't let his confidence get shaken by those first 2 games. He still said, give me the ball, give me the Varus. And he played great on the pick in game 3. The whole team, I think Tub and Kaido, Asila, just massive shout out to all these players, this contingent team showing that they are not going to roll over and die. They got some stuff to figure out. The laning especially is scary. And that is something we will need to watch out for. But you can't teach heart. You can't teach being scrappy. You can't teach being willing to just believe in yourself and put it all on the line in these fights. And I think Contingent showed us that they've got that aspect of their game here today.
Absolutely. Yeah. Couldn't agree with you more. Kaido is going to be our MVP on that Kha'Zix, man, and the Aatrox really just taking the game by the scruff of the neck, and especially on that Kha'Zix game, man. I mean, that was impressive stuff. Again, you may know this guy as City Witty if you've been around the scene for a long time. This guy has been in the tier 2 space since 2019 on UPL, Challengers Uprising, all the iterations that tier 2 has gone through. This guy has been a part of it. PGC. And now coming back with a bit of a signature win on one of his signature champs.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 games from Kaido, he understood his win conditions very well. And I really want to emphasize this. On the Kha'Zix playing the what I call it, the Clown Car comp, just so nice from him, understanding that he could take a lot of space, play really aggressive, was definitely an engine for the playmaking for his team. And then the Aatrox against that short range comp, I said it in the early game, like this champion could really be a problem for Ole Miss if it gets income. And damn, did Kaido make himself a problem, man. He was the biggest beneficiary of the relentless skirmishing around mid and the constant 1-for-1s that we saw. And when the Aatrox is the one benefiting, that is best case scenario for Contingent. And it was all there. And Kaido, he took it and he played it exactly to the degree it needed to be played.
Yeah, really, really awesome stuff, like you said. And yeah, would love to, I mean, once we get our interview in here, I really want to learn more about the dynamics of this team, right? Because again, yes, they came up through tier 3, but I want to learn more. I want the viewers to learn more about just what are the dynamics of this team, right? Because again, you've got competing kind of voices, interests, amount of time spent in the scene, right? Amount of time spent in competitive. But really, really good stuff. As we wait for our interview, though, we got to talk Ole Miss. It was an awesome game 1, but a tough way to go out in games 2 and 3. But just as I say that, I hear the badoom, and we do have our interview ready to go. So, going to take it over and get our interview rolling with Tub support for Contingent. Coming off a heck of a win, man. First of all, congratulations. Second of all, what were the comms like after and during game 1? Because that was a disaster, and to come back from that and win games 2 and 3 how you did is really impressive stuff.
Yeah, so the team culture, was like, I think like when I joined the team, because they came off of promoing, so I felt like an outcast, but like when I joined in, I mingled well with people, and like I think I kept like most of the vibes. Like it was mainly me and City, and like the first game, it just felt very off. I think we were all very nervous, but like once that got out of the way, and then City Witty was like, yo, chill, guys. Like we're gonna win this. And then he's like, yeah, just lock me in Kha'Zix game 2. I don't care. Like all of us go and play with him. And then when we played with him, and then I started like saying comps like going, like we just went in as a team and then we won. But
Yeah, so
game
tell
one
me
was
about, like,
definitely
the-
really quiet.
You said game one was really quiet.
Yeah. We honestly, the comps were just, it's okay, guys. Like, we will bounce back because we know this isn't what we are. Like, usually our comps are like very like bursty. Like when we see someone, we can kill them. But during first game, we felt like we didn't really find the angles that we needed. So yeah.
So tell me about the in game though, right? I mean, game one aside, what does the shot calling look like? 'Cause like you said, you got City Witty, you joined the team a little bit later, right? What were the shot calling responsibilities? Kind of, is it more defined, or is it just, oh, jungle support just happened to kind of take the most of that shot calling responsibility?
So jungle and support take the most. I mean, City takes most of the job for like what he wants to play for. So like invading camps or what he wants to do mid game. But like for me, like I'm looking for angles, I'm looking for wards, like I'm looking to like try to kill people like on the rift, you know? And and then sometimes like Asila joins in too. Like Asila, when you saw he was on Galio, right? He was like, look me, like when he has an angle. So yeah, that's most of the responsibilities. And then J-Rock is an adaption. They always call for what they need, and then we help them.
Tell me about the off the field culture, because J-Rock gave an interview to one of our other casters, Slayer, and he talked about how, you know, he has prior kind of traditional sports experience where he had a volleyball team once that went like 0-22, and everyone's pissed off at each other because everyone's just losing. No one likes being there, but you went out for dinner afterwards and everyone's friendly, right? How do you guys, you know, how have you guys maintained the vibes, and what is the off the rift culture like on this team?
I mean, honestly, during scrims, I feel like we have very good energy. Like very, very good energy. Like during the first game, it did not feel like we were coming in as how we were as a team. Like it felt like we were all disconnected. And outside of the game, we're always like laughing, right? So in the first game, when we weren't laughing, like something definitely felt off. And then like during the second game, we locked in a lot more, and then we started laughing more as a team, and that's when like it really came together.
All right, last one for you. For this contingent team, you guys promo out of tier 3. You've got some heavy hitters on the other side. I'm sure you've looked at your schedule. You've probably seen, oh, you got NRG, you got Maryville, all this good stuff. For you guys, you could say team-wise, or for you, Tubb, specifically, what does a successful split look like in split 2 here?
I mean, a successful split for us is obviously like winning, but I think the main thing that we want to do as a team is playing more as a team. Like, as you can see, like the first game we were very disconnected. Everyone was dying everywhere. We just want to play as a team and then win as a team together. And I feel like our team kind of revolves around City Witty. So when he has that energy and when I can connect with that energy, I feel like we could win very easily. And I feel like that's what a proper successful victory for us looks like.
All right. Sweet. Well, I can't wait to watch more. Like I said, that was a treat to watch, especially in light of game 1. To see game 2 and through game 3 go down as they did genuinely brought a huge smile to my face. Congrats to you guys. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, as y'all can see, I mean, shout out to all my friends they watching right now. And then shout out to like my team, obviously. And then shout out to my family. I mean, as everyone could see, they was just walking around in the background.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I mean, they're just there. Like, it's good to be home, but in like about a month, like I won't be having that. Like, I'll be going back to my apartment, so it'll be a lot more lonely. But I know like all my friends, like all my people, they cheering me on.
Well, that warmed my heart. That's a fantastic way to end it. Tubb, thank you for your time, man, and congrats on the dub.
All right, thank you, bro.
All right, back into the virtual studio we go. Hawk, welcomed on back in. Very, very wholesome to see that from Tubb. That's good energy. He's a good character.
I love the Tubb dub, dude. Like there
We
you
love
go,
a Tubb dub.
right there. We love a Tubb dub. What stuck out to me though is how cool of an answer is it when you were like, "What would a successful split look like for you?" And he didn't say, "Oh, you know, something extrinsic like win XYZ games or go this far in the
Stay
playoffs."
up, right?
But he said, "Win together as a team," which I think that is one of the coolest answers I've ever heard to that question. If they can just play together as a team, win together more as a team, then it doesn't really matter extrinsically what they're doing. I think if that's a successful split to you, that is a team that could go very far. And it really stuck out to me kind of what we talked about, where contingent team. They got stuff to work on, but they won their series with grit and heart, and they clearly have a good idea of how they want to play as a team already. And they stuck it out, and you can't teach that. That's way harder for teams to learn than anything else. So I'm very impressed.
If you're coming up from tier 3, right? If you're not, with the greatest of respect, you see the results on your screen right now. NRG's got resources, right? That's an established brand, right? CCG, a little bit more established. If you're a collegiate program, you got resources behind you, right? Orgs like Contingent that aren't as established in the space, like you said, you're going to have to do a lot of things yourself, right? You're going to have to kind of just do the interpersonal aspect of this, maybe work in a little more overtime, right? But because of all that, and just again, the personalities of a lot of these guys, a lot of familiar faces, really cool stuff. I love the way the Tub talked about his teammates and the team as well. So very cool stuff. They take the upset win over Ole Miss 2-1. So as we wrap up here, Hawk, we've got one more day, I believe, of games this week, and then starting week 3, we will be 3 days a week. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, boom, boom, boom. Should be fun stuff. And I think next week, is it me and you next week as well? Wednesday again?
Yes. All right. That does sound right. So
we will have, fun fact, the same 4 teams, just in a kind of a different permutation. I looked at the schedule. I'm like, this looks familiar. Yeah.
I haven't looked that far ahead. I prep for one day at a time. But you all back home should get prepped for some bangers tomorrow. It is
should be good.
Cupid against Blue Water, Conviction against Winthrop. I think Conviction very much going to be looking to bounce back against Winthrop, but who knows? Maybe Blue Water and Winthrop can take some upsets over 2 teams we expect to be a part of that big 3 come the end of the season. Who knows, though? It's a short regular season. Really important win, I think, for Conviction to be able to pick up for themselves to potentially avoid that LCQ, because I think the expectation is that there will be more wins this series taken by Group A than by Group B. Of course, that's not a hard rule. Who knows? We could be very wrong about that, but that's what's been talked about behind closed doors. So I think being a Group B team for Contingent, picking up a win, especially with Dorado having also picked up an upset win last week, that's a really, really good sign for your season and your prospects. But on the other side of the coin for Ole Miss, every loss definitely stings.
Yeah, it's rough, but hey, I mean, the Group B slander clearly has not been taken lightly by the Group B teams. So far, so good for those boys. So yeah, really fun to see. And then we've already had some expectations subverted here. Like you said, Dorado, great story last year, or last split, I should say, and they have just fired on all cylinders, coming in hot. Let's get a look at the standings, though, because again, it is a bit of a wonky format. Again, Group A, you play everybody in Group B, and vice versa. You play 5 best of 3s, and then top 3 from each group, they make playoffs along with a 4th team from each group, which is determined by, at the end of the group stage, 4 and 5 play each other within Group A, 4 and 5 play each other within Group B. It's an LCQ, best of 3. The winner of that becomes your quote-unquote 4th seed for the playoffs. So, again, can't read too much into the standings. It's just a lot of 1s and 0s right now, but every win counts, and that is the broader message.
Guys, I swear, Group A is supposed to have more wins. Don't look at the fact that Group B has double the wins so far. It's 4-2 at the moment. I mean, hey, shout out these Group B teams. They've really come to play, both Dorado and Conviction. Cool. I think, Enrique, you and I personally have gotten to cast their successes so far. And I think really the main takeaway is just like last split, damn, the NACL's got parity, man. There's so many good players in this league, so many good players in this region. You never really can know. And while some things will come out of the wash by the end, it's always about the storylines in between.
Amen. Couldn't agree with you more. I think with that, it's a good place to end it off for us. Guys, thank you so much for watching, supporting. If this is your first time, this is your 10,000th time, we appreciate you being here supporting NA Tier 2 League of Legends. Shout out to Liga Ace for keeping us looking good here on screen. Shout out to Phillips Norelco for keeping us looking good and paying our bills. Thank you to Hawk as well for being a great color caster. As always, thank you to the teams, the players for their time, the coaches, the players, etc. For all those people, I've been 4x4. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Same time, same place.
The NACL is presented by Phillips Norelco OneBlade.